Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Luffy Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Luffy Becomes Ancient Joyboy? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. 5 days before the scheduled execution of Portgas d'Ace. We'll arrive at Punk Hazard within the hour, Dr. Suridge. Virgo said. A hazmat suit will be provided for you once we've docked. The middle-aged woman nodded slightly, her gaze briefly flickering up from the files in her lap to acknowledge him. Thank you, sir, she said, out of politeness rather than addressing him by rank. Her voice is quiet and rough. It had been a long time since she slept peacefully. Might I have another cup of jasmine tea? The seas around here are rather rough. The man nodded ever so slightly. There was a bit of ham from his lunch stuck to his face, but Dileia had ceased pointing such things out a few days ago. It would always be replaced by something else by the next mealtime and he never managed to notice. Of course. I'll have one of the ship hands bring it to your room. With those words he turned and walked out. Dileia watched him go for a moment, then returned her attention to the windows. The weather's as wretched as I remember, she murmured absently. It was storming, rain slicing against the windows and pitching the ship up and down on minor waves, minor by New World standards, at least. After years of living in the East Blue she'd lost her resistance to its wild, tempestuous nature, or perhaps she was just getting old. Perhaps not. Mr. Edward Newgate had kept himself in better shape than she. Though she supposes he hadn't done anything he regretted as much as she did. It was a stranger's guess, of course, but her intuition had improved much in her age. She frowned, and cast a glance at the newspaper sitting on her cabin's coffee table. The thing that had revealed the short window of opportunity she had to even slightly undo her great mistake. The world government was going to war with Whitebeard. Oh, they hadn't made any declarations or admitted that's what they were doing, they'd merely captured one of his sons and were going to commit to the rule of the law by executing him for piracy. That made them the protectors of justice and Whitebeard the aggressor trying to overcome them in the name of a monster. Dileia scoffed and glared harshly at the paper. What a painstaking sham, she muttered. The boat rocked on another wave. She grimaced and grabbed the various files in her lap to prevent the papers within from flying everywhere. She was mostly successful, but several pictures slid out and scattered across the floor. Muttering some choice words she'd learned from practicing chemists, the woman slid out of her seat and began collecting them one at a time. Further waves nearly caused her to fall over completely. Not having been a combat medic, she'd never been trained to be a strong woman. In one way or another. Dileia picked up the last two pictures and stared at them. One was an image of herself, barely 19, red hair pinned back and blue eyes serious as the grave, goggles strapped on, her lab coat pristine and bearing the world government's sigil proudly. It had just gone through the laundry. After the last session it had been in not state to be in a recruitment photo. Gods, but it was like looking at a stranger. A young lady she might have passed on the street once but didn't know anything about except maybe her name and her desire to be a doctor. All for a lie. The other picture had been paperclipped to it. To make sure she never forgot him. He appeared in all her nightmares, but she still feared her mind letting him go. To reform itself to fit that comforting lie she'd clung to as that young, hopeful doctor who wanted to save the innocent. Albert, she murmured. These images were supposed to be destroyed to maintain the lies, but she'd squirreled it away along with whatever files she could save before the rest were sent to Egghead Island. Within the image was a boy with black wings, bronze skin and snow-white hair bound in chains, shoulders bent and body language defiant. It was the before picture of a durability experiment. She'd kept the after one too for a while, as she'd uselessly pondered the possibility of whistle-blowing, of finding some reporter who wasn't in the government's pocket who could get the truth out fast enough and loudly enough that they wouldn't be able to suppress it. It was just as well that she'd never tried. No civilian reporter had been willing to stick their neck out and she had none of the clout needed to reach Big News Morgan's, much less attempt to convince him to publish anything. After that, she disliked keeping the photo of him in the wretched state they'd left him in. It felt like mocking him. Mocking those who hadn't survived. Dileia stood up and slowly returned to her seat. She set some of the newer files aside, the ones she'd gotten a hold of thanks to her last promotion, and opened the darker one weathered by time spent hidden in the floor under her bed. The Lunarian studies. In the name of justice. Dileia muttered. Pa. I can't believe how many of us actually believed that. Believed it deeply enough that they won't even call it dirty business or the ends justifying the means. When pirates raise an island, they're demons made flesh, but when we exterminate entire peoples it's justice. She clipped the two photos to the first page, the one that held a bigger mugshot of Albert after his imprisonment and the beginnings of his medical data. It went on for pages and pages. She'd been assigned to him after her last 6, 7 subjects had died. He'd been so resilient, clung to life so stubbornly, ferociously. He lived long enough to destroy her naive belief in the world, and survive beyond her. Here you are, miss. Dileia blinked and looked up. One of the deckhands was placing the teacup she'd requested on the table. They were already dressed in a full-body hazmat suit. Caesar's reputation preceded itself, clearly. They must be new to be so worried about it. Thank you, young man, she said quietly. He looked briefly over at the folder in her lap. Despite his full face mask, she could see a little curiosity and confusion in his body language, probably surprised that he couldn't recognize one of the government's many dirty secrets, she wagered. Do you need anything else? He asked. I need to enact justice one last time. But don't fret. I think I can handle things from here. Don't worry about me. With this, I'm as fortified as I need to be. Dileia said, giving him a motherly sort of smile. She'd never had kids. Her relationships couldn't survive her guilt, her demons. Perhaps it was for the better, though, that someone like her hadn't brought life into the world. The young man nodded and hurried out of the room. Delia's lip quirked, a little bemused that Caesar Clown was so eager to have gentle, quick-to-please types as his minions. She'll grant that it makes them easy to control, she would know, but you sacrificed strength and initiative in favor of loyalty there. She looked at the file again. Albert was listed as biological material L number 15. The original wording was just visible beneath her violent efforts to black them out with ink. Underneath it, sometime later, she'd written his real name. She'd heard it late on night when he'd been talking to himself. Exhaling, Dileia flipped through the pages. All the results of the hideous experiments they'd preformed, her observations, the questions she'd answered like the viability of crossbreeding with fishmen or giants. Finally she came to a later edition, not professional files, but a series of wanted posters from the first appearance up until to the most recent. Wanted dead or alive, King the Wildfire, 1.39 billion. Dileia stared at the image for a minute, before giving it a crooked sad smile. I'll see you soon, she promised. She took a deep drink of tea to settle her stomach and closed up the file. She went without the hazmat suit in the end, following directly after Virgo upon their touching down on Punk Hazard. It turned out that she didn't need it, the air on the island was clear. Dileia laughed slightly when she took this in, which got her an odd look from Virgo, but she'd patted him on the arm and said that you found humor in stranger things when you got older. The folders sat comfortably in her bulging book bag. The day she'd seen the newspaper, she'd filed her resignation immediately, cleared out her house, and tracked down Virgo as soon as she can. It was a good thing, it turned out, that he'd once caught her anguished and cursing Vegapunk's name. It made Caesar interested in recruiting her. She needed Caesar to contact Joker. Joker was the only person she knew of who had a direct line to the Beast Pirates. I remember there being a lot more wildlife, the last time I was here. Dileia observed as they approached the building. Even Kaido sacking the island didn't manage to destroy it this much. This island is a sturdy land, Virgo said with a shrug. It survived Kaido and the bomb, and I believe it can survive further still. It's the perfect home for scientists wishing to push the boundaries of what's possible. Dileia balled one hand into fists. Yes. It's quite the gate to hell. I'll bet you can find the garbage chute through which myself and the others discarded our souls if you look hard enough. Virgo raised one eyebrow but didn't comment on this. She appreciated his professionalism, despite his being a pirate mole. It would have been frustrating to have to deal with constant needling, mockery and who knew what else. She didn't have the time for that. 5 days. It's enough time for a crew to muster and move with strong motivation, but it's still a tight window. Dileia followed Virgo in silence through the metal hallways of Punk Hazard. It was like walking into a nightmare. She'd walked every twist and turn in her sleep, the blood that soaked this island crying out for retribution for her crimes. She hadn't come here to exonerate herself, such things were far from her mind. She'd come here to wrest the newborn Lunarians out of the government's grasp before they could make them slaves. In the pursuit of that justice, anything was permitted. Sholalalalo. Dr. Suridge. Caesar Clown's gas powers hissed and sang as Dileia entered the main control room along with her guard. The repulsive doctor grinned at her, clapping his hands together and beaming at her. It's so nice to have such a renowned woman like you join our little endeavors here. With your long and storied history in medical research, I was all aflutter when you said that you had a world-changing revelation to bring me. I didn't mean it for you alone. Dileia responded, polite but clipped. I do need your help, however. Caesar frowned. Eh? What do you mean by that? I'm to understand that you're in contact with the underground broker known as Joker, Dileia said. Caesar blanched ever so slightly, so she kept going. I've heard that he has a direct line to the Beast Pirates as one of their weapons suppliers. He speaks to the Emperor, Kaido, directly? Immediately feeling secure after a moment of uncertainty, a sickly smirk crawled across Caesar Clown's face. Sholalalalo. You very well informed, Doctor. What does an upstanding lady like you wish to discuss with my benefactors? Don't call me that, Dileia said, glowering at him. I'm no more upstanding than you are. Her hand went into his book bag. Can you speak directly to Kaido, or do you need to go through Joker? She felt a faint sense of satisfaction when Clown cringed at the idea before rapidly recovering. Oh no, I could never, I merely provide him with goods and tools throughout mutual partner. Caesar waved his hands frantically. I could get you in contact with Joker, but he's quite busy at the moment, so it would have to be very important dash. Dileia removed 2 files labeled S-Hawk and S-Crocodile from her book bag and hefted them pointedly. Does the chance to relieve the world government of their upcoming line of super soldiers count? She responded. Clown stared at the files in silence for a moment. Briefly he attempted to grab them out of her hands, but she withheld them. You're an intermediary. The person who deserves to have these files and rescue the children grown in vats is in Wano. Does it? She prodded. After a minute of whining and wheedling, she got her phone call. Joker heard her pitch, laughed so hard she thought he might pass out, and transferred her on to Kaido's contact Snail. Onigashima was a rowdy place. There was always a riot of sound within it, partying, laughter, jeering, strategist for future battles, the crashing sounds of people sparring and knocking each other through walls, MMMMS of pleasure drifting from various half-closed rooms, the clatter of emptied drink bottles and cans of food being discarded. Kaido's private island was always active. In the few times it was quiet, it was usually because almost everyone was passed out drunk or had gone out on orders. This wasn't to say that the Beast Pirates didn't have a comfortable equilibrium. The general goings-on were comfortable background noise to them. Not so loud as to drown out all reason, and it never denoted trouble. Shouts of indignation or anger weren't uncommon, but they were usually quickly dealt with. So when a howl of grief and primal rage shook the whole island, everyone stopped dead in their tracks. Conversations died, fights froze in place, food was abandoned, and even the tiny pin dared not drop lest it be heard. Page 1 dropped the crate he'd been carrying on his foot, all thoughts fleeing his mind. Was that? He uttered into the ringing silence. He couldn't finish his sentence, because while he recognized the voice, the connections refused to form in his brain. That voice sounded like King. But that couldn't be right. King didn't scream. He didn't shout or rage or even raise his voice when he needed to be heard. His very presence was like a still lake, and it was running joke among the crew just how unmovable he was. Queen needled him about it, calling him emotionless, dead inside, and Ice King. Most others had shrugged and chalked it up to a swordsman thing. All the samurai they met were humorless buskills, after all. King was their superior. They knew his voice as sure as their own. The scream that rang through the building and echoed in the quiet belonged to him. It dug into their minds like iron hooks. The Beast Pirates had heard such horrible anguish before. They were the conquerors of Wano. It had never touched any of them until this exact moment. But it was one of them making that sound. A scream loaded with so much anguish a living soul trembled to hear it, one that started with denial of a horrible truth staring them in the face that bled into loss and grief that couldn't be conveyed in words, only an animalistic expression of emotion. That anguish then transformed into rage. Rage that burned islands to ash. The divine wrath that the gods unleashed when their patience ran its course and they descended to raise the earth. It was rage they associated with Kaido, not his quiet, loyal second-in-command. What the hell happened? Paige uttered, pale. His sister stared bug-eyed in sort of the direction that the cry had come from, her usual boisterousness quieted. In the privacy of Kaido's room, King sank onto his hands and knees. His breath sked in and out unevenly, the flames on his back snapping and crackling harshly in response to his distress. The snail had passed out from the hockey explosion, temporarily dropping the call. The man didn't seem to have noticed. Kaido stared silently at his only friend for a long moment. He pondered the implications, what he stood to gain from it, and what he'd always known his loyal swordsman had been subjected to. The decision was one of the easiest of his life to make. His massive hand landed gently on King's shoulder, a gesture of sympathy and camaraderie that no others received from the brutal warlord. King, he rumbled low in his throat. The slight shudder of muscles was the only sign that his friend had heard him. They'll die for this. It was a statement, and more than that it was a promise. Cause and effect had been curiously reversed. The world government's crumbling had been decided, it was merely to be decided precisely how that was going to come about. King's exhaled harshly, the sound rattling in his lungs. Then he sat up and clawed at his helmet like it was suffocating him until it came unlatched, letting him remove it and throw it across the room. Kaido kept his hand on his shoulder, anchoring the other man to the present, as King violently ran one hand through his hair and pulled hard on the silver strands. Then he slowly lifted himself, sitting back on his heels and putting his hands on his knees. "I want to take those children back," King said into the quiet. "I can't bear for them to be made slaves." "They're yours." Kaido responded without a moment's hesitation. "I want to take Vegapunk hostage." King continued, staring straight ahead. "He can bring my people back. That delays his execution for now." Kaido smiled slightly, pleased. He'd been concerned that King would want to rip the man to shreds for creating Lunarian slaves and thought he might have to harshly assert his decision on the matter. 5 days, he said. "That is more than enough time." King nodded. He was still in a daze. Silently he reached for his helmet again, only for Kaido to put a hand on his arm. "Do not hide yourself anymore," the captain rumbled. "When this week is over, the world government will have no power to threaten you with." King hesitated for a moment, turning the thought over his head. Then he nodded and rose to his feet. Kaido's smirk widened. Most of the beast pirates had been gravitating towards the central hub of Onigashima in the ringing silence after the cry, so when the summons bell started ringing harshly they merely picked up the pace. Men and women poured into the large room, jostling for space and climbing on top of each other in an effort to see better, or perhaps wanting better access to the hallways. If King, stoic, frigid King, was in a terrible temper over something, then they could only imagine what kind of a state Kaido would be in. Page 1 and Ulti got to the front with some pushing and shoving along with their status as members of the Flying Six. "Do either of you know what the hell that was about?" Who's Who hissed, leaning over them. "No. Why would I know anything?" Page hissed back frantically. "Was that really King we heard earlier?" "No doubt about it," Who's Who responded, twisting a cigar roll beyond repair between his fingers. "Thought there was no way, but I know that voice. What could have possibly caused such an outburst from him of all people?" Black Maria wondered, swaying from side to side. Page cautiously took 2 steps away from her, subtly. "I have never seen that man lose himself like that." Bernadetta shook her head. She'd half-shifted into her raptor form and now she was tapping her foot rapidly like she was waiting for something to explode, or someone. "Trust me, King's got plenty of rage inside him. He just keeps it locked up," she said. "Whatever just happened, it's really FING bad." "What did you do, Queen?" Sasaki huffed. The other lead performer looked towards him, made an expression somewhere between indignant and scandalized. "Why are you assuming it's me? I've been the one telling King this whole time that his repressed shtick wasn't healthy. If anything, I've been trying to help." "Help? Right." Who's Who said, his voice drier than Alabastus deserts. "Listen here, you dash. Quiet." The All-Stars' jaws locked shut in unison as they instinctively dropped into respectful poses, kneeling with one fist on the ground, waiting for orders. Kaido strode out onto the balcony above them, radiating malicious excitement and purpose. Following at his side is King. Gasps of shock and confusion ring around the room as they looked at the silver-haired man and realized who he was. Precious few of them had ever seen him without his helmet on, and even fewer recognized the traits that he had been concealing. Queen, naturally, is the first to find his voice. "I thought you were on the right side of 50, King," he called out, trying to make a joke of things. "Or do you just like the old man look?" Kaido slammed one hand on the railing and glared down at his scientist with a look that could kill. Instantly Queen shut up and looked everywhere but at his fellow lead performer, who was ignoring his jibe as usual. "Good. You're all present," Kaido said, sweeping his gaze over the packed room, hallways and balconies. "This is a mustering for all but a skeleton crew of the beast pirates. All of you who are captains, you are to prepare the ships with food and munitions. All but you, Queen. I require you to keep control of Wano while we are gone." Babble erupted amongst the confused crew, people talking on top of each other as questions blur the air. Kaido uttered an irritated huff and held up his hand for quiet. Queen's mouth opened and shut several times before he could muster up a response. Very carefully taking a breath and focusing on not stuttering, the man called back, "Of course I'll hold down the fort, Kaido, when have I ever failed you? A full mustering." "What's happened?" Kaido's eyes flashed. "The world government has created a project called the Seraphim. As is their way, the hypocrites are in the midst of creating SLV soldiers for themselves." He held his hand out toward King. "These are no mere humans drugged to be unable to feel pain, or obedient marines with weapons fused to their hands, however. Years ago, the government slaughtered the people who lived atop the Red Line to make room for the eyesore they call Mijoris. Those people were the Lunarians, powerful, adaptable, capable of surviving in every environment this world can offer. They were seen as gods. And yet before you stands the last of them, the only one whose strength and determination saw him survive their mass slaughter, my first mate, King. Even more babble erupted at this, hundreds of beast pirates and serving staff alike pivoting and staring at the silent specter with new eyes as they processed this. Unbelievable. This is true. One whispered. His partner bobbled his head furiously. There's no doubt about it. Silver hair, golden skin, black wings and the power to conjure fire without a devil fruit. The world government offers millions of berries just for the report of a sighting of a Lunarian. This must be why. Why those smug, puritanical sheets? One female shrieked. They've been prancing around all this time calling themselves the saviors of the world, they have the ball to act like they're better than us with that in their closet? I'm not done, Kaido said, causing a surprised silence to fall. They committed this massacre claiming that the deaths of the Lunarians were necessary. But in secret, they have commissioned Dr. Vegapunk to create clones, Lunarian children birthed in artificial wombs, born from the DNA of the dead and that of the 7 warlords. These children are to serve as their automated warriors, replaceable, expendable slaves to fight battles for them until they break and are replaced. King's hands balled into fists. I intend to discuss this with Vegapunk, he intoned with barely controlled rage. An odd hush rushed over the crowd. And to retrieve those children before they meet that twisted fate. Prepare to set course, Kaido commanded. We are going to sack Egghead Island. Queen gibbered, trying several times to wrap his mind around the enormity of this declaration. Kaido, he said, his voice higher than usual. I see this as a worthwhile and meaningful endeavor, but how are we to get past the entirety of the forces the Marines have to bear to wrest the Doctor and his the children from them? They won't give them up without a fight. Kaido laughed deeply. It was a rough, booming sound that made everyone instinctively flinch backwards except for King. They won't be there. He said with mirth. None of them will be. A short while ago, one of Whitebeard's precious sons betrayed him and sold his 2nd Division commander out to the Marines. Seriously? Ulti shrieked, joining many in their disbelief. Somebody betrayed that sick old man. How's it physically possible to be that stupid? Oh, that not-so-clever BSTRD's so fucking dead, who's who uttered, shaking his head slowly. That stupidity is our gain, Kaido responded, grinning now. You could see the dragon in his face despite the fact he hasn't even started to transform. In 5 days they're going to parade that boy in front of the world to hold a public execution. Assuming Sengoku hasn't slipped rapidly into senility this gets a raucous laugh from the crowd. This will double as a trap for Whitebeard when he comes roaring into Marineford to retrieve his son. To this end, they've brought all of their troops of any value to that one place. All of them. He waited for the realization to drop. It didn't take more than a few seconds. Holy shit. Page 1's mouth dropped open. Holy shit, we're going to walk into Egghead. They've handed it to us on a silver platter. His observation well and truly opened the floodgates. Many started to hoot and holler with laughter and rapidly escalating excitement, others were slack-jawed in amazement at this blatant oversight and how easily they'll be able to exploit it. What are we waiting for? A voice in the crowd said eagerly. Let's go get them. With Vegapunk working for us, who could stop us? Another voice asked eagerly. We'll walk into Mariehua and raze it to the ground. This is our era now. Clone from the 7 warlords? You mean we'll have our own Boa Hancock? You did hear that they'll just be little kids, right? Right, he did say that. Ah, damn it. Kaido laughed again, pleased to see his people already working themselves into a frenzy. Go to the ships. Get all of them prepared for muster, including my own. He bellowed. Immediately pirates surged out of the hall, stampeding over each other. Pack food and munitions only. There will be much plunder to take from the island of the future. Queen, with me. We must discuss Wano's security while Egghead is put to siege. Queen groaned and bowed his head, making his way for the stairs. Kaido turned and put a hand on King's shoulder again. My friend, go. Oversee the preparations, vent your rage on the mountainsides, whatever will drain the energy from you enough to sleep well. Those children will be taken back from them alive and well. You have my word. King gave him a look as powerful as the one he'd given him when Kaido had set him free so long ago. Perhaps it was even more emotional now. He put his hand on top of his captain's and squeezed tightly, shaking his head. Thank you, he whispered. Thank you so much. What do you wish to have done with that woman? Kaido inquired, seeing it as the last thing to touch upon before they set out. His friend bowed his head in thought. I want her alive and unharmed until I'm face to face with her. Her fate is mine to decide. He said adamantly. As you wish. King exhaled and dropped his arms to his sides. Feeling more alive than he had in years, he launched himself from the balcony and headed to the shipyard. In the cradle of Egghead, 7 white-haired children paused almost as one and tilted their heads in curiosity. A strange feeling passed through them. Like someone was calling out to them. The atmosphere in Marineford was tense and electric. Many of the rank and file were nervous. Sengoku could feel it in the air as they rushed to their positions, clutching their guns in white-knuckled hands as conversations became strained or petered out entirely. There were still a few hours left before the execution would begin, but no doubt knowing the hour when Whitebeard would come with all his forces to fight for his son made the wait feel like an eternity to them. Sengoku himself was not immune to this unease. For all his confidence in his plans, he knew there was a real chance that they could be defeated. Newgate was older now, sick, and delegating more of the work among his division commanders instead of going out himself, all signs that the man of action was a shadow of his former self. That didn't mean he wasn't still capable of destroying the world, if they didn't play every card they have expertly. Sengoku looked out the window across the bay they had chosen to make the battlefield. The seastone walls had been discreetly tested that morning and all was in order. It had cost a fortune to construct, but it would be crucial. Seastone HNDCFFS had been handed out to a number of officers such as Vice Admiral Enigmo to neutralize Marco the Phoenix. The 7 warlords were not in position yet, but they had all answered the summons, even Boa Hancock, who he'd worried they wouldn't be able to coerce into attending the battle. They were as prepared as they were going to be. All that was left was to hammer out the last of the details. Justice would prevail, it had to, if they were to finally put an end to the great pirate era. Make the seas safe for innocent people at last. Nervous? Tsuru asked mildly, grabbing Sengoku's attention. No more than is wise, Sengoku grunted. He turned around and saw that Garp had finally joined them. Akainu, Kizaru, Akiji and Tsuru had been waiting on their comrade to do the last bit of planning that time had allowed them. His old friend's face was completely stoic, showing no signs of his internal turmoil. Good. Sengoku hoped that he'd come to terms with what needed to be done. He hated to ask something like this, but Garp shouldn't have gotten involved with the boy in the first place. He could understand why he'd done it, sympathized even, but he didn't get why Garp hadn't seen the inevitability of this situation when he decided to take the boy in. The time has come, Sengoku said, sitting down on the head chair. If anyone has last-minute concerns about the plan, now is the time to air them. Akiji twitched slightly before leaning back in his seat, not saying anything. He'd had his reservations about the endeavor, mostly in logistics. Sengoku appreciated his candor on the matter, despite the orders they'd received being immutable. The man had said everything he could think of in the days leading up to this, now he was simply waiting to carry out the plan. A strong, reliable man of character. He'll make a fine fleet admiral one day. Akainu huffed. We've prepared for every possibility, the magma man grunted. Now is not the time for doubts. He threw a look at Garp, who stared straight ahead and said nothing. Sengoku's eye twitched and he was tempted to lay into the admiral for baiting the man, but he kept it internal. Kizaru shrugged apathetically. His usual bored smile was firmly in place. I'm ready when you are, he said whimsically. Sengoku pinched the bridge of his nose. Not for the first time he wished that Tsuru had taken one of the admiralty posts instead of remaining in vice admiral like Garp. Kizaru and Akainu were both so volatile in their own way it made him glad that Akiji's vice was solely that he was lazy and hard to rouse to strong action. A few weeks ago he'd gone over the lists of soldiers up for promotion, trying to see if there was anyone less unbalanced to take Akiji's rank when he ascended. He was strongly leaning toward Fujitora, if he was honest, not that he'd spoken to the blind man about it yet. It had to wait until after this battle was seen through. He glanced sideways at one of the snails in the room, the one connected to Impel Down. He hadn't heard a peep from it since Magellan's last report in, which had better be good news because the last thing they needed right now was a mass outbreak from their impregnable jail before the fight with Whitebeard. Garp's other grandson was in there too, hopefully finally captured and not running around destroying yet another important Navy base. Sengoku's gaze briefly flicked to Garp and a flicker of guilt poisoned his relief. After today that grandkid would be the last bit of family his old friend had left. Sengoku silently promised that he'd discreetly fish the kid out of Impel Down and give him directly to his grandfather. Maybe that would be enough to stop him from going revolutionary over Porgus's execution. No doubt Dragon would be very happy to recruit his devastated father away from them. If the Navy had been the ones to kill Rocinante, right in front of him, no less, Sengoku could admit to himself that he would have been hard-pressed to resist the offer if Dragon made it. They were still human, in the end. Justice was a cold end. Remote thing when your only child burned upon its pyre. Wool gathering. The next time he hears from Impel Down he'll send a message that Straw Hat was to be kept alive and in relatively good health for later transport. he had the authority to remove someone from the prison, and frankly Straw Hat would make a better warlord than the two people he'd dethroned previously. He'd probably agreed to it, with his brother's death having broken his spirit. And Sengoku could admit that the idea of someone else being subjected to Straw Hat's everything was amusingly appealing to him. Sengoku opened his mouth to tell his admirals what he expected of each of them when suddenly a blare of noise crashed through the silence. His spine stiffening, the old man snapped his head to the doorway. The sound was getting louder, carried forward towards them by someone running at a breakneck pace. The emergency den had a unique tone to their ringing, so anyone who heard them would instantly know that a response was needed immediately. "Fleet Admiral!" a harried voice cried, hammering on the door. Tsuru was already on her feet and heading to the door before Sengoku could say anything. An exhausted, terrified ensign stumbled through the entryway, his face completely bloodless as he held out the tray the snail was sitting on. "Compose yourself, man," Sengoku said, standing up. He kept his voice level because they needed calm. An emergency call right now? Had Whitebeard decided on a different approach than a straightforward attack to get his son back? It had occurred to Sengoku that there were potential hostages dotted all over the seas if the old pirate was inclined to stoop to that. Kings, queens, and even celestial dragons were out and about. With all their forces currently at Marineford, their enemy could have decided to get leverage of their own. He decisively dismissed it as out of character for Whitebeard. The man was too proud, and too dedicated to his personal morals, to take hostages. Was he about to be proven wrong? They couldn't turn Ace back over. Not unless a celestial dragon was involved, and Sengoku was almost ready to believe that the Elder Stars would rather let even them die than allow Roger's son to continue to blight the oceans. "Sir," the ensign didn't look reassured in the slightest. He staggered up to Sengoku and all but moved the tray into his hands, eyes blank with fear. "It's from Egghead Island." The temperature in the room plummeted at least 10 degrees. Sengoku reached out with one shaking hand and grabbed the receiver, his mind spinning. Egghead? What the hell was happening at Egghead in a time like this? Had something gone wrong with the pacifistas? Was there a glitch in the system? They needed those machines operable. "What's going on?" he barked. "Oh, thank F-, you people actually exist." A female voice screamed back at him, not giving one whit about decorum. Sengoku stared blankly straight ahead for a few seconds before managing to place it. This was Lilith, one of Vegapunk's satellites. "I've been calling every base for miles and heard jack shit." Something exploded in the background, immediately followed by the screaming of metal being twisted into slag. Thunder cracked like 1,000 cannons, drowning out Lilith's next statement partially. When Sengoku could hear again, she was shouting, "Could spare a single vice admiral to us when we're being attacked by the FING beast pirates." Sengoku froze as still as a statue. Dimly he was aware of Akainu vaulting out of his chair and screeching, "What?" Tsuru gasping, and Kizaru saying something that he couldn't hear over the dim buzzing in his ears. "That's impossible," he said dully. "Impossible? F you, do I sound like I'm ordering a pizza?" Lilith shrieked in response, rage and fear in her voice. "We gave you all the pacifista, all of them. We're F-ed if you don't send us some goddamn support. What are the beast pirates doing at Egghead Island?" Sengoku bellowed back, as if rejecting the situation would somehow make it not real. "That's what I want to know, sheet." There's another crashing sound, this one much closer to the mic. There's a rattling sound followed by displaced water, and Lilith uttering a flood of panicked curses as she scrambled to control her robot. Garp was on his feet now and staring at the snail in naked disbelief. Sengoku turned fully towards the wall so none of his comrades' reactions could distract him. "What forces have been brought to the island?" he demanded. "How many?" This could still be salvaged. If it was just a raid, he could send Kizaru and a few of the pacifistas back in a rush to drive them off. Why would Kaido attack Egghead Island now, of all times? The beast had been content to stay within Wano's borders unless someone had aggravated him by infringing on his territory. He'd still been building up his forces through Joker. There'd been no sign that he'd been eyeing the island of the future, not a whisper from any of their spies. "All of them!" Lilty shouted. The tray slipped from his hands and crashed to the ground. Had the beleaguered ensign not caught the snail as it fell, likely it would have been choked unconscious. "Kaido is here, King is here, I can see Jack and Page 1 and Ulti and all the rest of the Flying Six." Lilith continued without a care of his utter shock. F-, the only one of the commanders I can't see is Queen, and that's a cold FING comfort right about now. The ocean swarming with his goons, they're attacking from every direction and Kaido's chewing through every defense we throw at him. He brought everything short of his whole FING gang. We need backup. What the F is so important that everyone's at Marineford right now? Sengoku's mouth opened and shut without so much as a whisper passing through his lips. His vision briefly became blurry as his brain struggled to process this information. He doesn't have nearly enough brainpower to be annoyed at the realization that Lilith and the satellites had been so buried in work that they didn't even know Ace had been captured. Kaido had mobilized his entire army. While all of their powerful forces, all of the warlords, here waiting for Whitebeard to come and fight them for their prisoner, another Emperor of the Sea was attacking their most valuable asset. What does he want? Sengoku said when he could control his vocal cords again. Searching for any sort of information that didn't feel like death itself. What demands did he make of you? King made the demands, Lilith responded through gritted teeth. Another crash of thunder and lightning rang through the connection. Sheet, I don't have time to chat, Fleet Admiral, are you planning on doing anything about this or not? There's another loud grinding noise and Lilith shrieked something incoherent. Doctor, I have 3 hours before Whitebeard comes bearing down on Marineford. I can't turn the entire army around to march to Egghead. What does he want? Why would King be delivering demands instead of Kaido himself? Sengoku's stomach turned over and over, his stubbornness held the nausea back, but it was a close-run thing. Could they negotiate this out? Sacrifice some of the weapons and creations of Egghead in exchange for Vegapunk and his satellites escaping with what was more critical? But if almost all of the beast pirates were there, they had more than enough forces to surround the island and block of all exits. Kaido was not known for negotiating, he only suffered to do so with his fellow emperors, and he never did it happily. No doubt he would laugh at attempts to barter from someone he was in the process of attacking. No escape through the lines. Then they'd have to bypass them. Kaido's army could fill the sky and the sea with opponents, but not deep underwater. The scientists could escape via submarines. Yes, that route was still available to them. Kaido wasn't known to have many fishmen on his crew, and Vegapunk's machines could go to depths that even the waterborne people would struggle with. It would be a painful blow to the world government to have to give up Egghead to Kaido, but the loss of face would be less deadly than Vegapunk falling into that man's hands. They had to salvage what little they can and destroy everything they couldn't. Unless he was misremembering, the doctor had been ordered to include some self-destruct measures in his laboratories just in case of invasion. He hadn't been happy about it, but he probably saw the wisdom of it now. The world would have to be convinced that they wouldn't up and abandon islands to pirates when fighting single battle elsewhere. Their best spin doctors would have to work through the night on this one, but Sengoku could already see a few different versions of the story for them to work with in his head. Sengoku scked in a sharp breath and was about to urge to the doctor to fall back completely when. That's not funny. Oh, F-. Lilith's statement broke off into a scream. Sengoku stood rooted to the spot as a burst of static, screaming metal and breaking glass echoed from the other side of the connection. There's a rumble like thunder, but it was too personable for that, too deep and too blackly amused to be a natural phenomenon. Quiet, a deadly voice rumbled, followed by a hard thud. Lilith fell completely silent. There were no sounds of blood splatter, but that didn't mean she was alive. Kaido could smash a skull with an errant backhand, leaving no great gushing wound behind. Sengoku stilled, his tongue feeling heavier than lead. There's a groaning sound, metal being warped out of shape to make room for something big. Someone big. A thud indicated feet hit the ground, and the wide-eyed terror of the snail told him who had picked up the microphone. Sengoku, Kaido the beast chuckled, his voice rich with amusement. How perfect. I was quite put out that I wouldn't get to see your reaction to the result of your folly, yet here you are. Kaido, Sengoku said tightly. You dare attack Dr. Vegapunk. I dare because I can, Kaido scoffed, unimpressed. Do you think your posturing intimidates me, old man? The shrieking of your celestial dragon masters means nothing. Vegapunk will be mine before the end of this day. If you seek to remove him from our care, you are looking at war, Sengoku threatened. No mere skirmish, but protracted dash. Kaido interrupted him. By yawning. A loud, bored noise. Is this before or after you get crushed underneath Newgate's heel? The pirate asked. I know perfectly well that all of your men of any consequence are holed up in Marineford, playing a pretty piece of pageantry in the name of convincing the world that your pathetic gaggle of weaklings actually control the seas. Why do you think I waited until this exact moment to attack? Sengoku stilled again, his blood freezing in his veins. Kaido had coordinated with Whitebeard? Impossible. Impossible. The two were not on such good terms. Kaido had killed Whitebeard's comrade Odin. The old pirate wouldn't accept his help even if he offered it. You've been sold out, Kaido continued with vindictive amusement. A little bird called me about a filthy secret the government had been keeping. One that concerns my irreplaceable first mate. She told me every detail, and how best to make use of the fact that you'd been arrogant enough to pour all of your troops into a single battle. Who? Sengoku hissed, willing himself not to shiver. There's an almost audible sound of Kaido shrugging. Some doctor. Her name doesn't matter. What does matter is that you've resurrected King's people to use as slaves. Something that Sengoku had drilled into himself when he took his first command was to never lose composure in front of his men. He'd kept that DSPLN as he rose the ranks, all the way to Fleet Admiral. No matter how grim the scenario or how ruinous the revelation, he kept his cool to reassure his men and keep them calm. Yet it took all his strength to keep his knees from buckling when Kaido spoke those words with sibilant contempt. The Seraphim project had been leaked. How? How? He scrambled through his mind, going over every doctor he knew who'd had high enough clearance to know about that project, looking for any sign of disgust or discontent that would have led to this. Their faces blurred together in his mind. Nothing jumped out at him, nothing. King. It had been suspected that he was the last Lunarian, the body that had been unaccounted for when Kaido sacked Punk Hazard all those years ago, but there had been no definite proof and they had just let the matter lie. It's hard to explain just how offended I am at this discovery, Kaido said with a tinge of disgust. That's rich, coming from you, Tsuru said, her voice tight as barbed wire. Rich? When I kill my enemies, I leave them to rest in their graves with no further desecration. Kaido responded. Yet you were not even satisfied to have slaughtered everyone my king ever knew, you moved to resurrect them as slaves who are physically compelled to obey your every command, to think and want nothing but to serve you. Until they are broken and discarded. Your sanctimoniousness grates on me, old hag. A blast of dragon's breath flooded through the snail's mouth on their end. It assaulted Sengoku's nose, making it as if Kaido was standing directly in front of him. Did you think I would forgive such a slight against my friend? Those children are Lunarian, they belong with him. I am setting that right. You have a right to nothing, that isn't property you're attempting to steal from us. Sengoku barked out. Not feebly, certainly not feebly. So you admit those children were created to die for you, Kaido scoffed. I'm impressed that your self-righteousness can survive even this accusation. Perhaps you've been taking self-delusion classes from Shiki. He laughed loudly, boisterously. He was reveling in their realization, in the bulwark he'd pinned them in and how he knew how few options he'd left them with. Do the 7 warlords even know that you've violated them to create these little clones? Superior versions of themselves? A thought occurred to the demon, and he laughed even harder. I wonder what Mihawk will think of it. Perhaps the Marine Hunter will rise again from his outrage. I would adore to see such a sight. There was a fighter worthy of respect. Garp snapped his head towards the door, eyes wide, like he half expected one or all of the warlords to come storming in at that as if summoned. You think you'll get away with this? Akainu fumed. By all means, come and fight me if you dare. Kaido responded immediately, baring his teeth. Of course, that will leave Newgate free to retrieve his son and proceed to Mijori's, if he so desires to remove that eyesore. Akainu opened his mouth to rage again, but Akiji silenced him with a pointed elbow to the ribs. Yes, there will be a war, Kaido said mockingly. But it will be on my terms, like how you tried to set terms with Newgate. Perhaps I shall wait until the Seraphim are old enough to assist in avenging themselves upon you, perhaps I won't. Until then. Why don't you worry about it? With that, there was a resounding thud of the other line disconnecting. Kaido! Sengoku barked into the receiver, but it was too late. Only dead silence greeted him. A silence that grew only heavier and more suffocating as they stood there, grasping at what they had just learned. It was like a pall of death had come over them, over a room that had been so confident only minutes before. The ensign looked like he wasn't sure if he wanted to weep or faint, looking between all of them for some sort of reassurance and finding nothing. Sengoku slowly walked to the table and sank into one of the chairs. Suddenly he felt weak, lightheaded, like his age had caught up to him all at once. Never in his life had things gone so disastrously wrong, the balance tipped so decisively in a single moment except for when Roger triggered the Great Pirate Era. Who could have leaked the Seraphim project? It would have to have been someone who had worked on the captured Lunarians in Punk Hazard, and Sengoku thought those people were all either loyal or under control. How did they not see this attack coming? What did it matter who did it? They'd picked the absolutely perfect time to inform Kaido and by extension King, who had a personal vested interest in taking the just-out-of-infancy clones beyond their reach. It had to have been intentional, that they'd waited for the exact moment when the Navy would be paralyzed by the manpower needed to fight and defeat Whitebeard. It was calculated perfectly. It felt like vengeance in that moment. Vengeance for being forced to participate in mass death. Navy men and women had gone AWOL after almost every buster call that was ever initiated. They couldn't bear with what they saw, their ideals if justice ground to less than nothing. Doctors were, it seemed, no less vulnerable to such destruction. But why go to Kaido instead of the revolution? Sengoku would give anything to be dealing with Dragon instead right now. Dragon would be less inclined to unleash widespread destruction and devastation. Dragon wasn't immune to backing down from options that would result in mass death. All of their men were here. Maybe a buster call would be able to get to Egghead Island in time to do something, even with Kaido present. But that diverted precious forces from Marineford when less than 3 hours before Whitebeard would storm the front door to retrieve his son. He could feel his men staring at him, and at each other. The creeping frost of horror curled around them as the reality of their new situation sank in. Instead of one emperor, they were now fighting two, and they had left their flank wide open. Sengoku, Tsuru said after a long moment of suffocating quiet. What do we do? Sengoku stared straight ahead. How many of our forces can we afford to send away from Marineford? He asked quietly. To fight Kaido? Garp responded roughly. Not nearly enough. Hell, even if we dropped everything and ran from here to Egghead with our whole forces, I wouldn't bet on us. Anyone of consequence we send away from here is someone who can't counter the division commanders or Whitebeard himself. Akiji shivered. We can't let him take Vegapunk, he pointed out quietly. Can we make use of any of the CP units? Send them to smuggle him and his satellites out at the last second. Only 9 or 0 would survive combat with the beast pirates, Tsuru observed. And to use the latter, we'd need permission from the world nobles. Her tone made it clear how unlikely she thought that was. And it's no guarantee they'll be able to escape with him. We'll still be giving up all the weapons and other things that Vegapunk has constructed to the beast pirates. Those words were like hailstones crashing against the windows. Sengoku knew some of the things that were under construction there, and the idea of Kaido being able to make use of any of them made his blood run cold. There is one possibility, Garp grunted. What? Sengoku said dully. He was throwing every possibility at the wall inside his mind and was coming up with nothing. We don't fight Whitebeard. Garp said simply. We give Ace back to him, take the embarrassment on the chin, and rush to Egghead. That's unacceptable. Akainu roared, rounding on the other man. The Navy will never kowtow to an enemy so completely. Do you want to fight 2 emperors or 1, brat? Garp retorted, unimpressed. Because I can promise you that if we try to have it both ways, the Navy won't survive today. Tsuru bit hard into her bottom lip. Will Whitebeard be interested to a ceasefire? She asked. He knows that Ace has been kept in, impelled down and subjected to torture within. A father would not be quick to forgive and forget such treatment of a treasured child. Garp could only shrug helplessly at that. If you've got a better idea, I'm open to it. King dropped down from the sky and drove his sword through the pacifista that was blocking his way into the nursery building. Atlas was somewhere behind him, struggling against Page 1 and Ulti, who had dogpiled her as soon as they caught up with him. There were some clones of Kuma here, but they were few and far apart. They truly had gutted this place to fight Whitebeard. Dr. Suridge had been right on all counts. He still couldn't decide how he felt about that, so he shoved it to the back of his mind to be dealt with later. The whole of the world government's attention is on fighting Whitebeard and trying to kill both him and the boy Portgas. Her voice explained, when they'd reconnected the call upon setting out. They've brought all the pacifista, their prototype, to the Seraphim, in some respects, to Marineford, along with all their giants, and spent most if not all of their sea stone stock on creating an entrapment wall. If they decide to abandon the war with Whitebeard in an attempt to safeguard Egghead, you'll have plenty of time to prepare before they arrive. Vegapunk might have developed other defenses for the island specifically that I couldn't access with my clearance, but I imagine you'll be able to brute force your way past them. Those defenses had taken the form of massive robots, some of which were deep-sea attackers. Those had been annoying to deal with. They'd had to wait until they jumped out of the water to devour a ship in order to deal with them. Kaido was dealing with them at the moment. King had trusted him to handle it and rushed into the island proper. There weren't Marines here, only quailing, terrified scientists that fled in all directions as he tore through the winding streets in search of the Seraphim. Some others, such as the siblings, had broken through and were also searching, though most of them had stopped in favor of grabbing any shiny machine that looked interesting. King had been prepared to fight Atlas alone when the doctor refused to give up the Seraphim's location, but now Page 1 and Ulti were handling her. Perhaps there was another satellite in the vicinity that he could get the truth out of. Perhaps Vegapunk's goodness or his greed. The Lunarian's lip curls back in distaste at the thought, but it was better than running around blindly. Wrenching Kusanagi free of the sparking metal, King looked up and down the roads. Experience was prompting him to check every one of the labs on the island, but perhaps the children were being kept elsewhere? They weren't quite old enough to fight the way they were intended to, assuming the doctor's information on that was accurate. As if 7 was an acceptable age for that. Now where was he most likely to find Vegapunk, any of them? King exhaled sharply and commanded himself to get a grip. His emotions were slipping, his observation haki had been going in and out ever since the battle started, something that hadn't happened to him in decades. Now that he was here, what had been a mild frantic excitement had intensified to a living thing pulsing under his skin. Children. Clones of the 7 warlords, yes, but children. Lunarian children. They weren't his family, those graves could not be opened again, no matter what science Vegapunk applied, but their mere existence was so precious that every second he spent looking for them increased an anxiety that they would be taken away. Emotion swelled in his chest with an intensity he hadn't felt since leaving Punk Hazard. Franticness, worry, and hope. Hope of all damnable emotions. He wouldn't be alone anymore. There's a flash of gold in the corner of his vision. King snapped his head to the left and spotted another female figure dressed in an orange jacket, a purple jacket with the letters 06 on it, and high-knee boots with a familiar face, Vegapunk. Another piece of him, at least. Right there. She paled and fear filled King's observation haki. King pivoted as soon as she took off and hurtled after her. He refused to waste another second. Was this what the scholars of O'Hara experienced, knowing that a buster call was coming? The thought swirled around Sengoku's gaze like a blizzard gale as he speedwalked down the halls to his office. In his mind the clicking of a grandfather clock passed through every second, the seconds moving by him quicker and quicker as they hurtled blindly towards disaster. Perhaps it was natural how his thoughts turned to those rebellious history teachers, since Eni's lobby had been their last titanic disaster. Another moment where their annihilation of a people had come back to haunt them, with Nico Robin escaping along with the devoted pirate crew who had taken her in despite everything they'd done to isolate and demonize her to the world. Except Monkey D. Luffy, for all the headaches that he had given Sengoku in the past few months, was not a butcher or a would-be conqueror or even his father's sleeper agent in the pirate community the way Drake was theirs. The damage he did was significant. But the ocean of blood Kaido would unleash dwarfed the boy's antics completely. The door swung open under his hand and slammed shut behind him. He'd ordered his fellow higher-ups to keep the new revelation quiet for just long enough for them to organize some kind of response to the crisis, even just a framework of one. Otherwise their men would, justifiably, a snarky voice in his head tacked on, panic and lose DSPLN in the face of the situation. That would only make them more vulnerable. His pulse pounding, the ticking clock in his ears a steady and harsh beat rattling against his skull, Sengoku snapped the drawer open and withdrew a certain emergency contact snail from within. It was the only way he had of reaching the 5 Elder Stars, and if he was going to die today he wasn't going before he let them know what hell they've unleashed on the world. He dialed the short number and unhooked the receiver, waiting. His forehead felt hot. He pressed one hand against it and felt a sheen of sticky sweat covering his skin. Dully he stared at his palm, accepting that he couldn't truly deny how dire their circumstances are. Either we possibly defeat Whitebeard and all but hand Kaido the keys to the world, or we smash ourselves against the tide of the beast pirates and give up any chance of destroying the nexus of the great pirate era in Roger and what his son represents. Sengoku's mind was already updating potential casualty lists and equipment damages. The numbers spiked from a solemn sacrifice in the name of justice to entire swaths of the Marines' ranks, and those numbers were only a guess. His desperate hopes might be fudging them. The phone rang 6 times before there's a distinct click. You told us that the situation in Impel Down was under control, St. Marcus droned before Sengoku could get a word out. It is hours before the most important execution in 20 years, there must be no distractions. The implicit criticism made Sengoku grind his teeth. We have a problem, he said, cutting straight to the point. He had to speak quickly or risk being interrupted. Kaido is assaulting Egghead Island. His targets are both Vegapunk himself and the future Seraphim units. There was a long moment of silence. Sengoku's jaw tightened when the ambient temperature in the room dropped about 5 degrees. He put steel in his spine and didn't bow his head in response to the small, distinct pressure. He didn't get any pleasure out of the thought that the all-powerful old men needed a second to process the revelation just as he had. How did this happen? St. J. Garcia demanded, his voice almost apoplectic with freezing rage. How? The Navy reported no threat from Kaido before now. A hand crashed down on hard at the table in their room. It was he, after all, who had ordered most of the recent projects that Vegapunk was working on. And the elders were not accustomed to being robbed. Kaido intercepted Lilith's distress call 10 minutes ago, and in the midst of his gloating he stated that a female doctor passed on the information about the Seraphim to himself and King. Sengoku relayed. Called her, some woman. She must have been working on the Lunarian studies to have access to the information. In between his bouts of panic, he wondered who the woman was, when she had broken. Why they hadn't noticed her hatred of them had grown so strong that she'd hand the world to Kaido just to see the Navy and the government be destroyed. How could someone hide loathing which burrowed that deep without a trace and still be human? Find her, Saturn snarled. Take out the list of the doctors involved, investigate all of them and leave no stone unturned until you've tracked this woman down. Bring her before us. Fury and disbelief coursed through his voice in equal measure. Sir, is this really a priority? Sengoku asked, resisting the urge to snarl in disbelief. Kaido is at Egghead now, and Whitebeard isn't far away. Vegapunk is calling for reinforcements, but all of our men capable of driving off the Beast Pirates commanders are here on standby. He clenched his fists. The situation is dire and requires immediate remediation. Another moment of stony silence. In their room at the peak of the world, the Saints process this information and see all the same problems as Sengoku. Their thoughts are impossible for him to parse, always have been, but he prays that he'll hear the words that he needs to get them out of this alive. You are not to allow Vegapunk to be taken by Kaido, Saint Jgracia said with a voice like thunder. Saturn, Whitebeard will not leave simply because Kaido is on the move, Saint Nustero told him flatly. We cannot ignore the old pirate, sick though he might be. Nevertheless, Kaido must be stopped somehow. Our forces are poorly positioned. Kaido being the monster that he is, I'm concerned about the situation. Concerned. That was one way of putting it. The fleet admiral was tempted to break down in slightly maddened laughter at the understatement. The only thing stopping him was that he could tell that the Elder Stars were taking this seriously. Not that they had a choice. Send a buster call to Egghead immediately, Saturn demanded. With which men? Sengoku responded, putting his hands on the desk. Who can I afford to send away from here and not have on hand to counter Whitebeard and his men? What ships and cannons? He couldn't see it. How best to build up to Garp's proposal? It was the only way Sengoku saw forward that didn't destroy them. Send Garp at the head. Nusjuro ordered. The man is bound to be more useful, further away from his supposed grandson. It was with some disdain that he said this. Initially they had ordered Garp to attend the execution rather than be stationed elsewhere specifically to punish him for daring to raise Roger's son behind the world's back. Now that punishment had to be remitted if they wanted to preserve the world as it was. Sengoku SCKED in a breath and let it out. Then who will match Whitebeard's strength? I can't do it alone. He said. Admitting it out loud. He wouldn't have done it in just about any other situation, and he almost wanted to laugh at himself. Denying reality again, what good had it done him? It wasn't letting him ignore it now. He could hear someone seething on the other end. Then what do you suggest, Fleet Admiral? Saint Shepard asked, the words sounding like a threat. Sengoku exhaled. We can either attempt to fight two emperors and be reduced to a shell of our power at best. Or we can only fight one. He said. Whitebeard is a father, he comes here because we have his son. If we return Portgas to him, he might be satisfied, and allow us to go and prevent Kaido from succeeding. Hardly halfway through his explanation, Sengoku felt the pressure of Haki upon him, the rage and displeasure at the idea. Unacceptable. Roger's son must die. One of the men demanded furiously. Their desires immutable, as usually. Incredulous rage flooded Sengoku and gave him new strength. Sir, with all due respect, do you understand the situation we're in? He bellowed into the receiver, pushing through their attempt at chastisement. We needed all of our forces to fight Whitebeard. Kaido is not handicapped by partial deafness and a heart murmur, he does not share his former crewmate's scruples, and no fragment of our force could defeat him and his crew. This is your professional overview? Saint Jgracia sneered. That isn't an opinion, that's a fact. Sengoku spat back. A fact that will not bend to our desires. We have no leverage against Kaido and no prepared battlefield, and even having all of those things against Whitebeard does not guarantee us victory. If we try to fight them both in fractured parts, the Navy will be crushed and enforcement of justice will be impossible. Quiet again. Sengoku almost whimsically thought that if they outright killed him for his backtalk, then at least he wouldn't have to guide the ship through this utter nightmare. The era that Roger created will pale in comparison to the one that Kaido will unleash upon the world in his stead, he ground out. If you wish to hand it to him on bended knee, then by all means, ignore the reality that we face and replace it with a fantasy. He felt the spike of rage that filled that room, but it was mingled with a deeply uncomfortable disquiet that swirled on the other end of the microphone. The grandfather clock in his mind kept ticking away, its loud and regular tones bleeding into reality as he stood there panting. Another silence dragged on, leaving him only with the sense that the highest authority were conferring with each other. You overstep yourself, Sengoku. Saint Marcus said finally, but there was a sour grimness in his voice. Yet the point stands. Two emperors have never attacked us in coordination like this. The plan for Gol and Edward's destruction cannot go ahead precisely as planned. Sengoku's stomach plummeted at that. Simply handing the boy back to Whitebeard after we plastered news of his impending execution all over the world will smack of utter weakness. That we backed down the instant we were threatened with retaliation. That was true, Sengoku couldn't deny it. In his current best-case scenarios, he and the Navy would spend at least the next 2 years working overtime to compensate for such a hit on their reputation. So this is what you will do instead, Marcus continued. You will return Portgas d'Ace to Impel Down. Send several individuals to escort him back to the prison and be sure that the breakout has been contained. Then you and your men are to mislead Whitebeard and his crew that the execution was moved, at the last second, to another defensible location in hopes of avoiding his interference. It will keep the crew chasing ghosts for a moment. Once that is secure, you are to take every powerful fighter who can travel quickly and make haste to Egghead. Sengoku SCKED in a few deep breaths, turning the plan over in his head. It wasn't nearly as clean as he hoped, it was very much delaying the battle with Whitebeard, not putting a stop to it, but the Elder Stars were speaking with a familiar degree of finality, so he knew that this was the best that he was going to get. Understood, he said briskly. I will hold a quick war council and prepare the distraction. Good, St. J. Garcia said, sounding a hair more calm. Send Kizaru and Akainu with a buster call on ahead of you. If Kaido is already putting Egghead to siege, someone must be sent there immediately. Understood. Much better than Akainu was immediately sent away, otherwise he'd be quite mutinous about Porgas's stay of execution and ultimate release. For the first time since he'd gotten the news, he felt like he could breathe again. A sensation that wouldn't have lasted if he'd known who had helped Luffy get into Impel Down. Boa Hancock frowned at the gibbering Marine, arms folded over her chest. Well, isn't that interesting? She mused, her mind a-whirl. It's all true, I swear it, the man babbled, looking as though he was about to pass out. Having heard him bolting down the hall screaming about Kaido being on the move, Boa had immediately been concerned about a potential additional threat to her beloved Luffy's mission. Another Marine had come in a minute later and told them that it was a false alarm and the man in question had been disciplined. Pa! As if Boa couldn't tell when deceptive, sleazy men were feeding her tales. She'd nodded and scoffed, and as soon as the warlords had been left alone she'd gone looking for the panicking fool. To her surprise, Mihawk had followed after her. Well, he was the most tolerable of these men to be in proximity with due to his quiet nature. Finding and cornering the man, it had taken only a slight application of her haki to make him spill his guts. Her disdain for such weakness was secondary to the concerning twist to the war about to occur. This was not what I agreed to when they summoned me, Mihawk said in annoyance. Two emperors at once. Boa hummed, biting her bottom lip and frowning deeply. Indeed. Unfortunately, this new variable made things more dangerous to her darling Luffy. What would this do to the plan to execute his brother, Ace? They had cast the die. Whitebeard would not forgive the attempt to kill his son. After going this far so they could kill him, what would they do now that they were rats trapped in a corner? Would the Navy order him executed immediately out of spite? Boa's expression darkened, the thought swirling around her mind. Her back itched slightly at the memory of how far men could go to salvage their pride and how poorly they tolerated losing. Would they, though? She debated silently. Ace is as much a hostage to limit Whitebeard's movements as a man on death row. Without him here, Whitebeard can stand back and unleash the full force of his quake fruit upon Marineford in revenge. However, they might just evacuate in that case and take us all to fight Kaido, she thought. This is their only chance to avenge themselves on Roger, dead man though he may be. Boa didn't have the most balanced view of what men were like and what they prioritized. Being held as a SLV by celestial dragons tended to do that to a person. The reasonable observations about why the Navy wouldn't or couldn't execute Ace seemed to her like things that would be discarded in the name of hurting their enemies. Which left her, who had only come here to help Luffy in his mission, in a conundrum. Luffy will be rushing right into the middle of this, she fretted silently. I couldn't bear to see his grief if he found his brother dead. And the Navy would be chomping at the bit to grab him as a warped consolation prize. Her keeping the warlord position was for a single reason, protecting her home from the men who had caused her such terrible suffering. It wasn't something she could discard on a whim. However, marvelous. I wonder if the Navy will even survive this, Mihawk remarked, unwittingly causing a lightbulb to ignite in her mind. Boa scoffed. They've shown their true colors, fools and pathetic graspers. She turned on her heel and marched off. Honestly, I'm impressed you aren't sick of having to clean up after them. Mihawk shrugged, a glower briefly crossing his face. If only you knew, he muttered to himself, not thinking much of Boa stalking away. The Empress of Amazon Lily swerved into the stairs and descended to the lower floors of Marineford. She didn't know the layout of the fortress particularly well, so she had to beguile some of the useless men in giving her directions. As soon as she was pointed the right way, she turned the drooling creatures into stone and picked up the pace. If the Navy crippled itself thanks to its poor judgment, then they wouldn't be able to keep up their side of the bargain with her, keeping her people from being attacked and harassed, and she would have to seek out other options. An option that she had a chance to endear herself to right now. It was Luffy's adoration and approval she sought, but the protection of the strongest man in the world was useful in its own right. Why not secure both? Hey, what are you doing down he dash? Boa turned the nosy guard to stone and continued down her way, Salome hissing at them as they passed by. With a few quick turns, she began to track Ace's semi-familiar hockey signature to a prison cell at the end of the room. For you, Luffy. She thought. For the man I love I'll take this risk. Ace looked better than he had in Impel Down, but that wasn't saying much. He'd clearly just been superficially cleaned up and treated for the torture he'd been subjected to. She could see scarring on his arms and chest as she drew up to the door of the cell. The young man blinked and looked at her with a degree of uncertainty as she approached. Still wondering why she'd helped him earlier, no doubt. Well, explanations could wait. Boa strode up, drew one foot back, and smashed the lock with a single proper kick. Ace jolted and tried to stand up, the chain somewhat impeding him. What the dash? He started, eyes wide as she approached him. Get up, brother-in-law, we're going to need to move quickly. Boa said, walking up to him and grabbing the HNDCFFS holding him in place. Retrieving the key she'd squirreled away, she shoved it into the lock and twisted. Brother-in-law? Ace squawked. The cuffs fell to the ground and he looked at his wrists, then at her, in shock. Boa held up one finger. Kaido is attacking Egghead Island, she said briskly. They are going to destroy themselves attempting to fight both him and Whitebeard at the same time, meaning that their protection for my home island will vanish like morning dew. They will kill you out of spite before admitting defeat to old enemies, and for the love I bear your brother I will not permit that. Kaido? You and Luffy are together? Ace sputtered. A whole tempest of emotions passed through his eyes. Including pain? Heartbreak? Boa had never seen a man with such an expression, so she wasn't sure what to make of it. Save the questions for when we've gotten to a ship to find Luffy. Can you fight? Boa demanded. That seemed to snap him out of whatever daze had gotten hold of him. Fire burst to life around Ace's wrists and he nodded tightly. Take me to Luffy, he said, his voice tight. I won't forget this, neither will Pops. The implicit promise of a favor held to those words, and it made Boa smirk. Good. Now come. King landed with a crash and unleashed a wave of flame, curling it precisely so it would stop York's flight dead in its tracks. The Vegapunk satellite shrieked and tried to dive into a pile of trash as the Lunarian stalked towards her, anything to get away from the monster directly on her tail. Of course, she couldn't burrow through the earth below before her cover got blasted away. Going somewhere? King hissed, grabbing the woman by the scruff and wrenching her upwards. She dangled from his hand like a stuffed animal, flailing her arms like pinwheels and shrieking her lungs out as she clawed at his fingers. Wait. York whimpered. Her whole body was shaking like a leaf. Don't kill me, please don't kill me he. Tears of fear began gushing down her cheeks as his grip tightened ever so slightly. What do you want? You want something, don't you? Where are the Seraphim? King demanded. York's eyes grew even wider. How do you know about them? She squeaked. King flared his wings, the flames behind his head crackling like a demon's growl. I'm not going to repeat myself. Where are the children you cloned from the corpses of my people? His voice burned like the coldest ice. What have you done to them? To make them into fleshy machines who serve until they die? York bawled and curled up into a ball as much as she was able with him holding her in the air. I'm sorry. Don't kill me, Saint Saturn ordered us to do it, we weren't involved in any of the killing. She babbled out desperately. King glared a hole in her head, waiting for her begging to run its course as his temper ran higher and higher. The flames burned hotter, crashing in calls of, hey, come here and take a look at this thing, or, help me carry this. Kaido's definitely gonna be interested, echoing in the background. I am waiting, Vegapunk 06, he gritted out. I can take you to them. York blurted out at that, still in a defensive ball. I've got clearance, I can keep them from being ordered to attack you or self-destruct dash. King's eyes widened. Self-destruct? He demanded. It's only theoretical. If York's voice got any higher, it wouldn't be audible. I can stop it, I can ensure they go with you, I'll take you to them. Please. Her desperate desire not to be killed was honest enough. King had heard that kind of begging before. This woman would do anything to live. Give me directions, he said. If you try to steer me into a trap, I'll cut your legs off. Noted. The scientist gasped. And my throat, please dash. It wasn't how he'd imagined confronting the scientist who'd used his people as spare parts. Somehow he'd imagined Vegapunk, or just a part of him, being unapologetic, or at least smug and defiant in the belief that the world government would come to save him from the consequences of his actions. King snorted and tucked the doctor underneath one arm, keeping her pinned in place but not obstructing her windpipe anymore. York wheezed, flailing her legs slightly as she tried to settle the resulting head rush. Okay, she gasped out. They'll be in the nursery lab. To get there from here we need to northwest. I'll P-point the building out, ah. She shrieked in fear when King launched himself up into the air and took off. The island below him was billowing smoke and dotted with knots of beast pirates. Overhead Kaido's storm raged, rain slashing down like thousands of nails flung from the sky. The halo of his flames evaporated the drops around him, keeping it from interfering with his vision. King glanced out towards the edges of the island, no sign of marine ships yet. He knew there was precious little they could do about this attack, but even that knowledge couldn't settle his anxiety. He could only think about everything he'd lost, his family, his friends, his community, everyone he'd ever loved and valued, and how terrifying it was to suddenly be presented with the ashes of a rebirth. Hope could be so cruel and he doesn't know how he'd take it if it was taken from him now. York sputtered directions guide him away from the biggest battlefields and into one of the tallest buildings. King smashed his way through the reinforced glass and carved through hard steel to force his way inside. Scientists hurrying through the hallway screamed in terror and scattered like rats, desperately trying to get out of his way. King let them, striding by without using his sword on them. It was Vegapunk he hated, and these helpless men and women weren't even attempting to stop them. He reminded himself to, once he had the Seraphim secured, reiterate his general order that the scientists not be slaughtered. And now you have to take a left. Wait, that's where the memory bubble is. Never mind, York babbled, swinging one arm and pointing down the other hallway. That way. Memory bubble? King repeated, sparing a moment to be bemused. It sounded significant somehow, but what could that be referring to? Long story, it's related to the Pacifista, which are just the first draft of the Seraphim. No Lunarians were harmed in the making of them. Not a single one, swear to Nika. He dropped a molten glare on her. If you're invoking that name, you better be serious. Very serious. Ah, hang on a sec, need to settle the kids down a little. Nope, no need to fight here, you're just 4 years old after all, who would ask you to do that? York laughed nervously as King pivoted and headed down the hallway. She hurriedly countermanded some idiot's harebrained attempt to order the Seraphim on the offensive. They weren't even close to being ready. They hadn't even given out their command codes to the Navy yet, and also she didn't want to get stabbed in the face. King ran faster. How many of them are there? Just 7. So they're all clones of the 7 warlords? He pushed. It didn't bother him that they were mimics of still living people, but he almost hoped that at least one had DNA all their own, without a ghost superimposed on top of them. Yup. That was kinda the idea, you know, remake some of the strongest people in the world? The world government wanted us to clone you too, but for some reason your files had been totally emptied out and there wasn't any DNA for us to use. York gave him a meek thumbs up. Victory for you, right? King almost missed a step at that. What? But why would they have? An answer came to him more or less a few seconds later, spawning yet another mess of conflicted emotions in his chest. Suridge. The image of her sitting at his bedside, red hair shading her face when she suddenly stopped working and slammed her head into a side table with a strangled war cry. He hadn't known what that was all about then, but had she protected him from being desecrated for this project? Why? He'd never had an answer to that before. Never had an answer that wasn't just because they could and because they wanted to. He had to see her. He had to hear her speak and see her face. After this, he promised himself. I'll find her after this. And a left. Go to the end of the hall and there'll be a door. You'll need me to unlock it, but the room with the kids is just beyond there, York blurted out. King pushed himself forward, crossing the last of the distance in breathtaking speed and roughly dropped the woman at the doors. York squawked in protest before fumbling with her identification. 1 second, please. King put one hand on her back pointedly, glancing down the hallway in both directions. The building shuddered ever so slightly from the impacts rocking the island, but he couldn't hear any combat in the building nearby. That stupid Navy, taking all of the Pacifista with them. York muttered feverishly as she worked the lock open. Now I'll never be a eep. Having enough common sense to cut herself off at the last second there, she chirped when the door slid open. And you're through. Now, ow. King shoved her inside. My earlier threat still stands, the Lunarian warned her flatly, even as he began to outpace her speed walking down the hall. Shoving a curtain aside, he came into a room and stopped dead in his tracks, arrested at the sight before him. 7 children, who had all been warily peering out of the room's windows, jumped down from the sills and spun to face him. Their bodies hunched defensively and they took stances like seasoned warriors, waiting to be attacked, and King couldn't breathe looking at them. Their little wings were all fully formed and bristling with feathers. All the right size and shape for this level of maturity, not rushed to adulthood like he'd half feared in the fog of thoughts on the approach. Silver hair framed 7 little faces to varying lengths, and their unblemished, unmarked skin was a rich bronze just like his own. King stared, the rest of the world falling away as he just looked at them. They were real and they were here, not a hallucination or wistful dream that melted away when he opened his eyes. How could this be real? It was easy to tell who was who. The boy with an angular face, high cheekbones, hair that didn't pass below his chin and willowy build was Mihawk's clone, his golden eyes sharp and unnaturally shaped, a sign of his unique birth, maybe, trained on King. The only girl had Boa's delicate features from head to toe, her long hair tumbling down her back and around her wings as she instinctively stepped away from the male stranger who'd appeared before her. Crocodile's clone lacked his iconic facial scar, but the shape of his face and chest was familiar enough that he could place him after a moment. Kuma's clone stepped in front of the other subtly, one arm held out to try and keep them safe behind him. Moria's slightly diamond-shaped head was also easily identified, and Nika, they had actually grafted Lunarian DNA onto a Fishman bio. Jinbe's clone was staring at him with a look somewhere between analytical and the faint wisps of childish curiosity. Joker's clone moved to make a lunge at him, only to trip over his own feet and crash to the ground with an undignified yelp, one he quickly covered up by scrambling to his feet and crossing his arms, staring at him in a way that was probably supposed to be intimidating. But how could he feel that way about these little miracles? You. The little girl uttered, wary yet curious. You look like us. Why do you look like us? King sked in a breath that rattled in his lungs, the corners of his eyes burning. Where had all his words gone? He'd never been so overwhelmed with emotion. I'm a person like you. The Mihawk clone frowned. That's not possible, he said quietly. Everyone like us was killed. Shaka gave me this data. There's a faint hint of loneliness to that remark, buried under a dull monotone dlvry. King shook his head. They believed they'd killed us all. He said, fighting with all his might to keep his voice steady. I survived by good fortune, and concealed myself from them for years. I came here to look for you. Well, you found us, Joker's clone said, tilting his head. Hey York, is this one of the guys who's gonna be giving us orders and directives in 2 years? There's a battle going on outside, Jinbe's clone pointed out, sounding less like he was observing that they were in danger and more like he was commenting on the wall color. It was such an inhuman reaction to danger that King's hands started to shake. He might be one of the enemies. Come here to put us out of commission. Never. King said huskily, his voice sharp with emotion. I could never hurt you. With everything that's happened, we are the only family each other have in the world. Joker stilled at that. Family? He repeated carefully, like he was tasting a forbidden fruit. Impossible, the girl whispered. Things don't have families. People do. He was going to burn Mary Giacy to ashes. A mixture of rage and anguish bubbled up in King. It was differently flavored than usual, it had a different tone, it was so protective, they were already aware of why they had been born and what the world government wanted to use them for. You're wrong, he told her fiercely. Your masters have told you otherwise because it suits their needs, but you are not things, you are not weapons, and you are my family, distant though we are. I'm here to take you away and set you free. The clones all shared a confused look at that, unsure what to make of this declaration. Hey, kiddos, York said with a degree of anxiety. I've got good news. Your programming is gonna get flushed out today. No more buzzing commands keeping you awake at night. Isn't that exciting? Mihawk's clone whipped his head towards her and stared. If you're lying to me, I'll split you in half, he said sharply, sounding very much like the former Marine hunter. Whyy, is everyone threatening to dismember me today? York wept before frantically shaking her head. No lies, I promise. Mr. King here would be very angry if I lied about that. The children pivoted towards him as one and stared at him with new eyes. King nodded sharply. No more programming, he said. Not on my watch. There's a moment's pause as the kids looked at each other. Then Joker's clone boldly trotted towards him. As soon as he got close, he tripped over seemingly nothing again. King sank to one knee and caught him with one arm, helping him regain his balance. I hate the voices in my head, the boy said very matter-of-factly. If you make them go away, I'll go with you. Ace had never run this fast in his life. God, every part of him hurt. He could feel just about every place he'd been stabbed, beaten, steamed and doused in salt water during his stay in the world government's private hellhole. He hadn't eaten anything but thin gruel in 5 days and his throat burned from lack of water. Even better, some of those wounds were still partially open or just scabbed over, his wrists were in particularly sorry shape. The jailers and the staff of the cell he'd been transferred to here had ensured he didn't get sepsis or any other type of infection, but their desire to keep him in decent shape for when they hacked his head off in front of most of the world had ended there. The adrenaline currently flooding through his veins made all of that absolutely irrelevant. To think I have a chance to protect my family from having to pay for my mistakes because of Kaido of all goddamn people, Ace thought in disbelief. He didn't exactly appreciate it. He despised the looming, vicious emperor for his treatment of his son, with whom Ace had forged a tight bond during his stay in Wano, and he knew that whatever Kaido's motives were, it wasn't to help his pops. However, he wouldn't take the fortuitous timing for granted. Even if Ace shouldn't have been born, even if he was a demon whose existence plagued the seas, he would do anything to protect the ones he loved from injury and death. That meant escaping the noose and rushing to impel down to retrieve that wonderful, reckless idiot. Turn left, Boa told him. 3 officers are up ahead. Right, Ace exhaled and focused hard to blacken his arm with hockey. His flames required just a bit more energy exertion by comparison and he needed to reserve as much of his crippled strength as possible to rescue Luffy. Luffy. The thought of the younger raven-haired boy filled his mind as he sharply rounded the bend and launched himself at the men waiting for them, a captain and a few of his men late to the mustering. Ace slammed his fist into the man's face with about the same force he'd used to battle Yamato those 2 years ago. His nose cracked and the man crumbled to the ground. Port gas! He's escaped! Sound the dash! One of the Marines started to cry, reaching for his den, when Boa unleashed her devil fruit powers on him and his fellows. 3 of the men turned to stone instantly, but the 4th one didn't, and he managed to unhook his snail before Ace grabbed his head and slammed it into the wall twice. Boa blinked and stared in puzzlement as he let the man slump down. That should have worked, she said in confusion. Ace managed a wry grin. He might not swing your way, he joked, his breath coming out in sharp gasps. This shouldn't hurt. I'm a goddamn division commander, why does this hurt so much? Torture. Torture was the reason, but it wasn't good enough for him. Boa looked even more baffled at the idea, causing Ace to briefly wonder if her beauty was really so intense that even gay men she encountered made an exception for her. Hard to imagine. Personally he could acknowledge she is objectively beautiful, but his heart was already on lock and that was probably giving him a buffer. That heart was currently suffering and impelled down, probably imprisoned in his old cell at level 6 because he'd come to save Ace because he was a plague on the people he loved and it was his fault if Luffy was being tortured right now and thinking about any of the things he experienced being inflicted on his dawn makes him want to die. Keep going forward, Boa said, her firm and confident voice snapping Ace out of his spiral. Do I need to carry you? Ace would have gawked at her in shock for the offer, however haughtily delivered, if he had enough brain space to devote to it, but he didn't, so he just shook his head. I can make it, thanks, he panted before taking off at a dead sprint again. Take the stairwell all the way to the lowest level, Boa continued as they continued their blistering sprint. More Marines were popping up in clusters the further away they got from the cell block, and every time they saw one Ace's neglected observation hockey went into complete overdrive, warning him which one had a snail to raise the alarm and how they'd trigger it if he wasn't fast enough or hit hard enough. There. Ace threw a fireball at the end of the hallway, forcing the cluster of Marines chatting there to scatter. Targeting the one on the far left, he kicked the snail out of his hand as soon as he drew it out and knocked him unconscious with a headbutt. Boa's spin kick took out the rest in sequence. Ace looked back and forth frantically before spotting the stairwell being referenced. Luffy. Was Luffy even conscious right now? How many injuries had he gotten, fighting his way down each level of the prison one at a time? Imagines flickered through Ace's mind, mocking him as they had been ever since he'd been dragged from the prison after his failed attempt to break free from Magellan's grip. Luffy broken and bleeding, locked away in the darkness all alone, suffering. Why? Why did you come for me? Ace physically flung himself down the stairs, turning into his Logia form so he could smash into the bottom floor without a problem. Most of the personnel have been moved into the corridor system that's controlling the sea stone walls, that leaves this particular passageway to the back of Marineford understaffed. Boa's voice followed him down, the Empress skated down the railings and elegantly hopped to the floor after him. There are a few ships being held in reserve for evacuating the severely wounded, we'll commandeer one of those. They'll definitely see us by then, Ace rasped, before smashing through the door and tearing down the hallway. Possibly, Boa said with a confident scoff. It won't matter, though. Just focus on getting on board and contacting your father, yes? I'll worry about the rest. Ace glanced sideways at her and felt a bubbling mixture of gratitude and rethinking what little he knew about the woman. He hadn't had many encounters with her before, most of them had been solely from a distance, and what he'd heard had painted the picture of an extremely temperamental vain sorceress straight out of one of Makino's fairy tale books. Nobody told him that she was a bold and loyal ally if she cared about you. Or someone who knew and cared about you. When did Luffy find the time to win her over? When did that happen? Won her over enough that the famous man-hating Amazon seemed to consider him her fiancé no less. Was she serious about that? Thinking of Luffy reminded him of where his precious one was right now, banishing those thoughts for later, or may never. The hallway is long and narrow, and as Boa observed, it was mostly empty as they ran the length of Marineford underneath the towering building. The Marines who stood in their way at various points were knocked aside like so many bowling pins. Luffy made it all the way down to level. He got around Magellan somehow. The man had been shocked that Luffy was moving around and not dead after their last encounter. Ace had only seen him a few months ago. When had that meat-loving kid gotten so strong? Dethroning Crocodile, sacking Eni's lobby and getting away with it. When they'd been growing up together, it had always been Ace's job to protect Luffy, doubly so after they lost Sabo. He always worried about him and his ability to get into trouble, enough so that he'd briefly wondered if going out to sea without him was a good idea. Yet now it was Luffy who'd come within an inch of rescuing him. His heart would feel so warm if he wasn't terrified for him. Ace unleashed the full force of a fire fist into the Marines clogging up the hallway. The men screamed and scattered as their clothes caught ablaze, so weakened, Boa promptly turned them to stone before they could potentially perish. One of his ribs creaked threateningly as he tripped over a fallen box and nearly collapsed to the floor. Ace seethed in pain and grabbed a pipe to regain his balance, deforming it under his grip. "Damn it," he hissed, clutching his side. Boa briefly paused and pivoted towards him. "You're still injured," she observed. "Ha," Ace blinked through the pain, pushing himself off of the wall. "What can I say? The accommodations at the government's 5-star Roach Motel are shit." He rolled his shoulder in the vain effort to relax his muscles somewhat. "Doesn't matter, I can work through it." The woman nodded coolly and they restarted their frenetic pace. By some miracle, there was no sound of the alarm being raised as they scrambled through the last of the hallways and found the last staircase that should take them to the rear port. It was when they were ascending the stairs that something occurred to Ace and he swore bitterly. "What's wrong?" Boa inquired tensely. "The gates of justice," Ace responded as he launched himself up the stairwell as a fireball. His feet hit the landing in front of the door, and the adrenaline surge came back with a vengeance. "How are we going to get through them?" Boa sked, her brow furrowing. "Your father could smash through them, I imagine," she said. "Which?" Yes, Ace was also confident that Pops could force the doors, but he has no idea how close he was to them, and he didn't dare ask for a favor after all of the problems he's just caused them because he disobeyed orders and went on his own end. Luffy is somewhere on the other side of the doors and Ace couldn't waste a single second getting him out of Impel Down. "I hope he isn't far away," Ace muttered before delivering a kick to the door hard enough to send it flying off of its hinges. Running out on the deck, the young Logia cringed as the sun stabbed at his eyes. Blinking spots out of his vision showed him that Boa was right. There was a couple of ships sitting on the docks, and a few dozen Marines milling around. All of whom are staring at him with wide eyes. He's wasted enough time, he's not spending another second of fighting these poor BSTRDS. "Get the hell out of my way," Ace seethed, before unleashing his conqueror's haki. The wave crashed over the length of the pier, driven by a furious desperate love that burned like the heart of the sun. The men and women who had been manning the floating hospital ships had been of the lower ranks or medical staff with little to no fighting experience. They all collapsed like broken dolls as his will cracked over them. Blood pounding in his ears, Ace ran down the steps and towards the nearest ship, shoving unconscious Marines away from the edges of the ship as he came onto the deck. "What do we do with them?" he wondered, looking around hurriedly for any sign of the communication station. "Humph. If they make a nuisance of themselves upon awakening, I'll turn them to stone." Boa scoffed. "Can we move this thing with just 2 of us manning it?" Ace asked, heading towards the mast of the ship. He'd sacked his fair share of marine ships since his life as a pirate started. Sometimes they kept their snails in hidden compartments. Boa flicked some loose strands of her hair over her shoulder. "Humph. I'm more than capable of navigating for us," she said unexpectedly. "I have some experience running a ship with an absolute minimum crew." There's something that flashes through her voice when saying that. Something uncomfortable and even a little vulnerable. A bad memory, clearly. You're a woman of many talents, Ace compliments her in order to draw her mind away from whatever bleak thought was connected to that statement. He hammered his fist along the mast and his heart jumped when a compartment clicked partly open. It worked. Boa brightened up a little. Of course I am, she scoffed. Ace wrenched the door open and his heart ached in relief upon seeing the conscious, if somewhat rattled, Den Mushy inside. There you are, he said, with a sigh he instantly regretted for how it made his side hurt. Fing impel down. What happened to adrenaline being a universal painkiller? Dialing the number of the Moby with shaking fingers, Ace clutched the receiver and waited. After a few rings, there's a sharp sound of a receiver being snatched up. This is the Moby. How can we help you, officers? Marco's voice sneered. Ace's breath caught in his throat. It had only been a few months since he last saw his brothers in person, but hearing his voice again was like a punch in the gut, or maybe one of the spiked maces he'd been beaten with during his stay in the prison. Marco, he uttered, his throat tight. He braced himself for his brother to erupt at him for having been so stupid, for putting them in this position and just barely avoiding forcing them into a prepared battlefield to bail him out. Ace? Marco gasped. The anger and spite left his voice so fast Ace almost got whiplash. The snail's expression went from a faux politeness threatening violence to shocked and faintly hopeful. Ace, is that you? A racket of noise echoed from the other end of the line. Ace gulped slightly as he identified some of his fellow division commanders in the cluster of noise. He's vaguely aware of Boa getting the boat moving. Already they'd turned away and were headed out across the water. Yes, I. He scrambled for a moment to remember the various code phrases for situations like this, indirectly informing everyone that he was indeed free and not being used by a captor to mislead them. I wouldn't recommend the grunts' bunkers, sardines would find them too small for comfort. Marco inhaled sharply. Holy sheet, how did you? The Phoenix sputtered for a moment before bellowing, you reckless, hot-headed dumbass. Do you have any idea how worried we've been for you? I couldn't stop wondering if they'd kill you before we got there because you're, Rhea. He briefly became incoherent and his brothers all started talking on top of each other like frantic chickens. Ace. How did you get out? What happened? Vista. Are you okay? Tell me what kind of injuries they gave you. I know they mistreated you. Doc Nightingale. You got out on your own? Man, and we came all the way out here with everyone on board. Now I just feel silly. Haruta. Others were talking too, but Ace couldn't make out what exactly they were saying. Marco, hand me the snail. Pop's voice cut through the chatter in the room, causing Ace's stomach to do an awful backflip. Ace. His tone was so warm and gently concerned. I'm very glad to hear your voice. Give me an update on your situation. Where are you? He wasn't. Why wasn't Pops tearing him a new one? I was transferred from Impel down to a cell inside Marineford proper this morning, Ace said hurriedly, brow tightening as he tried to estimate how long ago that was. 4 or 5 hours ago. But about 10 or 15 minutes ago, Hancock came to my cell door, smashed it open and unlocked my cuffs. She's helped me bust out. Hancock, Pops repeated, not bothering to hide his surprise. Did she give a reason for that? Yeah. Her situation's changed, Ace liked his lips. Pops, Kaido's attacking Egghead Island right now with most of his forces. The Marines can't ignore that, but with our crew practically on top of them, Hancock seems pretty convinced that they're going to get snapped in half. What? Marco sputtered in the background. That's some kind of timing. We haven't heard anything about Kaido mobilizing. If anything, we thought that he might attack our territories while we were gone. Egghead Island. So he's after Vegapunk, Pops concluded. The snail frowned, clearly a little disturbed by the potential consequences of this. I wouldn't have thought this sort of subterfuge was his style, but he's certainly planned that well. His voice softened again. You've gotten outside of the building? Do they know you've escaped? The alarm hasn't raised yet, but I wouldn't bet on that lasting more than a dozen minutes. Ace glanced over his shoulder at the looming shape of Marineford. Hancock and I managed to get onto a ship. We're headed for the gates of justice. Are you injured? Ace put one hand on his side, shivering. I was cleaned up a little for show, but the wardens in Impel Down were happy to vent their poor personalities on me. He said. My ribs are making concerning noises, but I can still fight. Marco uttered a furious noise, which was followed by angry yelling from his brothers and a couple suggestions that they destroy Impel Down after finishing with Marineford. Ace's heart squeezed tightly at the noise, the edges of his eyes burning. I see, Whitebeard said. It seems I owe the young Empress a great debt. Change course, we're coming towards you. Panic formed a rock in Ace's throat. I can't leave, I can't turn around yet. Luffy's in Impel Down, he blurted out. He broke in to save me, he's trapped in there now, I have to, Pops, please. Luffy? Whitebeard repeated, faintly caught off guard a second time. That little scamp of a paradise pirate broke into that jail? Yes, Ace uttered wretchedly. I need to dash. His throat closed up. Why is he making demands when he's caused them so much trouble already? I see, Pops mused, before quickly coming to a decision. Marco, take Izo and Jozu and fly out to your brother. Once we get close enough I'll open those pesky gates for you. Go and retrieve the spunky kid before he gets too badly hurt by the poor amenities. On it, Marco responded immediately, without complaint. Hang tight for a second, Ace, we'll be right with you. Ace's knees buckled and he almost collapsed in sheer relief. He was definitely in danger of crying now. Thank you, he sobbed roughly. I'm so sorry. Don't you dare start, Marco retorted. We're your family, we'll fight for your sake no matter what. Sengoku descended to the docks where the Buster Call ships were being hastily loaded, ignoring the worried and confused reactions of their men in the plaza. He wasn't looking forward to having to inform the troops of the situation. It would take all of his considerable orating skills to keep panic from breaking out. Sentomaru's submarine had quickly emerged from deep underwater, allowing Vegapunk's personal bodyguard to disembark with the pacifista who had been on his vessel. PX-0 had followed the fleet admiral and two of his strongest assets down to the dock. Once again, Sengoku was glad for Tsuru's sharp mind. She had been the one to suggest that Kuma would be able to use his devil fruit powers to get their troops to the island of the future much faster. It would allow Akainu, Kizaru, and their Buster Call troops to be able to launch their counterattack on the beast pirates almost right away. Fleet Admiral, Sentomaru uttered when he drew close. The man's face was tight with stress and anger. His first loyalty was to Vegapunk, and Sengoku's orders had caused him to be away from his sight when Kaido had attacked. The boats are fully loaded and ready for an attack. Good. Sengoku said, looking across the 6 vessels. His insides twisted grimly. Even though the ships themselves couldn't stop Whitebeard himself, they had been an integral part of the plan to cut off the pirate fleet's escape. Every visual indicator of the vulnerabilities they were creating in their forces made the ticking clock in his head louder. I'm going as well, Sentomaru said boldly, hand clenching around his axe. I should be there already. That was very close to insubordination, so Sengoku held up a hand to prevent Akainu from lashing out. You will be, but not immediately. He said with a tone that would brook no defiance. Until we ensure the Whitebeards are thoroughly misdirected, we need you here with the pacifista in case they appear ahead of schedule. Sir Dash. Sentomaru started furiously. Is that clear, Sentomaru? Sengoku repeated blandly with a touch of conqueror's hockey for emphasis. He disliked doing this, but he didn't have time to be arguing with anyone. His nerves were stretched to the breaking point as is. Sentomaru took a step backwards. He visibly fumed when he came back to himself, before spitting out a crystal and walking up to the former warlord. Sengoku faintly noted that the man looked up at PX-0 with a flash of guilt and regret. Sakazuki. Borsellino. Sengoku said, putting that from his mind as he turned to face the two admirals. They both looked grim in different ways. Akainu was seething and barely holding back the magma leaking from his body, while Kizaru's bored smile had dropped in favor of a slight grimace. He wondered if that woman was laughing at them, wherever she was right now. Don't engage Kaido immediately, Sengoku ordered. Your priority is extracting Vegapunk and his satellites from the island no matter what. Find them, secure them, and get clear. When the rest of us catch up with you, only then will we engage that monster directly. Am I clear? Yes sir, the two said in unison. Sengoku nodded. Good. May God be with you, he said with all the confidence he could muster. The future of the world government rests on your success. Akainu nodded tightly and marched off toward his ship. Kizaru rubbed the back of his neck, lingering for a moment and staring at the horizon. Boy, I'm gonna be feeling this tomorrow, he said mildly before following after his fellow. That statement from the lazy man was about the equivalent of a holy F dash, we are so screwed, of a less disciplined individual. That was about all the traditional DSPLN Borsellino had. Sengoku resisted the urge to shout after him and rubbed the bridge of his nose, trying to ease away his stress headache. He stayed and watched as the ships were secured, and PX-0 stepped forward. Raising his hands, the cyborg ran the calculations in his head and made the first ship disappear with a pop. Sengoku folded his hands behind his back and kept a stoic expression as the rest of the ships vanished one at a time, shot off into the distance towards Egghead. Kaido could easily sink the ships if he caught sight of them. They needed to find a way to avoid him until the rest of their forces could catch up. If Akainu and Kizaru could stay ahead of the beast pirates and focus on retrieving Vegapunk, they may be able to pull this off. He was still cynical about their chances, but if there was any hope, it was in this. Garp, Sengoku acknowledged as he walked back the way he came. His old friend was waiting for him, expression serious as the grave. I'm surprised you didn't go to get port gas yourself. TCH. I believe someone insisted that I not be involved in any of that, Garp pointed out. A little gruffly. Sides, when you're on your last nerve, somebody has to stick next to you before you have a heart attack. Hilarious, Sengoku grunted, trying to ignore the way his lips slightly quirked upward. They walked most of the way back to the building before the alarm started blaring. Sengoku was faintly certain his soul briefly left his body. Instantly he took off at a run, shaving like mad to get back inside and to track down where the alarm was coming from. Garp was directly at his heels when he hurtled into the communications room, skidding to a stop and grabbing the first man he could reach by the shoulder. What's happening? He demanded. SS sir, it's. The man babbled, looking up at him with an expression of pure crystallized terror. The rest of the comms officers were no better off when Sengoku briefly stared at them, silently demanding an explanation. Not a single one of them spoke. They looked terrified. That familiar freezing feeling crawled up his spine. Speak, man. He bellowed. I do not have time for this. Sir. PP Porgas is gone. The man sputtered, paling. Sengoku had the words, they just refused to register for a solid minute. When it did, golden light poured out of his body as he gained dozens of feet of height, absolutely apoplectic. Gone? How could he be gone? He demanded. His cell is empty. Smashed open. The man sobbed out, leaning away from him. And the men who went to retrieve him reported that. The men near and around his prison have been turned to stone. Turned to stone? Stone? Sengoku whirled and barked at a different comms officer, where are the 7 warlords? Connect me to them immediately. The woman fumbled with her communicator and hurriedly dials. Garp stood frozen in place with his mouth hanging open as the snail drones twice before picking up. Is there a problem, Fleet Admiral? Mihawk asked with a significant deadpan in his voice. Sengoku bit his tongue to keep himself from unleashing a flood of obscenities in response to that. Antagonizing the world's greatest swordsman was not what was needed right now. Taking a deep breath and fighting with himself to keep from screaming, he clenched his fists and demanded, Where is Boa Hancock? There's a moment's pause, then an audible shrug. She walked off a little while ago, expressing her dislike of being forced to tolerate the company of so many men. Mihawk responded. None of us have seen her since then. Might I ask why? Why? Who knew why? Why the hell would Boa Hancock, man-hating Amazon, do a single goddamn thing for a man she barely knew? Why the hell would she do something now, as opposed to any other time she might have decided to betray their contract and flagrantly spit on the assistance they had provided her up until this point? No, it had to be now, because why wouldn't it be now? Sengoku opened his mouth to demand that Mihawk personally go and drag her and Portgas back to the building, trying to censor out the swearing that desperately wanted to escape. Only for a sharp pain to pierce his chest. It was instant, hot, and absolutely debilitating. Sengoku's vision blurred as his heart briefly stopped, then went black as he snapped back to his human size and crashed to the floor like a sack of bricks. The last thing he heard was Garp screaming for a medic. Dileia exhaled and checked her papers one last time. The speech was designed to be comprehensive, but she wondered if perhaps she should have tried to shorten it further. If I'd kept editing it, I never would have managed to get it done, she thought. This was the 13th version I wrote. Setting them down with a slight thump, she sat down in front of the desk and offered the visual den in front of her a large piece of lettuce. The animal happily started munching on it while Virgo placed a cup of jasmine tea on the table next to her. Reporters were already gathered at Sabaody. The majority of them were there, but that wasn't the only area that receiving screens had been set up. The world government had wanted Porgas's execution to reach every set of eyes and ears they could possibly reach. I wonder if my impromptu distraction will save your life too, Dileia pondered. She didn't know much about the young man, but the distinct lack of murder mentioned on any of his wanted poster led her to think that he deserved better than being killed for a PR stunt. There was far, far worse in the oceans, including herself. It might be too much to hope for, but it's a nice thought. I'm prepared, she told the man. Understood, Virgo said unemotionally, turning and striding out of the room. Dileia wondered how he could so easily portray himself as a father to his men when he was so cold in truth. How do you manage that? The door clicked shut, leaving her alone. Dileia glanced over both her shoulders, hoping that the blanket put up over the wall behind her and the direction of her desk would somewhat obfuscate where she was from viewers. Let's see if I can buy you a little more time, Albert, she murmured as the snail finished his meal and gave her a curious look. If Saturn doesn't come to kill me personally, it'll only be because he went to try and fail to ward off Kaido. Dileia exhaled, then unhooked the receiver from the snail and set it in front of her. Dialing herself into the network of Sabaody and other viewing stations, she counted to 3 and focused on the screens that glowed in the creature's eyes. "Good evening, everyone," she said. Her heart thumped against her ribs. "My name is Dr. Dileia Suridge, formerly Surgeon General of the G9 Marine Branch in the East Blue. You must be surprised to see me instead of our Fleet Admiral, presiding over the execution of Port Gas d'Ace, as you've been told was going to occur today." Her lips quirked into a dry smile. "Well, this is the only time I knew that you would all be watching, and I have things of grave consequence to bring to light. Crimes that have been committed by the world government and then covered up by the highest ranks, crimes that I must admit that I was a part of in spite of my conscience." She imagined that Albert was sitting across this desk from her. Dileia could almost see him with her waking eyes. He appeared as a teenager, of course, her mind not able to fill in the changes that maturity would have blessed him with. She talked as if she was talking only to him. It gave her confidence and chased away the remains of her fears. "How many of you know the answer to this question? Does anyone live on the red line aside from the people of Majoris?" The Seraphim all moved behind King when York opened the door to the hospital room. It was a dark, metallic room with a single huge medical bed with heavy lights set above it on an arc. The walls are paneled by machinery the likes of which he hadn't seen before, and to get there King had walked through a hallway full of eerie tubes full of bubbly medical water. Cryotubes, the satellite had called them. The little girl grabbed his hand and grimaced. "I don't like checkups," she whined at him, giving him a pleading kitten-eyed look. "Do I gotta have one?" King tilted his head down and nodded sharply. "It's the only way you'll be able to leave this place on your own 2 feet, he told her. "Otherwise you'll still be a puppet." "But I hate going to sleep here," Boa's clone protested, clinging harder to him. "She's clearly trying to invoke her powers on him." King had been stunned when York told him that the genetics had given the Seraphim variants of the original's devil fruit powers as well as their appearances, and only his stubborn single-mindedness is keeping him from being influenced at all. "I always wake up with voices in my mind bossing me around. Do this, practice that, test your powers until you're too weak to stand up anymore. I don't want it." York froze for a second and shot King a terrified, "Please don't kill me" look, which he'd very quickly become familiar with. King's flames roared to life for a minute and he counted backwards from 5 in order to keep himself composed. Then he turned and knelt down in front of the girl, gently placing a hand on top of her head. Slightly awkwardly attempting to mimic the gentle way he'd seen women in the flower capital treat their children. The girl flinched slightly in surprise, then stalled altogether and gave him a confused look in response to the caring touch. "It won't happen this time," King told her, his voice calm and steady. "I'm doing this in order to get rid of the powers that they've implanted to take control of you. Once this is over, you'll never be compelled to follow orders again." The girl wrinkled her nose. "Why are you doing this?" she asked suspiciously. "You're the first mate to Kaido the Beast. Why wouldn't you just take the codes that make us obey and give them to him instead? You're a man, aren't you?" "I don't care about what kind of power you might bring to bear one day," King told her, and he meant it. He didn't doubt that they would be incredible, but his desire was simply to keep them safe and ensure their happiness. "I came here to set you free and bring you under our protection. If you don't wish to join the Beast Pirates, that's your choice." She stared at him, and he could feel the others staring as well. Joker's clone climbed up onto the bed and was ignoring York's instructions in favor of trying to ascertain King's honesty. "And if Kaido wants us to be Beast Pirates?" she asked. "I'll talk him out of it," King responded. "What if he doesn't want to listen?" She prodded shrewdly. "He will," King insisted confidently. "He's my friend. He's always taken my advice and my reservations about situations seriously." "You promise?" Joker's clone said warily, trying to stand up to see his face. York flailed her arms at him, frustrated. "Flamingo, I need you to lie down for the procedure," she said grumpily. "Please lie down." King felt his whole body stiffen. He slowly turned his head to give York a piercing glare. "Flamingo?" he repeated dangerously. "That had better not be his name." "It's his designation?" York squeaked, eyes wide as plates. King surged to his feet and she dove behind one of the consoles, cowering. "It wasn't my idea. You didn't even give them names?" King roared, livid. The little girl jolted back and the small Mihawk instinctively grabbed for a sword that didn't exist. "It wasn't my idea. Saturn always ate that Theria product." York babbled fearfully, not even peeking out from behind the machine. "Don Thurtma please." King felt his wings flare, shadowing the satellite threateningly. "You couldn't be bothered to name them behind his back?" He seethed. "How can you stand yourself, coward? They're children." The clones all stared at him with wide eyes. "You want us to have names?" Moria's clone wondered, puzzled, and the slightest bit hopeful. Aware of their attention, King exhaled and reined in his rage until it was bubbling just below the surface again. Yes, he said. All people have names. As soon as you're safe, we can discuss possibilities if you wish. You're free to choose your own as well. Choose, Kuma's clone murmured, his wings fluttering with repressed awe at the thought. King glanced at him and smiled softly. The expression is vanishingly rare on him, and while he didn't realize it, the single gesture humanized him to the still uncertain clones. Names, Joker's clone said to himself, lying down on the bed and holding still as he pondered the thought. York peeked her head out from behind the console. King rolled his eyes and sharply pointed for her to get to work. The satellite zips to the bedside and begins the procedure, hands still shaking a little. King observed her working for a minute before his earpiece started ringing. Frowning, he tapped it and started to walk out of the room when a small figure attached herself to his leg. Blinking in surprise, he looked down to see Boa's clone looking up at him in alarm. "Where are you going?" she asked nervously. King stalled for a moment, a strange warm pressure filling his chest. Then he carefully patted her head again. "I'm not going far. My crew is calling in, I need to speak to them," he said. She didn't look reassured. "Don't leave us," she insisted. "I won't," he promised. Mihawk's clone walked over to her and tapped on her arm, causing her to release him and round on the other boy with an indignant expression. The boy waved a hand in exasperation, and King couldn't help a smile before he promptly stepped outside, shutting the door behind him. Activating the earpiece, he said, "Kaido, I've secured the children and satellite. She's been convinced to flush out their programming, though this will take at least an hour. What's the situation?" Kaido's boisterous laughter echoed on the other end. It was followed by the sound of crackling magma, which sharply prickled at King's nerves. "Good. Very good. A buster call has arrived, led by the brats Akainu and Kizaru." "They abandoned the fight with Whitebeard?" King asked incredulously. "What kind of imbecile would show the world's strongest man their back? The lack of the Buddha and that monster Garp suggests that they're attempting to compromise on the matter," Kaido responded with malicious glee. "Don't start stressing out, I'm handling them. Coordinate the rest of the crew for me until I send them packing. I want the rest of the Vegapunk secure on board my ship with the first one." "As you wish," King assured him, and Kaido hung up with a click. Quickly King redialed and began contacting the Flying Six. Page 1, Ulti, this is King. Marine forces are beginning to show their faces. Do you have Altus under control? There's a crashing sound and a loud yelp of a ow. Sis, did you have to use me as a hammer? Before he gets a proper response, King briefly closes his eyes out of faint sympathy for Paige. "Ulti here," the fearless young woman barked. "Course we got the giant brat, who do you think we are? We just had to deal with a couple pacifista." "Good. Round up anyone around you who's loaded down with loot and head for the ships, secure everything on board beyond a shadow of a doubt and start dealing with the rank and file that the admirals brought with them," King ordered. "Wow, they ditched the battlefield with Whitebeard? How stupid can these people get?" Ulti asked in scornful disdain. "Don't ask me. If that Buddha gets crunched in an earthquake, it'll be his own DMN fault," Paige said somewhere nearby. "We copy that, King, we're moving out now." There's a rustling sound as the young man rushed past his sister to get the nearest group's attention. "Oi, you. Pass it along." King nodded to himself, trusting Paige to remember the plan and keep his hot-headed sister on track. Hanging up, he dials who's who next. "This is King. A buster call has arrived, reinforcements might be coming soon," he said briskly. "Do you have eyes on the main Vegapunk yet? What do you think I've been doing this whole time?" Who's who barked in response. It sounded like he was shaving like mad. The BSTRD hasn't stayed still for 1 second. As soon as he realized something was up, he detonated his personal office, nearly cooked me alive. One of his satellites is running and carrying him while throwing endless optical illusions in my face. "Hurry up," King retorted flatly, utterly unsympathetic. "Akainu and Kizaru are here. They're undoubtedly been sent to reclaim him and will prioritize getting a hold of him than escaping over fighting us. Get there first." He hung up before the former CP agent could snarl at him and continued onward. "Black Maria, what's your status?" "Oh, were you worrying about me, King?" Black Maria's silky voice swirled on the other end of the connection. "You're so sweet. I've got Edison unconscious and at my tender mercies, and my ladies have robbed all the cabinets that survived the attempted Bube trap. How can I help you, dear?" "Get everything to the ship and secured. Watch out for the main Vegapunk. He and at least one of his satellites is giving who's who the runaround," King instructed. "Akainu and Kizaru will make a run for him first and foremost." "Naturally," Black Maria hummed. Oh, to be a fly on the wall when Whitebeard arrives to find the Navy has stood him up. The old man might just burst a blood vessel. How are the little ones, King? You found them? King twitched slightly. Yes. The BSTRDS didn't even name them, he hissed, fury pulsing under his skin. York called one of them as Flamingo. Really? How tasteless. Black Maria tooted. No wonder you sound so stressed out. How about I give you a massage after all of this is over, handsome? I promise you'll feel so much better afterwards. A little hiss of mist brushed against his ear, tempting him, but King managed to ignore it with long practice. Stay focused on the problem at hand, please, he said before hanging up. That woman. He shook his head in an effort to clear it, then dialed Bernadetta. What's your progress, Bernadetta? Going strong, I'm almost done clearing this sector out, the young woman said with barely concealed delight. Can you believe this place? Sorry, I know you're not Vegapunk's biggest fan, but the tech that's just lying around every corner is so freaking cool. Did you know they have machines that will put together hot meals from leftovers in less than 5 minutes as long as it has the recipe programmed in? That'll make the kitchens run so much smoother. Oh, and I found this power sword that has a blade of pure plasma. I think it's faulty because I could only stab a few robots in the head with it before it fizzled out. Bernadetta, King interrupted, surprised by the twinge of pleasant amusement that briefly pierced his agitation. You can gush over the loot later. A buster call is approaching, Akainu and Kizaru have been sent to stop us. Bernadetta cackled, in her raptor form, that translated into a shrieking chitter that never failed to send shudders down the spines of their enemies. Holy shit, those idiots actually showed Whitebeard their back. They must be FING suicidal. I gotcha boss, I'll wrap this up and run over. Thank you, King said, a fond smile dashing across his face before he hung up. Bernadetta was reliable as they came, and one of the executives that he could deal with any time of day and generally not have a headache by the time they were done talking. Giving his head a slight shake to refocus, he dialed Sasaki next. There might be a problem, King. The man told him when King got a hold of him. I think CP units have arrived on the island. Someone just tried to deliver seastone bullets to my skull and they vanished by the time I turned around. Damn it, King muttered. It must be Unit 0, this project came as much from the Elders as it did from Vegapunk's brain. He exhaled and carefully refocused his observation, meditating his anger away so he wouldn't be caught off guard. Pass the warning along and continue at your task. He hung up and mere seconds later a warning seared his nerves. Whirling around, King drew his sword and kicked the door open. The clones inside had all pivoted towards the air vents, alarmed, and King bolted into the room in time to deflect the bullets fired from within with Kusanagi. Joker's clone stared at his back, the bullets intended for him and York clattering to the ground as King slashed at the wall, blasting a pillar of fire into the vent and cooking the CP0 agent within alive. King stayed still until the man's hockey signature dissolves, then turns to face the medical bed. Are you all right? He asked quietly. The boy slowly nodded, his eyes slowly brightening behind his glasses. The speakers in the room crackled. King blinked in confusion and became very still when a voice came through them that he recognized, for all that he hadn't heard it in many years. My name is Dr. Delia Suridge, former Surgeon General. Her voice washed over him like wave, taking him back to the night that he escaped. He'd seen her, briefly, when he'd been carving his way to freedom with Kaido at his side. She'd been standing in a room that was already on fire, hands clasped in front of her as if in prayer as everyone around her fled for their lives. King caught her eye and frowned, before slashing the room in half, opening it to the cool air so the smoke would billow away. In the moment, he hadn't wanted her to have the comforting release of death. Afterwards he thought of her more than the other doctors because of her strange moments of stress and seeming regret. And now, he. Does anyone live on the Red Line aside from the people of Mijoris? The answer is. There used to be. They were called the Lunarians. And we butchered them to create science experiments and SLV soldiers. A great hush fell over Sabaody as reporters stared at the screen with pale, confused disbelief. The woman sitting at the desk stared hard at them through the screen, her blue eyes cold and pitiless like frozen flame. Her red hair was very long, tumbling down her shoulders, disheveled and lightly unkempt in a way that made her look almost ghostly. The Lunarian people were unique in their biology, despite sharing much of the same makeup as humans. Characteristically, they all share golden skin, silver hair, large black wings and the ability to conjure fire without the aid of devil fruits. But their most powerful ability was their fluid adaptability. They could live in any environment, no matter how vicious and uninhabitable to humans or fishmen, and flourish. It made them immensely powerful in combat, to the extent that they were called gods by those who knew them. Lunarians? I've never heard of a people by that name, one female reporter murmured, looking between her fellows in puzzlement. Is this real? I haven't heard of them either. Have you ever seen someone who looks like that? No, never. The Surgeon General said that they were massacred. Is that why? Nearby civilians who lived on the archipelago exchanged wordless, meaningful looks. Their home had the unpleasant privilege of hosting the secret SLV market the world government pretended didn't exist. They knew better than most what to expect from these people, and because of that, they immediately embraced this revelation as real. Confused? I imagine many of you have never even heard their name before. Suridge said. Well, I have a number of pictures here with me to prove my words are true. Be warned if you have a sensitive stomach. She opened up the file in front of her and removed a single picture, turning it towards the crowd. Multiple people cried out in shock, and a woman fainted. The picture was that of a Lunarian warrior, impaled through the stomach with a sea stone harpoon and slumped against the burnt husk of a tree. Cradled under his arm and wing was a small child whose resemblance was strong enough to denote them as relatives. The world government has denied the Lunarians ever existed, because otherwise they'd have to admit that we massacred them. Dileia continued, setting the picture down. Her gaze was haunting, pinning everyone in the area in place like they'd been frozen to the ground. There was no act of aggression on these people's part, there was no inciting incident, and it could hardly be called a war when the celestial dragons were demanding it because they wanted to be the only gods on the red line. Of course, a Sabaody native snarled in disgust. They force us to host their personal flesh markets, why not commit genocide out of petty pride as well? Be careful, you idiot, someone'll hear you. His neighbor hissed, looking around warily. So what? They're busy with Newgate right now, for once I get to call those sick FS whatever I DMN well please. The man bristled. Muttering swept over the crowd, their mood swirling as the red-haired ghost drew yet more pictures out of her file. Mothers watching the goings-on immediately took the hint and put their hands over their youngest children's eyes. This happened over 20 years ago, Dileia continued. If the purpose of the massacre was just to wipe out a people that the government had deemed a threat, it wouldn't be the first time they'd done so. How many times have islands disappeared from the maps in just your lifetime? Have you even noticed them all? I only started counting after I got involved with this. She shook her head, a grim, humorless laugh tumbling from her pale lips. But no. Not this time. The crowd began murmuring louder, exchanging uneasy looks as they tried to guess what could be worse than just exterminating a people. Some world nobles must have wanted semi-invincible slaves, one woman guessed. Maybe she was ordered to cripple some of the survivors just enough that they'd be unable to escape their new owners. The government really slaughtered a whole people? Impossible. Another person protested in violent denial. She has to be lying. Then where did she get those pictures from? Dileia spoke again, silencing the crowd. The Lunarians' unique biology and the powers that came with it made them some of the most powerful beings to walk the earth. Certain members of the government wanted to HRNSS this for their own ends, and since the people weren't willing to involve themselves with us, they decided to take it by force. That's where myself and the other doctors came in. Our task was to use our medical skills to take out all of the biological material available from the captured survivors for the new project. Seraphim. She lifted up 2 pictures this time, putting them front and center so they could be seen. The screaming is much louder this time, several people throw up, hardened reporters are stunned silent, and the faint of heart collapsed on the spot. The images were horrific. They didn't request just DNA, which could be taken from hair strands or saliva. That wouldn't be nearly comprehensive enough. We were commanded to take blood, bone marrow, wing bones, everything. Everything. Dileia emphasized, tapping her finger harshly against the papers. She had more photos to prove it, each one somehow worse than the last. In the process of doing so, we had a second task as well, testing the endurance and the resilience of the Lunarians against extremes of all sorts. Burning them, boiling them, freezing them. Whatever horrible thought just entered your head, it was tested and recorded. The Marines were seriously a part of this? This is sick. Someone screamed. The statement kicked off a powder keg, and suddenly everyone was yelling and pushing and lunging towards the nearest Marines who'd been sent to oversee the crowd demanding answers. Did you know about this? What the F is wrong with you? When were you going to tell us the truth? This is pirate behavior. How can justice permit this to happen? They hadn't even attacked us. Reporters begin scribbling furiously, miles away. Big News Morgan's eyes are locked on the den unwaveringly, furiously scribbling away at the notepad in his hands. No matter how graphic the images shown, he didn't so much as blink. News this big needed to be reported word for word, for the whole world to hear. His minions could report on the riots that would break out upon viewing these images. The biggest ones were on Fishman Island. After all, it wasn't like he could get down there easily. All of this was to a single end. Having our top scientists recreate Lunarians artificially, to serve as our soldiers and enforcers. +_+. The deck of the Red Force was deathly quiet as they took this information in. They were currently resting close to Newgate's territory, having started making their way towards Marineford in hopes of putting a stop to the war that was going to happen, when their snail suddenly woke up and began disgorging utter horror at them. F-, Shanks uttered after a few minutes, his eyes widening. Kaido. Huh? Lucky Roo jumped slightly. What about Kaido, Cap? The doctor lady hasn't said anything about him so far. Kaido has the last living Lunarian on his crew as his second in command, Shanks responded with emphasis, causing most of his crew to jolt with realization. He's not sitting in Onigashima with a drink in hand listening to this, he's reacting to it with prejudice, and thanks to Ace's capture this is the perfect time for him to attack. Ben Beckman blanched and hit his palm against his forehead, swearing. Hell of a sense of timing this woman has. He said. I think that was the point, Shanks breathed, turning his attention back to the screen. Project Seraphim was the brainchild of Dr. Vegapunk, in hopes of giving most of the world protection from pirates and other raiders. Dileia continued. He hadn't been involved with the experimenting at all, though he's accepted the results of it without asking nearly enough questions. The children will be clones with DNA infused from a Lunarian parent from beyond the grave. The other half? The other half was taken from the 7 warlords of the sea. She plucked a packet of paper from within her files and turned them toward the snail, shifting the 2 packets so their images were displayed for the world. Shanks's eyes widened when he saw Mihawk's picture along with Jinbe's. Is she serious? Yasop squawked. Holy sheet, Hawkeye is gonna be so sad. Rockstar wheezed. He's at Marineford right now, isn't he? Holy sheet, that island is gonna get chopped in half. The old man won't have to even lift a finger. This choice was to ensure the future Seraphim had the greatest strength possible, Dileia explained after a long and meaningful pause for her statement to sink in. She didn't look like she was enjoying herself at all, but there's a dark flare of satisfaction in her solemn blue eyes. Vegapunk referred to a phenomenon he called genetic memory when speaking on the project. There's a connection between clones and their counterparts that goes so deep, they gain more than just their appearance. They gain their skills and abilities as well. The children were also given cybernetic enhancements to push their power even further, to make them perfected versions of the originals. Shanks twitched slightly. Oh yeah, Mihawk was not going to take that well. Nika, there was a tiny version of Hawkeye locked up in a lab somewhere. Shock and anger coiled in his stomach, threatening to upend his self-control. He tamps it down with some effort. The children would be considered combat-ready in 2 years. Dileia said. They would be only 7 years old at that point. Shanks's eyes widened. No, the government doesn't see anything wrong with that. They would be perfect pirate killers, that's all that matters. They want a test run before they attempt mass production, like they have with the Pacifista. Ben slowly turned towards his captain. Shanks, he said quietly. When things were really serious, he always called him by his name rather than Captain. What do we do? Shanks tapped his foot on the deck, his mind swirling. This changed things. He'd come this far with the intent of being a peacekeeper, but the revelation and its consequences changed the face of everything that was happening. His own feelings of disgust toward the world government, however powerful, couldn't be the only thing he acted on. He reluctantly forced himself to consider how people would be moving in immediate response to this, and consequences thereof. Vegapunk is in charge of the project, Shanks thought aloud. That must mean the Seraphim, and Kaido, are at Egghead right now. His deep disquiet entered his voice when he realized what had to be done. Taking the Seraphim would require prying them out of King's cold, dead hands, and he has a bigger claim to them than anyone except maybe Hawkeye and the others. I don't particularly want to separate them. Even if it meant the children would join the Beast Pirates, King was the last Lunarian. They were his family as much as they were to each of the warlords. He would fight to the bitter death before he let anyone take them from him. That said, Shanks said darkly, we can't let Kaido walk off with Vegapunk himself. He didn't have to denote the consequences of that out loud, his crew grasped the dangers right away. Ben nodded sharply in understanding. We'll set a course immediately, he said. What about the old man and Ace? Shanks grimaced. He didn't want to turn his back on his captain's son, but he had to trust that Whitebeard would be able to take advantage of the situation and retrieve him without extra help. The Marines can't ignore Kaido's attack on their scientists, he said. If they're smart, they'll give Ace back to Newgate and haul but to Egghead. The Navy was not strong enough. To fight two emperors at once, and they DMN well knew it. I learned of this a while ago, Dileia said. And finally I decided that I couldn't ignore it. Sengoku stared blearily in the direction of the snail. He'd slowly rolled back into consciousness at the sound of her voice, along with a whole lot of panicked and angry yelling from Marines all around him. Having been just resuscitated, he didn't have the strength at the moment to do anything but listen to this woman blow the whistle in dumbfounded horror. The doctor sighed. Now I can only imagine what you're thinking. Suridge, why, in the name of God, did you participate in this abomination in the first place? Dileia was silent for a moment, biting her bottom lip. They told me it was for justice, she said. A dull chuckle escaped her lips. Sounds stupid, I know, but they drive this into you relentlessly once you join up. I was 18, my home had been sacked by pirates 3 separate times and my brother died in the last one. They told me this project would save people, they told me the Lunarians had volunteered for the experiments, they told me that through this sacrifice of our morals and our sanity and our soul we'd be able to break the great pirate era. Make people safe. Sengoku remembered giving a variant of that exact speech to the Navy when he laid out his plans for Porgus's execution and crushing Whitebeard. It had tasted like pride, like he was finally giving them a path to victory after they'd been struggling futilely against the era Roger created for so long. He believed it would be a new era. Delia's smile cracked into something broken. I believed it. She confessed with pain in her voice. I wanted to believe it so badly that I swallowed every excuse they gave me and closed my ears to the suffering we were inflicting. I wanted a world where I didn't have to be afraid of who the tides brought into exist so desperately I let them turn me into one of their monsters of absolute justice. I believed it as my test subjects died painfully one after another, until I finally couldn't lie to myself anymore. She buried her face in her hands, red hair covering her face. Her breath rattled in her lungs as she fought to keep her composure. It all became visible from beneath her stoicism, the guilt that had eaten away at her for decades, finally given vent by her extended confession. Her ghostly gaze was more intense than ever. One Lunarian survived. She whispered. My final patient. He survived everything we inflicted on him until finally our facility was raided by pirates, and he was able to escape in the chaos. When everything became clear to me, I knew that I had to get these children back to him. Don't worry about them, they'll be safe with him and his captain. He'll defend them with everything he has. It was the only path to saving those kids from a fate worse than death. You. Sengoku hissed through his oxygen mask, trying to sit up despite the doctors barking at him and shoving him down by the shoulders. Why? You feel so much guilt for this, yet you would gladly become the woman who destroyed the world? Don't you know what you've done, giving those weapons to Kaido? He will bring blood and ruin upon all the islands we would have been able to protect with them. How many more people will die because of you now? He couldn't understand it. She could have joined the revolution, she could have tried to spread the world through contacts in the black market, she had other options than King and Kaido, surely. Did she think King would be satisfied simply by retrieving the last living remnants of his people, that he wouldn't seek revenge for the deaths he witnessed? His grief and rage would roll over the world and Kaido would happily stoke the fires, goad his otherwise calm and pragmatic second-in-command into a bloody frenzy akin to the rest of the monsters under his control. Your solution to the dead haunting you was to fill that graveyard to overflowing? He remembered ordering the buster call that destroyed O'Hara, the long, sleepless night he spent beforehand, spending hours arguing with himself and convincing his stubborn brain that yes, there were no other alternatives he could turn to. If he didn't authorize it, he'd be replaced by someone who would, and he wouldn't even be able to slow it down. Could he have left the way Dragon did? Zephyr had been so proud of his student, even after he abandoned them. Said that his sense of justice being that unbending meant that whatever he did, he would be a positive force in the world. Do the Seraphim deserve peace and happiness more than everyone else in the world? There's 7 of them. 7. They were supposed to be guardians. The Navy was hard-pressed by the 4 emperors and what they represented, if at any moment any of them decided to make an alliance. There were always reports of pirate raids and the deaths caused by them because the Navy didn't have enough men, enough powerful forces to combat all their enemies. What were 7, 8 lives counting Kuma, in the face of being able to save all those hundreds of thousands? When had he become able to dismiss 7 children in a lifetime of total physical and mental slavery as an easy sacrifice to make? Was she happy with this? As if to answer him, Dileia finished the last thing she said while he was shouting uselessly and snorted. I'm not asking for forgiveness or claiming to be justified in what I've chosen to destroy. How can I? Myself, the Navy, and the world government committed genocide. Nothing we do will ever be justified. The last statement is screamed, scalding against Sengoku's skin. Justice is a word that has been poisoned to its core. Dileia raged passionately, slamming her hands on the desk and standing up. The word no longer means what is right and good, it's a hollow shell used as an excuse to commit massacre upon massacre and call yourself a hero for soaking your hands in blood. The rallying cry of a bloated, greedy tyranny run by the delusional. In the name of justice? If you ever had good intentions, you fell down the slippery slope so long ago you don't even remember what it feels like for your feet to touch the ground. Her hands balled into fists. This is the last thing I could do, the only good I could do for the children who would have been slaves because of me. Now, old friends, we're going exactly where we belong, to hell, to burn for all eternity. She bared her teeth in madness and despair. Sengoku felt like she was looking directly at him, her stare burning into his soul. Come find me when you get there. She grabbed the receiver and slammed it back on its receiver, cutting the feed at long last. Shaka grimaced when Vegapunk stumbled over his feet again. His other self was breathing heavily, despite him carrying him as often as he could as they fought to give Who's Who the slip. But it wasn't exhaustion that was tripping him up at this point. I should have known, Vegapunk lamented between harsh breaths as they descended deeper into the lower levels of Egghead. The beast pirates hadn't managed to locate all of the secret entrances yet, but Shaka wouldn't give it more than an hour before a patrol caught onto them. They lied to us about it. Shaka reminded him, as if the guilt boiling in his own stomach wasn't absolute torture. I should have suspected as much, look at what they compelled me to do to poor Kuma. Vegapunk said as they hurtled down a stairwell. The children, Shaka, the children. Will King treat them well? Or will he let Kaido use them? They're all he has left, Shaka responded. Right now, we can only hope. Until we can reach our friends. If we can reach them, Vegapunk mumbled. It looked like the doctor was torn between escaping, or walking back down the pipe to find the undoubtedly vengeful Lunarian to atone for his terrible mistakes. Shaka was about to try and say something to shake him out of that mindset when his headset began ringing. A spark of hope burning in his chest, the good doctor quickly lifted his hand and activated his earpiece. Shaka here. We've gotten close, Dragon's low voice rumbled on the other end, concern in his voice. We're on the edge of the waters, just out of view of the invaders. Shaka had called the revolutionary immediately after the beast pirates had arrived and King furiously demanded the Seraphim's release to him along with Vegapunk coming quietly. Shaka suspected that he hoped that their having cloned Lunarians meant that they could do more, and perhaps Vegapunk's goodness would have genuinely considered capitulating if King's captain had been someone other than Kaido the Beast. He was, however, and the idea of having to devote their scientific prowess to the cruel man's ends was too awful to contemplate. So they'd refused, despite how dire their situation was, and Shaka had turned to their friend in the desperate hope that an extraction might be possible. A buster call has arrived, and Kaido is battling with Akainu and Kizaru. Dragon said. More reinforcements from the government might be coming, if they've chosen to abandon the front with Whitebeard. They can't hope to defeat him, Shaka said bluntly. Whitebeard will make them pay for ignoring him. But Kaido being distracted by them will buy us some time. If necessary, I will enter the battle myself to make sure he doesn't take you to Wano. Dragon promised him. A few of my best agents will enter the island en route to spiriting you away. They'll give you the coordinates to meet them as soon as they touch down. Stay ahead of the beast pirates and stay out of sight until then. Understood, Shaka said, before hanging up. His pack was heavy with the all-important dead man switch, and Vegapunk was running out of energy to run, but determination kept him at flight. Despite Dileia's words echoing in his ears. When the broadcast had hit its midway point, Boa was just glad that she'd dropped their commandeered ship's anchor to wait for the division commanders. At first she'd bore with the gruesome revelations the mysterious doctor was unloading pitilessly upon the world with grace, despite its content. Yes, her back itched violently upon confirmation that the celestial dragons had commanded the massacre. Yes, her skin crawled with so many bad memories as Suridge elaborated on the slaughter and the experimentation that followed, made those days threaten to bubble up and take over her vision while in Ace's presence. But she was an empress, by the gods, she would not crumble before any avalanche of horror. She kept her back straight and her purpose firmly in mind and focused on how this bold broadcast would add to the whirlpool of destruction engulfing the Navy as a result of their folly. She did it well. Ace was reacting more visibly to the contents of the broadcast than her, his expressive face, much like his brother's, alternating between horror and revulsion. It surprised her, to see a man other than Luffy wear his heart so openly on his sleeve. Of course, Ace was one of Newgate's top commanders and rumored to be his chosen successor, so Boa couldn't imagine anyone who had accused him of being unmanly had gotten away with it. But then the second half of the broadcast happened, and Suridge informed Boa that she had been betrayed. Backstabbed. That the world government had used her to create a child, her own replacement, while pretending to honor their deal to protect her home island. They'd used her to create a child. A copy of her, if her understanding of the word clone was correct, but a child. Suridge was very emphatic about that. Those men had violated her to create a child. Boa stood very still, her hand slowly drifting to her stomach. The sound of waves drifted away from her in favor of a low, droning scratching noise. A child. Taken from her. Forced upon her, without her consent or even her knowledge. Boa's understanding of childbirth was patchy. Like most residents of Amazon Lily, SEC education involved describing the act of SEC rather than its potential consequences. The most young girls were told is that women left the island, then came back some time later with a child in tow if said child was a girl. However, Boa had a somewhat higher understanding of the dot process than her subjects. For a very unfortunate reason. The men salivate over her. Every single one that approached and got a good look at her after she ate the devil fruit. Her sisters tried to subtly hide her from view whenever they had the chance, but that man would get very angry whenever he noticed this, and violently separated them to put Boa on display for some of his parties. She would stand in a translucent dress by dinner tables or in the middle of dance floors, and the things they would say to her, at her. Some had been so taken, so obsessed, that they begged that man to allow them to buy her, because they couldn't imagine having another woman as a wife. He mocked them for wanting to have children with a non-divine. It didn't grate on him enough to stop the evening section of the parties. Nausea swelled up in her stomach. Boa leaned heavily on the helm, pale and drawn, as a familiar episode seized her in an instant. Her stomach heaved and her hands started to shake. She scrambled through her memory, trying to recall when did they do this to her? She'd never let any of those men touch her. When had they gotten the chance to try and have their way with her? Nothing came to her as suspicious. Nothing. Except the doctor's appointments. Boa had suffered precisely 2 of them, mostly because the Navy had been ever so insistent that they were mandatory to their agreement being upheld. She hadn't permitted them to draw more than a little blood from her, but what if they'd done something else? Something she couldn't remember? Boa shuddered and began to dry heave. She could almost feel hands on her skin, grabbing at her and her clothes, and even Salome winding around her shoulders to nuzzle her hair couldn't bring her out of it. If anything, that gentle pressure only skyrocketed her anxiety. Get off me, get off me, get off me. There's a voice prodding at her, trying to make its way through the howling wind in her ears. Boa squeezed her eyes shut and focused with all her might on staying upright, at not throwing up her guts as her visceral panic and disgust burned a hole through her chest. Then a hand touched her shoulder. Her reaction was immediate and instinctive. She grabbed the offender's throat and slammed them into the railing, eyes full of unseeing rage. A strangled yelp reached her ears, and then it was like the sun rising. Conqueror's hockey pushed all thoughts from your mind except for the pressure of the king before you. Those without the most powerful of wills were so crushed beneath it and were driven into unconsciousness, while even those strong opponents often buckled. If the wielder was fairly practiced with their hockey, they could refrain from using its full power and just nudge the minds of those around them to command their attention or shake them out of a rant. Ace's hockey washed over Boa, warm like the sun, and it burned away those awful phantom touches along with the lewd voices and everything else. She blinked rapidly as the panic grabbing onto her mind was flushed away, her attention inextricably demanded by the young man, who she had violently pinned to the railing with one hand around his throat. Ah! Boa flushed, mortified. She'd completely forgotten in that moment that Ace was here with her. Prying her fingers off of his throat, she took a shaky step backwards. It's rude to startle a woman like that," she said with as much loftiness as she could muster. "She's pleased that her voice doesn't tremble." Ace straightened up, rubbing his throat. He was looking at her with compassion. It made him look exactly like Luffy. "Sorry," he said sincerely. "I kept trying to talk to you, but you didn't seem to hear me even when I was right next to you. I was getting worried." "There's no need for that," Boa insisted, lifting her chin. She closed her hands so they wouldn't shake. Why's he looking at her like that? "I was just, listening to that. I was so furious I could barely breathe. How dare they? How dare those filthy creatures abuse my trust like that?" Ace shook his head. "They find new ways to surprise you every time," he said, before uttering a weak chuckle. "You know, I was actually offered a warlord position, back before I joined Pops. I was this close," he lifted 2 fingers and held them very close together, "to having my own new and improved edition of Portgas d'Ace be created right under my nose. This time with wings." Ace then tilted his head to the side. "Although it would have been pretty redundant to have both natural fire powers and the Mera Mera fruit. Of course the one, Seraphim? That wouldn't be perfect would be mine. I would have screwed them over even if I'd bought what they were selling." Boa uttered a jerky chuckle at that. Now that she wasn't in the grips of a panic, a thought occurred to her that made her brow tighten. How would they have managed that? She wondered. The doctor claims that the other half of the parent couple was a dead Lunarian, but how can a corpse give birth? Her companion took a slight breath at that, and began to speak slowly as if choosing his words carefully. If it helps at all, Ace started, holding her gaze, I don't think these kids could have been born naturally. Vegapunk must have cobbled together some really weird birthing machine, like something out of the Sora comics. Boa put a hand on her stomach again, subconsciously. You're certain? She asked, most certainly not hopefully. Ace nodded firmly. Yeah. Every warlord except you is a guy, after all, so even if they thought they could get away with violating your womb without you very quickly catching on and killing them, they would need artificial ones, I guess. The Ravenet shrugged helplessly. No idea how the hell Vegapunk pulled that off, but he's Vegapunk. Guy can apparently do just about anything. They didn't violate her. Or, they did, but not physically. Boa let out a heavy breath of sheer relief that almost made her go limp. That's why she didn't have memories of being attacked, she hadn't been. Good. That's very, very good. Her fear and horror was sublimated underneath a wave of absolute rage and indignation. Vegapunk is going to be introduced to the bottom of my high-heeled shoes. Boa declared, gritting her teeth. How dare he do this to me? Not only create a child from my body, but withholding that child from me. Who does that cretin think he is? She stomped her foot hard on the wooden deck. She had a child. Oh, she needed to tell Luffy about this as soon as possible. He would make a wonderful father, she was confident in it. Her sisters needed to know too, they were aunts now. The little princess needed to be introduced to Amazon Lily with all due respect. Once she'd wrapped her head around matters and prepared herself to meet the child. The child that had been created without her consent by the men who liked the boots of those who had made her and her sisters slaves. The moment Boa rolled those two thoughts around in her brain, she was immediately appraised by two conflicting emotions, one being deep alarm and disquiet at the thought of meeting this Frankenstein of a child who had been conceived to replace her. It was almost a fearful concept. Seeing her face staring at her from a cobbled-together body born to be a weapon, a dead man's blood flowing through her veins. Visceral disgust and anxiety swirled within her stomach. But the other thought, the other feeling that countered this troubled imagination, was a sense of proprietary? The feeling was difficult for Boa to put to words, she'd never experienced it before. She tried to imagine what the child would look like, imagined her reaching for her and laughing and calling her mama. A warmth bubbled up in her, squeezed her chest and made her feel light. I'd say he's oblivious, but that feels a bit too kind at the moment. Ace said, still looking at her with that odd expression. It sounds like Kaido is in the process of grabbing the kids right now. Unless something really weird happens, they'll be in Wano before the end of tomorrow. That brought Boa up short. Her conflicted feelings about her clone child were briefly set aside as that statement sunk in. Kaido had the girl. Kaido. A brute, monster and vicious demon that ruled with an iron fist. I thought the doctor said that the last Lunarian was going to retrieve them. She protested indignantly. Yeah, well. I'm pretty sure she was referring to King. Meaning Kaido's kind of a package deal with him, Ace said, surprising her. King? She repeated. Of course she was aware of the various emperor's most powerful subordinates, but she hadn't thought. Ace nodded. When she started describing Lunarian characteristics, I realized, I've been to Wano once before, got in and out under Kaido's nose, and I saw King a few times. I didn't think much about it at the time, but he had both black wings and fire generation. He wore full body armor despite being an ancient Zoan user and not needing that extra durability. The Ravenet's brow tightened, a briefly troubled look crossing his face. But it must have been meant to hide his skin tone and white hair. Well, Boa could not understand that. The feeling of empathizing with a man not named Luffy was jarring. He can't claim sole parentage of that girl, she said nevertheless. She's born from me. He cannot withhold her from me. Ace grinned wryly. I think you're gonna have to take that up with him in person, he said. Kaido's not likely to grant a custody hearing. The sheer ridiculousness of that image, Kaido sitting in a tiny desk with a notepad, listening patiently while two parents on either side of them were arguing at the top of their lungs, caused Boa to unexpectedly wheeze with laughter. Ace's smile widened a little. Are you okay? He asked her. The question caught her off guard as her chuckles subsided. Pardon? Boa responded, wanting to know if she'd heard him correctly. That's a hell of a thing to find out over a broadcast, Ace responded simply. Are you okay? Boa's mouth opened and closed without sound coming out, and she stared at him for a second before gathering her wits to respond. A jolt of warmth bubbled in her chest. I'm furious, and I'm confused, but it will take more than this to put me on the back foot," she declared fiercely. Ace looked a little relieved at that. "You're a scary woman," he said sincerely. "I think I'd be having a bit of an episode if I was in your shoes." A whole kaleidoscope of emotions flashed through his eyes after he said that, showing that the response was more than just a platitude. He was genuinely disturbed. "Of course I am," Boa said firmly. Then, a bit more awkwardly, she found herself following that up saying, "I do AP, is your throat all right?" She flushed a little. That was not what Luffy would have said, but showing contrition was not something she had experience with. Yet the stumbling attempt at an apology was accepted after half a second. Ace waved a hand dismissively. "Yeah, don't worry about it. After the last few days, I barely felt it." Boa relaxed a little. She was about to ask something else when the musical cry of a certain Zoan pierced through the quiet air. She looked up and saw the blue flames of Phoenix Marco circling the sky above them. Ace rocked back on his heels and fired a burst of fire upward to indicate that yes, this was them. Boa promptly walked backward to the edge of the bridge, out of the way, as the division commander descended to the deck. Two men hopped off of his back, Izo in his elegant kimono and Jozu with arms already hardened into diamond in anticipation of a battle. Marco shapeshifted back to full human form and rocketed towards Ace, grabbing him by the shoulders and looking him up and down rapidly. "DMN it, Ace, you look like hell," the doctor complained, one hand cupping the back of the younger man's head. "You're sure it's just your ribs?" Marco," Ace mumbled, melting from a confident young man to an almost timid child in the face of this aggressive concern. That hand immediately covers his mouth. "If you're about to say anything other than to tell me where else you're hurt, don't," Marco said heatedly. Boa excused herself to haul up the anchor. "Bloody hell, I want to cook Magellan alive in a pot of boiling oil. Are there any points of concern besides your back and your ribs?" Ace shook his head, eyes still wide. "Right. Sit on the railing, I'm gonna patch you up," Marco said briskly. Boa observed them out of the corner of her eye as she worked. Izo and Jozu were getting set up in the rigging and by the rudder while Marco fussed over their wayward brother. She hadn't known that the Phoenix Fruit's flames could heal as well as burn attackers. Curious. She wouldn't have been able to guess as much without clues. As soon as Marco has healed Ace to his satisfaction, he pulled the Ravenet into a crushing hug. "You can't worry us like this, Firebrand." The blonde half complained, half pleaded as he held Ace tightly. "You can't. I'm too young for my hair to be going gray already." I can't believe you came," Ace mumbled, almost to himself. However, he didn't say it quite quietly enough. Marco made a choked noise and pulled back enough to stare at him. What?" he sputtered, stunned. "Of course we were coming. Why in the hell did you think we weren't?" "Wah, because this is all my fault," Ace protested, an edge of pained emotion in his voice. "No, this is Teach's fault for killing Thatch and betraying us," Marco retorted, flabbergasted. He shook Ace by his shoulders. "Don't you know? Don't you understand? You're our brother. We love you, and when you're in danger we will always come for you, no matter who we have to destroy to get to you. All of us. Always." He grabbed Ace's cheeks in his hands. "Do you think I've never flown off and done something Pops told me not to? He could tell you some stories that would make me want to melt into the deck in embarrassment." Izo introduced himself to Pops, threatening to kill him for making Odin trail behind the Moby D by the anchor. "Our family doesn't abandon one of our own. We forgave you for disobeying months ago." Ace's eyes well up with tears. Marco sighed and tugged on his cheeks the way older brothers were wont to. "If you keep saying we shouldn't have come or that you don't deserve our love, we're going to give your share of the meat at the celebration party to Luffy," he threatened blandly. "If he eats half as much as you say dash." I get it," Ace squeaked. He was definitely crying now, a shaky smile on his lips, and Boa awkwardly looked away, feeling like a VYR. We can get there fast, right?" "Of course," Marco scoffed. "We just need to move a few degrees to the west. Pops is going to start on the gates in a moment, so we can get through to the prison while he handles Marineford." "Start on the gates?" Ace parroted. Marco just grinned at him and let go, walking over in Boa's direction. "What do you mean, start on?" "Marco." Marco chuckled a little before pausing a polite distance away from her. Boa lifted her head and stared. "Empress Hancock," he said with just enough respect to not be deferential. "Thank you, for springing Ace and protecting him from being used as a hostage. Our crew owes you a debt." "I had my reasons," Boa responded. "I found the possibility to be mutually beneficial to us, though I would speak directly to your father about the particulars." Marco grinned knowingly. "As you wish," he said in response. Betrayal. It was a unique kind of wound. The way it lingered. The way it festered. How it would flare up long after it should have been healed and forgotten. It cut into you better than most physical weapons could ever dream to. Mihawk had tasted its blade once, and it had drained the color out of the world. It had driven him to reluctantly take the warlord role the Marines, of all hateful organizations, had been badgering him with, just so he could be left alone. He'd kept his end of the bargain with professional courtesy, with his only pushback being his willingness to go incommunicado at his leisure. He'd appeared for a war he had no stake in and that he saw no purpose for fully intent of fighting for their cause, perhaps solely because he wanted to see what would become of the world when the battle shook it to its core. Oh, the world was being shaken, all right. Mihawk had been listening in disgusted silence to the broadcast revealing the world government's older genocide when out of nowhere, Dr. Suridge informed him that he'd been betrayed. Again. A clone. A copy of himself, a child. His son, in a roundabout way, because the clone hadn't stepped out of whatever creation build it fully formed and aged as a perfect mimicry of him. A 5-year-old child, born in a lab with the bloody inheritance of a murdered woman mixing with Mihawk's own being given unwittingly. He hadn't given a thought to having a family before. The vulnerability and emotion tied to such a thing made him hold the very idea at arm's length at the best of times. You are my weakness, he remembered telling that person all too clearly. Forgive the somewhat crude metaphor, but the greatest swordsman must be without fear. I've never been afraid before I met you, for I never had anything I was desperate not to lose. Now, I do. Mihawk turned around and started walking through the crowd of Marines. They cleared before him like a sea king was in their midst, and those who didn't collapsed unconscious on the ground. His conquerors was leaking out, evidently. There was a crumpled, blood-stained Marine ID in that person's pocket with a ring taped to it. He stared at it as that person bled out in his arms. It should have helped him comprehend the betrayal, but it didn't, not when the sea stone harpoon meant for him was buried in their flesh. That person's last words, after everything, were still. His jaw was tight. Not much got his blood pumping these days, but his cold, stunned disbelief was slowly rising into rage. How had they managed to create this clone, this child? Vegapunk could do almost anything, but when and how could they have stolen what they needed from him to birth a living being? His pace picked up, the faint buzz of his thoughts at the back of his mind as his feet guided him directly to where the leadership of the Marines was standing, such as it was, at the moment. Sengoku had yet to be cleared by medical, and with Akainu and Kizaru gone to Egghead, only Akiji and Garp were sitting on the throne-like chairs before the scaffold. It was almost a joke, how obvious it was that things had gone terribly wrong for them just at that sight alone. Mihawk stormed to the foot of the chairs and drew Yoru in one smooth movement. Akiji leapt to his feet in alarm while Garp's expression was nothing but pure resignation. You, he hissed. You have 5 seconds to tell me if this is true. It is, Garp sighed heavily, saving a tiny bit of respect for him in Mihawk's eyes. Will you believe me if I said that I only found out about this now, too? I don't particularly care, Mihawk seethed. I never broke my end of the contract with you, and you respond by violating me along with the dead woman they dug out of their mass grave? You're out of line, warlord, Akiji responded in perfect Marine drone, infuriating him further. Out of line? Mihawk spat, whirling on him. Is that supposed to be a joke? I suppose this doesn't mean much to you. You weren't the one forced for a child without knowing. A child you meant to be a living weapon with obedience wired into his skull, a child that's been handed directly to Kaido. A son, in a sense. He wondered if the boy carried any hint of his mother aside from wings, flames, and coloring. That old wound is burning, reopened and doused in sea salt for good measure. The Navy hadn't meant anything like what that person did to him, but the sheer enormity of what they'd done to backstab him outweighed that aspect entirely. He hadn't felt this alive in a long time. What a way to be pulled out of the shallow grave he'd grown familiar with. Moria started to giggle. Mihawk hadn't noticed that one of the warlords had followed him, nor did he care one way or another, but the particular tone of that laughter was enough to make him pay the man some attention. Kishishishi, Moria giggled uncontrollably, then slammed both his hands into his face and began clawing at it. A copy of me is in Kaido's hands, the man said mirthlessly, his eyes wide and staring at an unseen point. Kaido has my clone. Kaido has. Kaido. His laughter erupted into a full-scale cackling, loud and heaving with him struggling to breathe between gasps. His eyes rolled up slightly into his head before giving Akiji a look of deranged, mirthless amusement. Kishishishi. A better version of me. A superior version of me. I'm too weak, am I? Too pathetic to be considered more than a bug, too weak to save my crew, too weak to stop you from walking all over me and discarding me when you're done with me. Kishishishi. Moria pounded the ground with his fist, shadows leaking out of every part of him, his hands, his feet, even his eyes. Mihawk exuded a degree of outward haki, keeping the shadows away from his own as they spilled out across the ground. Kaido has the better version of me, does he? Moria laughed like a demon out of hell as Akiji pointed warningly at him, frost covering his body up to his shoulders. Garp got to his feet too, alarm mixing into his resignation. He has little me. Then I guess I'll have to go and take him out of his cold, dead hands. For a second he stopped laughing, his eyes rolling up in his head fully as the shadows all froze in place. Mihawk twitched, because he knew what a devil fruit awakening looked like by now, and relaxed to be light on his feet. Moria's eyes snapped back into focus and he gave Akiji a deranged grin. Right after I finish with all of you, he bellowed. Ice Age. Mihawk brought Yoru down in a perfect, violent swing. It crashed through the wave of ice Akiji sent at them, obliterating it into a miniature storm of ice flakes. Moria's shadow then swelled to titanic side, pouring into the plaza where the main force of Marines were standing. People started screaming as his shadow swallowed theirs, tearing them violently free of their counterparts with only the utterly overcast day preventing them from being incinerated on the spot. Somewhere behind them, Doflamingo chuckled and used his strings to haul himself out of position and move to a vantage point where his shadow was well out of the way of the attack. Mihawk swung again and slashed Akiji's body in half, scattering the Logia into several parts and forcing him to reform further down the platform. Garp jumped down and threw a punch to give his underling time, Yoru clashing against his legendary fists with an impact shockwave that crumbled stone around them and cracked the ground open. Fine. He wasn't planning to hold back anyway. Either he'll kill Garp or Akiji before he leaves and starts planning on how to get to Wano to see the child created from him. The head of one upper-ranked Marine would do to make his point, and Sengoku wasn't in easy reach. Mihawk knocked Garp's fist aside and unleashed a flurry of slashes, faster than the eye could see, and sliced the upper platform of Marineford in half. Akiji's ice flooded through the cracks, attempting to lock his feet in ice, but Mihawk sensed it coming and leapt out of the way easily. Winding up a bit, he used a ranged attack to split Akiji's follow-up and force Garp to move from the crumbling ground to somewhere more stable. More screaming came from the plaza below. Two of the giants in Mihawk's peripheral vision fell to the ground with blood streaming from their necks, shadow vines crawled up their bodies and promptly reanimated them in mere seconds, faster than before for the shadow user, if his memory is correct. The giant corpse puppets began attacking their others, kicking their human counterparts into the water dozens of yards away and shattering their bodies in the process. When Marines began stampeding away from them, they turned to lunging on their fellow giants, attacking like feral, rabid animals, twitching and foaming at the mouth included. A reflection of Moria's mental state, given that the man was screaming and cursing in incoherent rage. Doflamingo, not to be left out, attacked Akiji from behind with his strings. The man wasn't cackling like Moria, but his haki was screaming that he considered this Christmas come early for him. He wasn't using all of them to tie up the admiral either. He spread his strings through the crowd and latched them onto multiple vice-admirals, making them attack their underlings and break down communication. Mihawk deflected Garp's next attack and dodged the follow-up. He wasn't as much interested in Garp's head as he was Sengoku or Akiji's, but he accepted that he'd have to knock the man aside to get to them. Pondering this for a second, he glanced at the nearest cannon tower and swung sharply at the base. Instantly severed from its support, the tower began crumbling into the plaza. Garp, the only true Marine to call himself such, immediately ran to rescue the men pinned below it. Mihawk let him go and refocused on Akiji, who'd frozen and snapped Doflamingo's strings after a few seconds of the warlord choking him viciously. The man looked out across the bay, where their forces were collapsing in on themselves trying to handle the sudden attack by the warlords, and briefly had an expression almost like despair. And then the world cracked. Mihawk hadn't been on the wrong end of a fight with Edward Newgate before, but he had been around to see them. He knew the exact sound of the tremor fruit triggering a quake, and the sheer force of that sound made him stop what he was doing immediately. The island began to shake. Slowly at first, but it picked up fast. Mihawk's observation began absolutely screaming at him. It took him straight into the immediate future, where Marineford, the very island itself, was being shattered apart in an event ripped straight from a biblical text. Instantly the world's greatest swordsman pivoted and ran for the docks, carving his way through the ice and few who dared try to stop them. Beheading Marines could wait until after Newgate had his say, the other half of his mission required him to be alive. He reached his boat in a few leaps, his haki noting that Moria and Doflamingo both realized that they needed to bolt as well, and kicked the engine into top gear. A son. A boy made from him. Maybe he should travel past the Moby. Newgate was bound to be a fountain of advice on the matter, given how enormous his family was. Edward Newgate knew perfectly well that, theoretically, he could destroy the world. He'd always known that. He just considered the idea of doing so absolutely laughable, and was annoyed when the Marines occasionally bleated they needed to kill him to prevent the possibility. Where would his sons and daughters live if he destroyed the world? His protectorates? His home was part of the world, and he intended for it to live and thrive, not vanish beneath the waves thanks to him punching the planet's core. He also, generally speaking, disliked the idea of destroying islands. The world was a beautiful place, and his anger was usually tied to specific people, not places. But Marineford is unique. It's a symbol of the Navy, who dared to take his precious son for execution. He'd been more than prepared to wade into the trap that Sengoku had prepared for him there to bring Ace safely home, but in a twist of fate, he hadn't needed to. It wasn't a wholly fortuitous one. Kaido didn't need help from Vegapunk. Newgate loathed the idea of that man, the butcher who murdered his little brother, getting more powerful than he already was. His wholehearted empathy for King and the hell that man must be going through at the discovery of the so-called Seraphim very much aside, Newgate knew he couldn't permit this. There would be great battles ahead because of the Navy's folly on top of their evil deeds against the Lunarians. If they had given him Ace back, he would have settled for a much more minor attack in retaliation, giving them time to go and attempt to drive his former crewmate off. But they hadn't, because even the probable future of Kaido with Vegapunk at his command wasn't enough to make them relent on butchering Ace for being Roger's son by blood. Roger, you could have asked me to look after Rouge and Ace, Newgate thought from time to time with no small amount of exasperation. I would have groused, complained and lectured you for leaving a wife and child behind, but I would have taken them in, my old friend. Perhaps Roger had considered him, but they'd been too far apart for him to have time to get to a meeting place. He couldn't know until he saw the careless, impulsive lunatic again. But this was a side thought. He'd taken Ace in, he was his son, and with young Hancock having unexpectedly given him such great assistance in taking his reckless boy to safety, he can send a message to the Navy and their masters that won't ever be forgotten. Newgate drew his fists back, drawing deep into his devil fruit power. The water around the Moby rumbles, little waves jostling the ship as if Mother Ocean was shivering in anticipation for her Earthshaker's act of revenge. Try and kill my son, will you? Newgate snarled. His bloodline has to be erased? That's not your decision to make. You will never endanger him again. He took all that power and unleashed it directly forward, straight towards Marineford, full force. The world cracked with the force of his will, and the air was full of cacophonous noise. King shifted out of his pteranodon form as the CP agent's body twitched slightly, blood bubbling in their throat, before they slumped dead in the impact crater. Exhaling, he pivoted and frowned down at the ruffled Seraphim behind him, who made a face right back. I could have handled him, S-Crocodile insisted, his wings puffing up in an effort to make himself look bigger. It was probably supposed to look intimidating, not strangely cute. There was a thought that hadn't entered King's head about someone in many years. And the older Lunarian tried to rein in his angry concern. Go back to the medical room, King said in exasperation, pointing his sword back down the hallway. It's not safe out here. After he'd taken care of the first CP unit, he'd ordered York to work faster and exited the room in order to hunt down all the others who'd made it into the building. The sounds of the battle going on outside were much louder and more consequential now. The island was rumbling and he could sense Kaido's presence much closer than he'd been when he'd been cleaning up the remains of the island's defenses. When King had stretched out his observation hockey, he'd realized that almost a dozen agents had entered the building where the children were being released from their orders. They were CP-0. King shouldn't have been surprised, though he was still furious and wary as he rushed through the hallways of the science building tracking them down. That unit answered only to the Celestial Dragons and the Elder Stars. They didn't want to lose their investment. The weapons they'd wanted to build out of all those corpses he'd seen them make of his people. An image entered his mind, unbidden, of Joker's clone and his clumsiness. That little quirk being erased underneath thousands of lines of programming, reducing him to the same dull empty shell as the pacifista's King had fought on his way to finding them. His flames flared and burned through the whole room he'd been standing in, smoking out his then current target as a byproduct. What he hadn't expected, and was currently struggling to deal with, was the sudden appearance in his peripheral vision of one of the children fighting a CP agent who had circled around in hopes of catching him by surprise while he was preoccupied fighting. The jolt of panic nearly made his sword slip. That hadn't happened to King in years, and he couldn't explain the slip-up. In a rush, he'd put his sword away and transformed, overpowering his enemy with sheer brute force. After crashing through a medical tube and crushing his opponent's throat, King whirled to go and deal with the other. It was difficult to fly in such tight quarters, so he didn't, really. He threw himself through the wall right onto the CP agent mid-attempt to use some sort of electric weapon on Crocodile's little clone. If you expected me to take orders, you shouldn't have had the command codes removed. S-Crocodile fired back. That isn't a command, that's me expecting you to show a little common sense. King said, resisting the urge to bat his wings in frustration. It would look too much like a threat. I can handle this. S-Crocodile responded, shoving one hand out to the side. The room rumbled and dusty sand rose from the ground, the tiny fragments of obliterated metal, powdered glass scattered about by the battle shaking the island. I was born for battle. King's fingers twitched, stress tightening his muscles at the words. The boy saw himself as a weapon, even independent of commands. He knew it might not be as easy as releasing them from the electrical artificial impulses, but still. I got my command codes flushed out right after S-Flamingo, after Glasses did, S-Crocodile said, stumbling a little as he corrected himself on using the designation. So it's not like I'm going to be a liability. You are a child, King repeated, trying to put his mixed-up emotions into words. Let me protect you. CP0 has been briefed on how to bypass our bursts of invulnerability, they will use that against you. The boy scowled even harder at him. I refuse to have no say in my fate, not now that I can actually influence it, he said heatedly. One hand clenched into a fist. Unless you cut my legs off, I'm following after you. You left your back open and you're trying to send me away? Don't be foolish. King's eye twitched, and he pressed one hand against his face. In the back of his mind, he couldn't help but observe that Ulti would like this sort of hard-headed attitude, it's almost just like the things she'd said as a child. NGH, he was tempted to try and knock the boy out and carry him back to the hospital room, but, no. It's been a very long time since I let someone talk to me like that dash. His observation hockey shivered again, a vision flickering by quickly. This CP agent had a small tank of very flammable gas on him. The explosion, if he wasn't careful, would take out every wall straight to the edge of the building. Too much of a risk of drawing Kizaru straight to them. Stay right at my side, King instructed as he drew his sword again. We have to go back and around. The boy blinked, then looked mildly pleased, and thankfully obeyed him as King retreated. The agent had cracked the canister open already and was slowly polluting the hallway with the gas as he approached. It could sicken them or cause hallucinations if it's powerful enough, King thought as he speedwalked forward. Assuming it has more than one purpose. I need to take him out and blow out the gas before it starts spilling up the stairwell. The medical room was directly above him, now. No flames now, he said. S-Crocodile snorted, the stars in his eyes shivering as he ran a route of attack through his cybernetics. Right, he muttered. His sand swirled around his arms like a pair of gauntlets, ready and waiting on retainer. If King had been tense before, somehow having Crocodile's little clone at his side in the middle of this intensified it so it was ever so subtly sickening. The new emotions being thrown at him one after another are distracting, with purpose and long practice he pushes them to the back of his mind, but he just can't be rid of them. Of course the boy wouldn't go back. The others had better stay put, or... Not helpful, King told himself. Stay focused. Taking on his swordsman DSPLN helped. King circled to the end of the hallway where the gas man was, gave the boy a look, and dove into the hall. The CP agent spun around before he appeared and drew his gun, see stone bullets, no doubt, before tossing the gas canister on the floor. King deflected the first 3 bullets away with Kusanagi before S-Crocodile sand hissed into the hallway and surrounded the canister, muffling its open end. The CP agent's eyes widened, and he shouted a series of words that were probably an override command. King followed up his attack with a series of slashes to steadily cut through his iron body technique. The man lifted the gun again and King sidestepped the 2 bullets meant for his neck and left wing. The man moved to shave away only to cry out on surprised pain when sand rushed up his legs and imprisoned him in place. That doesn't work on me anymore. S-Croc hissed, tightening his hands ruthlessly to crush the man's bones through his defensive technique. King followed that up by beheading the enemy in a smooth slash. The boy looked down at his hands, turning them repeatedly. He seemed baffled by the motion. I did all of that by myself. Because I chose to, he said, half to himself. It feels weird. He flexed his fingers. It must be jarring, King said quietly, the more you do so, the more that feeling will go away. There's nothing natural about being an observer within your own body. S-Crocodile looked out towards a doorway. There's a war going on, he said, but all I can think about is how quiet it is. Without the commands in my head, it's like my eardrums have been ruptured and I'm trapped in a realm of silence. I keep checking my internal diagnostic, but even though it says I'm fine I still feel deaf. His shoulders twitched with agitation. He was quite eloquent, having talked the most out of the kids so far. It feels wrong, the boy insisted vehemently. King laid a hand on his shoulder. It will subside, if it doesn't, I'll have York run a medical test on you. I don't trust her, S-Croc growled, his eyes flickering upward. I still don't know if I trust you. King nodded in understanding. The statement cut a bit, but he knew that from the children's perspective he was still a near stranger. I'd offer a different doctor, but I don't know how well they can treat you until they fully grasp your physical makeup, he offered. The building shook a little, and his observation pinged sharply again. 2 more. Be ready. The boy nodded, his wings tensing up. King started speed-walking forward toward the first hockey signature. The air still smells faintly of that gas, he can't quite place it, but he holds his breath anyway. The Aegis Zero agent burst through the door at the same time his other companion came from behind, putting S-Crocodile and King between them. Neither of them are devil fruit users, they're masters of the 6 powers and carrying a couple of weapons including sea stone guns. King keeps S-Croc in his peripheral vision as he cut his opponent down to size, and while he's worried for the child, the young Seraphim more than handled himself with both his sand and a chain hook he'd ripped off of a previous Aegis agent's body. King felt himself smile when S-Croc dug the hook into the man's gun, pulping the bullet chamber and causing the weapon to backfire on its user. A sense of pleased warmth swirled inside him, it soothing, burning back the anxiety that he'd been living with. He sliced the Aegis unit's neck clean through, the man fell to the ground like a sack of bricks. He turned around to see S-Croc, he hopes the children find names that they like soon, crushing his opponent in what could only be described as a coffin of sand engulfing their entire body. The ruthless confidence is distressing in a child so young, but he was right, he can handle himself in battle, even though he shouldn't have to. The boy turned towards him and said, I told you I could handle it. King's smile quirks, becoming slightly rueful. Well done, he said in all seriousness. S-Croc blinks rapidly and his cheeks flush a light shade of red, his semi-permanent frown briefly vanishing. Of course the moment is interrupted by something coming flying in through a window. King briefly saw the top of a Molotov cocktail and moved straight to S-Croc, shielding him in his wings just as the flames kissed the gas and ignited an explosion. It wasn't as bad as the one from his vision, but it still sent King straight through 2 walls and seared his skin somewhat. When he pried himself free of the stone and got his bearings, he was pleased to note that he'd blocked the brunt of the blast from hitting S-Croc, who was giving him a shocked look as the older Lunarian set him down on the floor and moved. When he shifted into half-Pteranodon mode, King could move faster, and when the Aegis unit appeared with a grenade in hand he smashed the man into the wall and pinned the grenade to his chest. Letting his fire rise and guard his body from all damage, King glared at the man as his eyes widened behind his mask. That was a mistake, he snarled. The grenade exploded underneath his hand, the heat and shrapnel washed over him like a hot spray of a shower as the body beneath more or less disintegrated. Blood splattered the floor as the wall behind him gave way, causing King to check his momentum and step into a new room. There were a number of pipes and wires and observation cameras all over the room, along with a pulsing sound. King didn't pay it any mind at first, his attention on the dead body beneath him. When he was confident that the man was indeed dead and not playing it, he stood up and stepped away from the corpse. What was that? S-Croc yelled from the other side. King blinked and saw that the boy had hopped into the middle of the destroyed wall, wings bristling once again as he stared at him. I told you, I don't need you to protect me. Why? Sorry. I'm a SLV to my emotions in this case. King responded, straightening up. I couldn't bring myself to risk seeing you get hurt. The boy's mouth opened and shut in utter confusion. That barely would have scratched me. I was born to survive much worse, he protested. You don't have my cybernetics. You're more vulnerable than me. King surprised himself by chuckling at that, shaking his head slightly. S-Croc blinked rapidly, stunned at the warm sound. Now that I doubt very much, he said slightly deadpan. Don't be quite so overconfident. King then turned around to get his bearings. If he'd been paying a little more attention after his forward momentum carried him into his room, he would have noticed that he was standing mere inches away from a massive, paw-shaped bubble. But since his attention had been fully on making sure the threat to the child was neutralized, he hadn't fully registered the odd presence. So when he turned to the right, his free hand sank into the memory bubble up to his wrist and instantly King was swept away through time. What the dash? King staggered, a rare loss of composure shaking his body as his mind finally stopped whirling through blinding fog. Instinctively he brought his sword to bear, but when his vision focused he noticed that he wasn't holding it. What? Staring at his hand in confusion, the Lunarian blinked in dumbfounded confusion. The lab was gone. And so was Egghead Island. He was standing in a large, open grassland that rose and fell in gentle rolling hills. The sky was clear and sunny, a breeze blew through his hair, causing his braids to dance before his eyes. The grasslands themselves were utterly empty. No sign of his fellow pirates, the Marines, or anything at all. This can't be real, King reasoned to himself as he looked from left to right. Did one of those agents manage to bypass my observation? It would take a particularly powerful hallucinogen to make him lose his grip on reality. He'd been subjected to plenty in Punk Hazard, which only strengthened his immunity to them. When Black Maria joined Kaido's crew and reached the highest ranks of the officers, he'd insisted on training against her mist to further improve his defenses. Rank and file among the beast pirates had tried to sell his secret to the world government in exchange for the immense reward bounty on Lunarian sightings before. They never survived it, but it only served to remind King that the only person he had in the world was Kaido. Whenever he could do to cover for his potential vulnerabilities, he threw himself into. King stomped one foot on the ground. It felt completely normal, no reverberations, and it felt like dirt, not concrete or metal like he'd been expecting. This seemed distractingly real. What is this? He wondered, unnerved. Slowly, another sound became clear to him. Sniffling. Someone was crying. And someone young. Blinking in surprise, King turned around and walked towards the noise. He found a large child, covered in blood and bruises, with familiar sea stone shackles around his wrists. He didn't seem to take any notice of King when the Lunarian stopped a few feet away from him, his eyes widening slightly in shock. A buccaneer? King uttered, stunned. He knew about that people, how could he not? They were the other ones who worshipped Nika and were targeted by the world government for silencing. King hadn't been aware that any of them were alive, except for Kuma the tyrant, warlord of the sea. The child sobbed harder, curling in on himself. King approached and attempted to touch him, but his hand slid right through as though the boy was an illusion. Am I dreaming? The Lunarian wondered uneasily. Can't be. When could I have fallen asleep? You! Get back here! The boy gasped and looked up in tearful fear. King twisted and saw the shadowy, glowering figures of two adults. They both looked ragged and angrily fearful on their own. Get back here! If you're found missing, they'll kill all of us. One barked. The boy, Kuma? This was Kuma? Shook his head violently and put his hands over his head. I don't wanna. He cried heartrendingly. Don't make me go back, I can't bear it. The other slaves aren't sympathetic, striking him with sticks. King's lip curled back in alarmed disgust and he ultimately confirmed his inability to interfere with the scene unfolding before him by grabbing at the men's arms. Stop crying, you big brat. One of them yelled. Get up. No. Kuma yelled back, tears and snot dripping down his face. Emotion swirled around King, foreign but pressing down against his heart. It was like lying against someone else and feeling their heartbeat, the rhythm of their breathing. It felt like despair. It dug into those buried memories of being chained to the gurney while a woman slowly going mad with guilt tested him again and again, clawed through the protective membrane over the wound and nestled itself between those moments, making itself at home. I'm gonna die either way, so why can't I die here? Kuma sobbed out. At least kill me here, where I can see the sun. Kuma, King uttered, kneeling down next to him without thinking. He could only estimate how old the warlord was right now. His memories of buccaneers were all tied to Albert, to his life before the massacre, and they were difficult to recall at the best of times. However, the shape of his face and the soft, babyish texture of his flesh made King think that he must be around 4, 5, maybe 6 at the oldest. Albert had seen a lot of children suffering. As king, he was partially responsible for some of it. Yet still his stomach lurched with pity, and disgust at the other SLV's lack of empathy for someone else in their sorry state. It was then when the realization came to him. Am I in a memory? King wondered, startled. It made a degree of sense, how the world changed completely and he was unable to interact with anyone, nor did they seem to see or hear him, but he'd never known that memories could be removed from the mind and stored outside of the person they belonged to. Kuma's crying melted away when the memory swirled and changed. King blinked and got to his feet, trying to suppress a sense of vertigo as the world reformed around him. A kingdom burst into existence around him, one busy and somewhat on hard times, going off of the buildings he could see from street level, but full of genuine cheer and comfort. Kuma's giggles drew his eye. This time, the boy wasn't alone, he was in the arms of a tall, lovely woman and a smiling buccaneer man. They had to be his parents. He's completely healthy, an easygoing doctor tells the father as they walked out of the hospital. Well, the men walked, the mother is resting in a wheelchair, cooing over her child with a sweet smile. King followed after them, his heart tugging with a nameless feeling all his own. I recommend extended bed rest for the lovely wife, but she should recover just fine as well. If she has any bleeding or other discomfort, don't hesitate to call me. Thank you so much, the father said happily, reaching down to pat his son on the head. His smile shivers a little and he looks up at the doctor. Doc. The elderly man smiled and waved a hand. His blood? Don't worry, Clap, I won't speak of it, and I left it out of the records. Kuma's father sighs and gave the man a tearful smile. Thank you. King exhaled gently, his jaw hitching. The fragments of Albert that existed inside of him are all rattling, reaching out to this family like his own he lost so long ago and aching for them because this doesn't last, someone sells them out, and for the exact same reason. He watched Clap scoop his son up and hold him above his head, watched the child laugh and those little fragments that he'd stopped feeling long ago twist like spikes in his chest. Days whirl past, the loving family playing with each other and interacting with their neighbors without fear, and King is standing on the doorstep when the doctor desperately came running ahead of several dozen masked Marines crying for Clap to take his family and run. He's shot in the back for his altruism and the men storm inside. Clap begged and begged, kneeling as they snapped the spiked collar around his neck. It's me. I'm the one who has buccaneer blood. He cried, his voice broken. But my wife and son don't. They're human, please, let them go. My crime isn't theirs. King's hands balled into fists. His pleas go ignored because of course they did, their desperation and grief and despair was either annoying or funny to these monsters, and why would the soldiers of justice compromise on their precious laws and not condemn the entire family? He didn't know how his own mother and father were killed, he had been out with friends and his first crush when the attack had happened in its totality, and despite his desperately trying to rush home, he was shot and impaled and paralyzed before he could get anywhere close. He doesn't know how they died, if they were killed on the field or if they lingered in experimentation for months, years before expiring. Albert's anger and grief rises and brushed against Kuma's grief, reaching out his hand to grasp for the family just like his own and protect them. King stood in numb silence, his long experience with the horrors of the world inuring him to reaction as all three were made slaves. A small hand is grabbing his arm, trying to pull him away. King blinked in shock and the memories shift again. Luffy wasn't the smartest guy around, but when the prison he was breaking out of started shaking fairly hard he briefly thought, this can't possibly get any worse. What's that? He yelped when the shaking ground almost caused him to trip and faceplant on the ground. Given that poison guy was right behind them, it wasn't something he could afford, and he caught himself in time to keep running. I don't know, Iva cried out, eyes widening. It feels like an earthquake. All the way out here? Luffy cried. This was an underwater prison. He didn't think it was supposed to get earthquakes. TCH. Crocodile hissed through his teeth, glaring at the walls. Parts of the ceiling began breaking apart and falling down all around them. Buggy shrieked really loudly and broke into a dozen pieces to avoid getting smashed into the ground. Whitebeard? He should be at Marineford right now, fighting the execution. Whitebeard. That was Ace's dad. Luffy didn't know what the old man's powers were, but he knew they weren't close to Marineford and it made him wonder exactly how strong the guy was. He pushed the thought aside for later. If this place was gonna fall apart from an earthquake, then he needed to get out of here faster. He couldn't let this stop him from getting to Ace. These tremors. I'm familiar with them. It's definitely an expression of Pop's powers. Jinbe said urgently. Whitebeard. Impossible. Poison Guy cried somewhere behind him. Why would he come here instead of going directly to rescue Portgas? Who cares? If he was here, Luffy could hop on his ship and get a ride straight to Marineford. That was really good. The young Ravenet gritted his teeth hard and pumped more strength into his legs, pushing his battered body as fast as it would go as he ran through the hallways and toward the exit. They were so close, they were almost outside. Ace, Ace. Thoughts of him filled Luffy's head, from childhood all the way to when he'd last seen him in Alabasta. Ace being grumpy about something and yelling a lot when Sabo and Luffy teased him, Ace holding him when he woke crying from the memory of the terminal fire, Ace casually defeating him in a sparring match but giving him corrections and encouragement the entire time as he whirled around the clearing, not allowing Luffy to get a single hit on him. Ace jumping out onto dangerously slippery stones across a river to retrieve his precious straw hat when a strong wind had blown it off of Luffy's head, returning it with a laugh and a teasing joke as the shorter teen crushed him in a hug. Ace. He remembered the exact stretch of days where Ace had gone from grumpy and withdrawn, if still caring, to warm and gentle and Luffy's everything. How he'd started smiling more, becoming joyful and playful and polite with his fiery temper more controlled and tampered down. How much Luffy loved that smile, how it was like seeing the sun rise every morning. He was everything, he was his most important person. He can't lose him, he can't, he won't. Luffy wasn't good at being scared. When he did get frightened by something, he either broke down, or channeled that fear into rage that gave him new strength. And right now, the only thing he felt more than the fear of losing Ace was his hell-bent determination to rescue him. So Luffy ran, easily staying ahead of everyone else, even those who should have been in much better condition than him. He tore through the hallways and out of the first-floor plaza directly towards the door even as the building shook and the floor cracked open beneath him more than once. As he drew close he could hear the roaring of waves despite this being the comm belt and he knew that was the way out. "We're here!" He yelled at everyone behind him. Poison Guy had gotten slowed down by parts of the ground giving way and causing parts of him to drop into caverns, giving them precious seconds to get some distance on him as he pulled himself back together. "Come on!" With a final burst of energy, Luffy burst out through the broken front doors and out into the light of day. The sunlight stabbed at his eyes, making him cringe a little, but the feeling of salt water in the air is absolutely invigorating. He stumbled to a halt, panting, a wide grin on his face as he basked for a moment in having re-entered the real world. "Don't stop!" Buggy shrieked as he hurtled past Luffy. "What are you doing?" "He's still coming." Wax Guy, Jinbe and Croc hurtled out next, followed by several of their friends. "Don't worry about that," a new male voice said, sounding a little bored. Luffy jumped and looked sideways. How had he missed that guy? A tall young man stood up from the patch of rubble he had been sitting on, ignoring the chaos around him, and walked past him. He's dressed in a long trench coat and he flicked a long sword an inch out of its scabbard as he walked forward, weaving calmly between Luffy's allies as they all hurtled out of the prison. "Huh? Who are?" Luffy started, blinking. His eyes quickly focused on the hat the guy was wearing. It's white with black spots. The sight rattled around in his head for a few seconds before he realized he could place it in his memory. "Traffy?" The other pirate briefly turned, an annoyed look flashing in his golden eyes as men and candies fled past him. Then he turned and drew his sword completely, staring into the inside of Impel Down as Poison Guy began raging towards them. "Who's that?" Ivankov asked in confusion, their eyes widening. "Hey! You should be running away along with us, boy!" Traffy scoffed and held out one hand. "Room," he declared calmly. A blue bubble swept out around him. Several of the escapees yelped when the power brushed against them, leaving them scrambling to get out of the way. Poison Guy poured forward into the bubble without stopping, and Traffy smirked ever so slightly. Luffy's breath hitched and he opened his mouth to warn him. "Shambles!" And suddenly the poison hydra split into dozens of pieces. Traffy lifted his hand and unleashed a series of slashes with his sword, leaving Luffy open-mouthed as the poison logia that had given them so much trouble was split into dozens, hundreds, thousands of little cubes. Traffy then pointed two fingers upward and uttered, "Tact." Buggy's mouth unlatched and dropped to the ground as the poison cubes all flew upwards, up and up and up, and were promptly scattered across the enormous, rocky outer shell of Impel Down, none of them anywhere close to the other. Traffy's smirk widened ever so slightly. He made a lazy gesture with one hand and the remaining cubes on the ground were flung like baseballs deep inside of Impel Down. "Out of the way," he said lazily before stepping into the building. Another few slashes from his sword and the ceiling at the far end of the hallway, near the elevator, was chopped into pieces and promptly collapsed dramatically, completely blocking off the hallway. "The new era won't be stopped by the likes of you." Luffy felt himself getting stars in his eyes. "Oh, wow. How did he do that?" His sword wasn't touching the poison at all but he still did all of that. It must be that blue aura, which Traffy dismissed easily before walking back out of Impel Down. He'd really come to their rescue. "Traffy!" he called excitedly, bounding towards the other supernova. He was belatedly aware of his other escapees eyeing the guy warily. "What are you doing here?" Law tilted his head and gave him a slightly exasperated frown. "Don't call me that," he said. "Why?" "I was passing by when I heard the broadcast. It made me rearrange some of my plans." "What broadcast?" Luffy asked curiously. Law's expression flattened slightly. "The broadcast. The doctor blowing the whistle about the government's genocide of the Lunarians." Luffy stared at him in confusion, and it must be obvious because the golden-eyed pirate sked. Impel Down must have been on radio silence. "Who are you?" Buggy squeaked, his voice high-pitched. He was holding his fists up and watching Law with faux confidence. "Trafalgar Law." Jinbe identified him, his voice low and rumbling. "The Surgeon of Death." The fishman walked over to Luffy's side and eyed the tall human warily. "You just happened to be passing by Impel Down on a whim?" "Yes," Law deadpanned. "I hadn't initially planned to get this close, but things have changed." He raised one hand and pointed out across the water. "Huh? What are you pointing dash?" Luffy turned around and felt his jaw drop open just like Buggy's did. The huge gates that he'd seen on his way in, the absolute monoliths of stone and steel that towered above the seas, weren't. They were cracked about a third of the way open and huge chunks were missing from the lower sections where the doors were supposed to slot together. Huge cracks ran up and across the rest of the surfaces from top to bottom, the doors are twitching slightly in the wind, sickening groaning sounds of metal giving way echoing across the water. The rumbling is subsiding now, and as Luffy was staring, a wave slapped the bottom of the right door and tore off another chunk off that fell into the ocean. Wild cheers and shocked shrieking echoed from the rest of the escapees he gathered up. When Luffy got his head around the sight, his heart jumped with delight. The doors were opened. They didn't have to worry about getting past them. "Pops," Jinbe breathed out. "When did he find the time to?" "Kaido has moved in a way the Marines can't ignore," Law responded, dropping his arm. "The Emperor will tell you the details, I'm sure, but they cannot afford to fight him right now. I predicted that the highest levels of the government wouldn't be willing to turn Ace over in exchange for a ceasefire, so I came this way to wait until they tried to return him to Impel Down." He gave Luffy a thoughtful look. "I wasn't quite expecting to see you here too." Luffy blinked. "Of course I was here. I came to break Ace out," he said confidently. "You wanted to rescue him too, Traffy?" His heart instantly warms to the point of burning. "This golden-eyed guy is really, really cool." Law inclined his head, not saying anything. Luffy giggled in surprised glee and he jumped on the other man, wrapping him in a tight hug. "Gurk?" The taller man sputtered, staggering backwards and flailing slightly. Thank you," Luffy babbled happily at him. "You're so cool. I won't ever forget this, Traffy." "Why are you hugging me?" Law protested with a strangled squawk. "Let go." "No," Luffy responded, nuzzling his shoulder. Traffy had come to help him and help Ace. Right then and there, he decided that the other pirate was an amazing friend for life. "You wanted to wring a favor out of Pops," Jinbe deduced, still frowning a little. Law pried the smaller Ravenet off of him, still looking flustered. He quickly recomposed himself when meeting Jinbe's gaze, something he's quite practiced in. "It's nothing he'd find too onerous," he responded with confidence. Hey, is that the Phoenix?" Mr. 3 squawked. Luffy blinked and looked back towards the door. A blue stream of fire flew through the open doors, above a marine ship that was coasting through the water towards them. Crocodile grumbled direly under his breath and stepped away from the group, glowering. "He wouldn't come here with Marines," Jinbe uttered, blinking in surprise. "Does that mean?" As the ship drew closer, a familiar voice called across the water to him. "Luffy, darling!" Boa cried with childlike excitement. "Are you okay?" "Hammock!" Luffy cheered, running to the edge of the dock. He hadn't expected to see her out here. Had something happened? "Darling?" Buggy squeaked in disbelief somewhere behind him. "Darling? I come bearing a gift for you," Boa called as the ship drew close. She didn't have to elaborate any, she'd hardly gotten halfway through her sentence before a familiar figure bolted to the railing next to her and almost threw himself over it, ocean green eyes panning the crowd at the entrance of the dock for one person. "Luffy!" Ace cried in relief when he spotted him. Luffy's heart seized up with shock for a moment. "Ace? How could Ace be here?" He stood there for a second, confused as to how this came about, before his mind energetically shoved all those useless questions away in the bin that he put all things, like how vegetables were supposed to be good for you or that Gramps might be right about something. None of it mattered. "Ace!" He screamed back at the top of his lungs, nearly throwing himself into the water when he jerked forward and his foot hit the edge of the dock. He stared at the ocean like it had personally offended him, his neurons misfiring as he tried to figure out how to get himself onto that moving ship, when voice laughed above him and a blue bird floated down to his side. "Come on, kid, I'll give you a lift," a guy's voice laughed before picking Luffy up by his shoulders. Luffy yipped in surprise, but he didn't struggle when the bird took off and started carrying him directly towards the ship. Boa and Ace came into focus quickly, the latter almost quaking where he stood and the former holding her hands against her heart. Seeing them both there and free and okay makes him so happy he thinks he might burst. The bird swoops low and deposited Luffy safely on the deck. The moment his feet touched the ground he was moving, running, and launching himself into Ace's broad chest. "Ace!" Luffy wailed, flinging his arms around his precious person. "He's okay. He's okay, he's here and his heart is beating and he's warm and everything is okay, even though Luffy is separated from his nakama still and he's still hurting from Iva's miracle cure and getting poisoned, it didn't matter. Ace is free and he's here," and Luffy started to sob in joyful relief. "Luffy," Ace's husky voice whispered, his hug pins Luffy roughly against his chest, his arms trembling slightly. "You reckless idiot, what were you thinking?" He buried his face in Luffy's hair. "You never should have set foot in Impel Down. Why put yourself through that?" "Because you were trapped there," Luffy bawled. Stupid Ace, getting captured and scaring him this much." Ace uttered a choke sound halfway between a sob and a laugh. "Dumbass," he uttered. "You were in so over your head." His fingers brushed against dried blood on Luffy's skin. "Never do something like this again, never. Promise me." No. Luffy said rebelliously, sniffling. I'll never leave you if you're in trouble. Ace made a strangled noise and huffed, a shaky smile crossing his face. NGH. I always knew you were an idiot. His hug tightened slightly. Dmed Navy. I don't even have enough energy to yell at you. How badly are you hurt, Lou? I'm fine. Iva-san gave me their miracle cure, so I'm all back to normal. Who? Ace wondered. They're back at the docks. I broke out lots of people in order to go rescue you, including your friend Jinbe. Luffy babbled, looking up and smiling brightly at Ace through his tears. They've been a great help. Yeah? Ace loosened his hold and gave Luffy a wobbly smile. Guess we both got lucky. Hancock came to my cell in Marineford and busted it open. Thanks to her I was able to get out of there on my own. Luffy gasped and turned towards Boa. Really? He cried. Boa nodded, and immediately became the third recipient of the Luffy rocket hug that all but knocked her over. Thank you, Hammock. You're the best friend ever. Boa uttered a faint gasping sound and slid gracefully to her knees, too in shock to hug back. Cheers start coming from the docks as everyone Luffy had given freedom to realize just how much their fortunes had turned. Law watched the reunion with raised eyebrows, silently giving further credit to his estimation of Monkey D. Luffy. With his original plan for the future very much in flux, he needed to shift gears. And a possibility is already presenting itself. We have met ourselves. Sengoku ran, as much as he was able with his prior heart attack having taken a bite out of his stamina as the fact that the ground was shaking beneath him. He knew these rumblings like the back of his hand. How many times had he clashed with Whitebeard back in the day, with Garp and Tsuru at his side? How many times had he seen the terrible power of the Tremor fruit in action? He carried 2 nurses over his shoulders, their bodies swaying precariously as he ran. The walls cracked and chunks of plaster tumbled down like rocks as he ran. There were people behind him, and most of them wouldn't make it to the outside of the building. Would all those personnel he'd brought here with the promise of victory die by being crushed to death, or when they were pinned beneath the rubble with water filling their lungs? Shattering glass echoed from every direction, including above. Men and women screamed as they tried every avenue they could find to escape the building. Sengoku felt the strain in his chest to even do this much so soon after his heart had an episode, but there was one thing to say for his stubbornness: he'd powered through worse than this before. Part of the ceiling struck him in the head. He shook it off, his vision only going slightly fuzzy for a second. Channeling armament hockey through his body with everything he had, Sengoku put on more speed. Wooden support beams were cracking and snapping like toothpicks across the hallway he was racing down, the shaking threatening to open holes in the floor. Newgate had attacked them from a distance. Of course he did. His son wasn't here, they had no hostage to force him to come and play their game instead of cracking the foundation of their island, letting the shattering stone and earth do the rest. Sengoku was willing to bet that the Emperor hadn't come within a few nautical miles of them. So much for him being old and weak. It was a bitter thought, and one that felt unlike him. If there was another voice inside Sengoku's head that he conjured up when he felt he needed guidance, it was his son's, and he didn't remember Rocinante being that laconic. But then Rocinante hadn't known him as well as he thought he had, did he? We don't have time to even save half of our forces. We should have given Ace back. DMN me, why didn't I insist we give Rogers get back for a ceasefire? Whitebeard always honored his word, from the first time I met him to now. Sengoku turned a corner just in time to see a huge chunk of the ceiling collapse downward in a storm of plaster dust and splintered wood. Cursing, the Buddha turned to the wall in front of him and unleashed a powerful attack to blast his way through the damaged remains, then rushed across the hall to do the same to the next one. If he kept moving this way he'd get out of the headquarters building, and create a temporary exit for those following him. He could still save people. Save a few. If he could at least save one, then he hasn't been a total failure. You call your genocide coming back to haunt you something other than a total failure? His thoughts diverted treacherously. I guess if you think about it the way the Elder Stars do, it was a failure. Because you didn't manage to get all of them. Sengoku powered through another wall, projecting strength and steadiness. There were Marines struggling to navigate the crumbling hallways in each direction. With me! He shouted as loud as he could. All men and women who can walk, with me. Evacuate the HQ. Some of the men cheered and found new strength, scrambling to their feet and rushing in his direction. Some, however, remained right where they were. Evacuate to where? One man cried in despair. If we set foot outside, the sea will swallow us whole. There's no point. Negative on that, soldier. Sengoku barked, taking a precious few milliseconds to pause and look that way to deliver his statement with confidence. There is one way off the island still. Come quickly. The man didn't even twitch. He remained slumped against the wall, one leg bloody, and a look of serenity passing over him. He pulled his knees up to his chest and rested his forehead against them, waiting for the building to collapse on top of him. Almost seeming to welcome it. Suridge must have looked like that, once or twice. Pondered killing herself, unable to live in a world where her justice had been corrupted. What had made her survive? Knowing that one Lunarian was still alive, the one who'd survived her? Sengoku didn't even have time to order someone to grab that man and carry him. The ground split apart beneath his feet, forcing him to rapidly employ skywalk to avoid falling and being trapped in the floors below. With bitter regret, he kept running, his breath rasping harshly in his lungs. That's the problem with genocide, isn't it? The voice observed someone always gets away. Portgas. Trafalgar. King. What were you possibly expecting when you killed everyone around them and left them alone in their suffering? Sengoku forced his way through the last wall and rushed outside. He couldn't stop moving, though. Already tiles and window panes were falling from the upper building, smashing on the ground or upon those unlucky enough to be just beneath them. Yet the sight that greeted him still tripped him up. The water in the bay was raging, waves smashing against the waterfront. And pooling in the new fault lines of the pavement. As he stepped outside, the execution stand leaned forward with increasing speed. The plates of concrete beneath began shifting like clay fragments, the forward chunks dropping deeper into the ground while the back ones rose as the tremors pushed them about. The proud scaffold reinforced with precious sea stone, upon which the great pirate era was meant to be slain, fell forward with a tortured shriek of metal and collapsed upon the bay, crushing everything and everyone in its path. The wings of the island were being pounded upon by waves, each one bigger than the last. Sea water splashed into the walkways, knocking devil fruit users into the watery bay. Their fellow soldiers either froze, cried out in despair, or attempted mindlessly to leap into the waters and pull their frozen companions to safety despite the raging waters. Further sections of the island were jerking up and down like corks slowly bobbling in the water, separating groups of soldiers from their commanders and ships from their moors. A few ships were carried up over the sides and flung into the would-be battlefield like bath toys. A giant managed to catch one of them with great effort. Sengoku was too far away to identify them, but he was heartened by his courage, while the others smashed into giants' chests or crushed ground troops beneath their keels. The warlords were nowhere to be seen, except for PX-0, who briefly popped in and out of Sengoku's view. A sniper tower collapsed in on itself when Sengoku's eyes scanned the edges of the field, taking its occupants with it. Others were trembling so badly that those inside would be lucky to make it to exits before they followed suit. Several men leapt from the openings, choosing to take their chances with the raging sea or at least choose the method of their death. As Sengoku watched, one tower was quickly surrounded by a massive iceberg with a ramp. "Jump!" Akiji shouted over the crashing, rumbling, and chaos. "It won't last." Men and women scrambled out and slid down their new escape route. In a flash of blue, Akiji began repeating the process. That handful of people made it to the ground and began trying to flee to a ship that, while bobbing dangerously in the waves, hadn't been upturned or carried away yet. Just a few. Hopefully the skeleton crew was still aboard and were capable of fighting the waves. Sengoku looked around wildly for Garp and Tsuru. Immediately he noticed that there were dead bodies on the ground with slash wounds and the tiny thin cuts of strings, the corpses of two giants half submerged in the bay, half disintegrated by sunlight. His heart seized up violently at the implications before he forced it down. He would not have another attack, not when his people needed him. Finally his gaze caught sight of Garp's flapping coat. Leaping from one shaking landmass to the next, Garp was shouting at the top of his voice and throwing people through the air like baseballs. Those people projectiles went flying out across the sea, aimed to land far enough away that they would land in waters calm enough to tread water or float in, all without being smashed against the surface. His control of his strength and judging the arcs in which he threw was unmatched. He'd learned from years of flinging cannonballs, after all. Garp never stopped grabbing and throwing people, whatever he was doing, herding groups together or smacking some sanity back into men who'd given into panic. Men were frozen and staring at their doom in several places, while others blindly fled to emergency exits that had already been rendered blocked or otherwise useless by the shattering ground and waves. PX-0 popped into existence near Garp. Sengoku ran in that direction. As he drew close, Garp was pointing at a group of soldiers that included his two young protégés, Captain Smoker of Logetown and a good deal of his men. A second later PX-0's palms lit up and there was a pop as every man and woman in the group was pushed off to some other location. Quick thinking as always. Garp might be infuriating, but he was always reliable. Funny how he's saving the day right after you tried to force him to participate in killing his grandson. The voice snarked. It was starting to sound like Suridge. God knew that her voice was now burned into the black matter of his brain. "Sengoku!" Tsuru's strained voice called out to him, followed by a violent coughing fit. Instantly Sengoku pivoted and tracked his friend's hockey signature. He ran to the lower level of the bay and skidded to a halt next to Tsuru, who was hacking up a lungful of sea water while her direct subordinate helped her stand. She'd been caught in one of the waves, evidently. "Tsuru," he said breathlessly. "An evacuation dash." "I know," she said, her expression hard as iron. It didn't go up to her eyes. Underneath the layer of iron determination she was projecting, Sengoku could see waves of fear and despair. The order's given, but it's impossible to get everyone mustered coherently. The ground beneath them began cracking fast and ominously. To underscore her point, Sengoku used his leg to pull Tsuru out of the way of the budding death zone as sea water began swamping the bay. "Pick her up!" he shouted at her second, who mercifully was alert and obeyed instantly. They fled away from the water, threatening to turn them into anchors. In the quake, this would almost certainly be a death sentence. "Garp has a plan, I think dash. He told me," Tsuru interrupted him a second time, something she so very rarely did. Sengoku expected her to start cursing him out for causing this situation, for not arguing harder and longer with the Elder Stars and rejecting reality for just a bit too long, but she didn't. "PX-0 will get as many people to relief bases as he can before it's too risky for him to stay. Help me stabilize what ships we have left and start getting people onto them. A good kick from him will get them moving through even these waves." Sengoku looked from side to side. "There's one," he said, pointing to the furthest edge of the wings around the bay. The waves near that area seemed to be pulled into the bay itself, so the ship wasn't bobbling as badly as the others. That wasn't likely to last long, though. "Gather as many of your men to you as you can and make your way there. Have Akiji create temporary ice bridges wherever needed as many times as he can." He took off running in that direction, as fast as he could. The women in his arms weren't conscious, but they weren't badly hurt, so hopefully they'd be able to nurse their fellows once they were clear of the danger zone. Sengoku leapt across the shattering earth, cracks forming every time his feet touched the ground. The ship trembled in the water when he landed on its deck, tearing inside. He put the women on beds and tore back outside. An enormous, ringing tearing sound echoed across Marineford when he ran down the wing again. Looking up, Sengoku's stomach dropped as the roof of the Navy HQ completely collapsed inward, the upper floors giving way one after another. Debris spilled out of open windows in an arc, pouring to the ground. "Get away from the buildings!" he bellowed as he moved, pushing soldiers behind him and grabbing ones that had fallen, bringing them back to their feet and pointing sharply at the ship. "Get a clear distance from the HQ." PX-0 poofed into existence in the middle of the bay and held its hands out. A titanic wave of water rose behind him, ready to test Vegapunk's work against Mother Ocean's savage rage. Akiji's ice burst forth and froze the water in its tracks, creating an impromptu barrier in the lowest circles of the field. Sengoku could see where the Admiral had previously attempted this. Half-formed waves arched over various points, crumbling as the ocean continued to rail against them, or the ground they were stuck to was fragmented and shattered. Ice bridges wobbled dangerously as the quake tore into their structure, the men running across them crying and pleading for them to hold steady for just a few more seconds. As Sengoku ran, barking directions and sending more people Tsuru's way, he saw multiple people pinned underneath the scaffold. Before he could even try to move their way, the ground broke apart and water below sced them under with hardly a scream. "It's just like the seastone walls were meant to do," that voice thought. Trapping the pirates like rats and then exterminating them with magma. Grinding his teeth, fighting to keep his emotions under control, Sengoku kept moving. Adrenaline pounded in his ears. He picked up injured men and carried them back the way he'd come. He could save these ones. He had to. No. Port Gastiers must die. The Elder's words echoed in his ears like erratic mockery. Sengoku had agreed to it, seen it as dirty business but absolutely necessary to tear down the era that Roger had created and make the seas safe again. He'd been prepared to sacrifice these brave souls in a war in hopes of winning the peace. Undoing Roger's final victory over him and Garp. He sacrificed them, all right, and for what? For what? This wasn't a war, this was an act of an old god who'd been needled and pushed until he retaliated with a smiting those who dared lay hands on his son. And how many of these men thought they were fighting for justice now, anyway? How many believed it, instead of concluding that they'd been left to die by what had Suridge called it? A greedy, bloated tyranny run by the delusional? No longer soldiers of the righteous, but bloody butchers no better than rocks. She'd taken his peace of mind, his hopes, his life's work, and crushed it underneath her heel. Kaido and Whitebeard were the ones with the power, but they wouldn't have been able to enact this string of events without her. "Are you happy now, woman? Are you satisfied by this slaughter? Nothing we do will ever be justified." Her voice hissed back. "If butchering a whole people is justice, then how exactly am I different from you? If this quake crushes and drowns you all for the sake of 7 children's freedom, how is that different from you ordering the butchering of hundreds of PRGNNT women and their babies just to kill one boy, women who had nothing to do with Roger aside from him passing them by? This is my justice. It won't be denied by you, or anyone else. The island shook and a thunderous roar reverberated out from the HQ. Sengoku made it to the deck of the ship and handed the injured off before whirling around. The rest of the wooden structure, all too vulnerable to an earthquake of this magnitude, folded in on itself, the floors smashed down into the one below one after another, a tornado of sawdust and wood and glass and steel forming a mushroom cloud that spread across the plaza. Visibility dropped intensely, forcing Sengoku to rely heavily on his observation hockey as he turned back once more. The ship could still carry more people. He could save a few more, he has to be able to save at least one more person. Time had no meaning. The quake itself was over, but the aftershocks were rolling in, and the damage was already done. The sea had not quieted. Sengoku ran half-blind, grabbing any soul that he could get his hands on as ice walls formed again and again to try and block the waves still taking chunks of their forces down to Davy Jones's locker. He runs and moves people until the deck is crowded, until the ship needs to be set out to sail before its luck runs out and it's overturned with all souls aboard. Senny, Garp's voice startled him. Sengoku turned around to see his old friend Headache had come over to join them at some point. Garp looked ragged, tired, with blood staining various points of his coat, but his eyes were burning with familiar fire. Get on board. Sengoku paused for half a second to process that strange statement. Then it registered and he shook his head. I don't recall you being promoted above me, Garp. He responded gruffly, moving to continue down the gangplank. You just had a heart attack, and if you push yourself a second longer you're going to have another one and die here. Garp said flatly, a familiar stubborn look in his face. Something chilly slid down Sengoku's spine. We're losing enough as it is. Get on board, I'll take things from here. I will not abandon our men. No, you're going to lead them. Garp barked. Before Sengoku even had a warning, he was shoved hard enough to go sprawling across the deck. Hang tight, the G-forces are gonna be rough for a minute or two. Woozily Sengoku tried to sit up. Garp, don't you dare. His chest squeezed so tightly he became lightheaded and started seeing stars. Garp. His words were useless. He should have known that they would be. Garp didn't listen to anything or anyone except his gut. His health betraying him, Sengoku could only get up on one knee before Garp put his foot against the hull and gave the ship a kick, less famous than his signature punches, but an impact that you underestimated at your peril. The ship was lifted an inch off of the water and then it was flying, cutting through the ocean backwards. Sengoku was knocked flat onto his back by the wind, the sky whirling overhead and his men yelling all around him as they were rocketed away. The crumbling island of Marineford, the heart of justice, vanished from view within a few precious seconds. They were losing. Justice could not lose. Where the hell were their reinforcements? Akainu unleashed a bombardment of magma, putting all the power in it that he'd ever been able to apply to the attack. The monster in front of him laughed. Magma slid across his blue scales as he barreled through the barrage, tanking it while showing hardly a wince of pain. Useless. 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 Kaido goaded him as a ball of fire formed in his mouth. Didn't you want to kill an emperor, brat? Blast breath. Akainu didn't have time to curse. He melted into magma and threw himself downhill. The monster's attack smashed into the ground where he'd been standing and obliterated it. Even in this form the heat of the flames seared him and threatened to melt him to nothing. He registered a golden flash above and pulled himself back into human form. Kizaru's sacred Yata mirror had just hit Kaido in the side of the head. The monster isn't deterred. He hasn't been by anything the two of them had been throwing at him since they touched down. Instead he shifted to a half-human form and brought his mace down onto Kizaru's face, smashing him into the ground. Thunder! Kaido bellowed, his deep voice rattling the foundations of the island itself, and Kizaru had barely enough time to get out of the way before the attack could punch a hole through his chest. We didn't even locate Vegapunk before this BSTRD was on top of us, Akainu seethed internally, making another play of attack while Kizaru seemed to have Kaido distracted. The closest we got was finding Pythagoras running at full speed from Jack. We didn't even get to finish him off before Kaido came flying in. They'd arrived at Egghead Island to find it already halfway to devastation. Kaido had made full use of his head start provided by that traitorous wretch. Precious technology and weapons already disappeared from their warehouses and no sign of the satellites in any direction. Kizaru had originally made to attack the beast's flagship, doubtlessly where the captured scientists were, but he'd been driven off by a combination of Page 1, Ulti, and Black Maria. Once Kaido became aware of that, He hyper-focused on them, attacking relentlessly as other monsters in his collection worked to keep back the brave foot soldiers who'd come to challenge them. He'd tried to find a way to lose Kaido, of course he had. He'd tried going underground, but that just led to Kaido blasting holes in the earth that collapsed parts of the tunnels available. Trying to duck in a building and get lost in the remains of the city resulted in the Emperor hurtling himself into it and collapsing its structure. Kizaru had almost managed to take himself to the other side of the island in his light form, but Jack had recovered enough to stop him with a hockey attack. Vegapunk was in this chaos somewhere. Kizaru hadn't seen him aboard Kaido's ship. They just had to get to him and escape. They must. Justice must prevail, no matter what feeble women or pitiful remnant attempted. King should have died with the other Lunarians. The moment he gets the chance, Akainu would fix that mistake with prejudice. Thinking he had any right to the weapons of justice. He's a pirate. He had no right to anything, from the weapons to his own life. Akainu gritted his teeth when his follow-up attack, again, failed to do any significant damage to the monster called the strongest creature. Kaido turned and regarded him with a smirk that exposes all of his fangs. That useless relic Sengoku. What is he waiting for? Permission? A pity hug? If he hadn't been so clueless as to let that woman snoop around right under their noses, they wouldn't be in this situation. He should have been looking harder for traitors and spineless moralists, not letting them fester and sow dissent in the heart of justice. Where are the reinforcements? Screaming echoed from all around Akainu, briefly drawing his eye to the rest of the battlefield. Brave men of the Navy were being cut down left and right. They refused to back down, however, firing back and taking beast pirates with them whenever they couldn't simply cut them down. Brave men, all of them. Their families would receive commemorations for their acts of courage here. Kizaru used the sacred Yata mirror again, attacking Kaido's eye this time. Despite his laziness and lack of dedication, his fellow admiral landed the hit squarely. The monster roared in pain. Akainu hoped that meant he'd lose that eye, or at least have it disabled. He couldn't see any blood flow from his angle. Kizaru leapt to the air to repeat his attack, only for Kaido to snap his tail around his waist, hockey pulsing through it and preventing the man from vanishing into air. Irritant, Kaido growled. Then he dragged Kizaru close and raked his clawed hands down his face. This time Akainu could see blood spurting. The Admiral uttered a cry of pain as half of his face basically vanished underneath Kaido's talons. Enraged beyond the point that he thought possible, Akainu dove forward, hammering magma spheres into Kaido's chest, aiming for the cross scar that was emblazoned across the white scales. That was an old wound, very deep to have left such a mark. There had to be a way to exploit it. There had to be. Kaido threw Kizaru aside, letting him crash to the ground in a heap and his blood blinded him. The dragon snarled low on his throat, eyes narrowing. "TSK, you think you're worthy?" the dragon inquired, flames liking his teeth. "Only one man has ever pierced my hide. And you are not even half his measure. Scum!" Akainu thundered, tapping deeper into his devil fruit. Deeper and deeper. The ground around him melted and burned with heat. There was some screaming in the background, male and female. Agonized voices. Inconsequential. He needed more power. Kaido blitzed forward and shapeshifted again, into his half-human form. His mace crackled with electricity and crashed down upon his uplifted arm when the Emperor appeared in front of him, snarling. The impact put dozens of fractures in Akainu's arm bones. He gritted his teeth against the pain and shoved the weapon aside. Magma erupted from his hands as he punched Kaido's chest. Yet the flesh refused to give way. The hard scales crunched under his fists but held firm. The tail whipped in the corner of his eyes and he blocked it on one arm, dissolving it into magma so the beast couldn't catch him the way he had Kizaru. "Useless," Kaido taunted, a smirk on his face. Then his mace came down again and there was pain. The spiked weapon sank into his right shoulder, breaking through the iron body that he'd prepared and sinking into the flesh below. Kaido roared and grabbed Akainu's arm with his free hand. As his mace tore through flesh he pulled and the limb was severed off after a few torturous seconds. But even though his pain, Akainu focused and reset his iron body so the kick to his chest didn't damage his organs, it merely sent him flying. He crashed backwards into a hard slab of concrete. The impact nearly winded him. He almost failed to dodge away from Kaido a second later, his roll fumbled due to his newfound lack of an arm. Akainu gritted his teeth and shoved one magma-covered hand against the stump, roughly cauterizing it. A flash of gold light. Kaido grunted in annoyance when Kizaru returned in an instant, his heel slamming into the back of his head. "Persistent little flies," the Emperor growled. "Let's see how many limbs I need pull off before you stop squirming." He full shifted, fire gathering up in his jaw in a bright, hot instant. Akainu's eyes burned from the light as Kizaru tackled him, shoving him out of the way of the attack that rocked the ground beneath them. Looking at him showed a hideous set of scars, Instantly Akainu knew that his comrade could only see out of one eye, and perhaps not well at that. The wound is still bleeding sluggishly, thickly staining the yellow coat the man preferred. He doesn't thank him. Neither have time to waste their breath. They spring out of the way to avoid Kaido's second blast and split apart, circling around him. Pain still throbbed in Akainu's head, like a drum that wouldn't fall silent, but he pushed through it. Justice would not be denied. It wouldn't be. He would drive Kaido off and retrieve Dr. Vegapunk. The demon wouldn't win, not again, not like he always does. While the heads of the Navy quailed and buried their heads in the sand at the mere mention of his name. All the emperors will now be faced with an enemy who isn't too cowardly to challenge them. The new era has begun. Kaido's tail slammed into his side, staggering him. Akainu melted into Logia form again and made a signal to Kizaru to try a new form of attack. Vegapunk had a lot of devices. There had to be some around that they could make use of against Kaido. They just had to find it. S-Flamingo was worried. There's something revolutionary about the realization. Usually emotions were restricted to analytical observations and combat adjustments, but after York had finished flushing out the programming, he could feel everything. Everything, all at once. It had overwhelmed him so much that when she'd finished, he'd flopped in a chair and stared at the ceiling for 5 minutes straight. His supports hadn't been able to separate out the overload. He'd tried activating them. Emotions could not be controlled by computers, maybe. Even his giddiness at the quiet, no pressure on his mind, no order repeating itself over and over and over in his brain until he carried it out or tried to drive a screwdriver into his skull, nothing, however, could overtake the worry he was feeling. King hadn't come back yet. There were perfectly logical explanations for that. S-Flamingo had thought through every single one of them. Most likely he was still in combat. Marines had arrived, after all, and there were likely some CP agents still mulling about. Perhaps he'd been urgently needed to support one of his underlings. King was second in command to Kaido, after all. Perhaps he'd needed a moment to patch up a wound he'd received during a fight. King was worth 1.39 billion berries. He wouldn't die easily in combat, if at all. There was a reason the emperors and their strongest subordinates had "do not engage" orders for most ranks of the Marines. All logical reasoning. Yet the emotion refused to go away. I was able to escape. That makes you my family. 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 Something hot and painful and some new emotion, a feeling he couldn't describe clinically, whirled in the boy's chest when he thought of that statement, that promise. Was it longing? It had to be longing. S-Flamingo dreamed, sometimes. Saw flashes of strange scenes, snapshots. Of places he knew he'd never been and things he'd never said. When he thinks of the word family, he felt pain that none of the biotech he possessed could ease. A sadness there. Family tasted like gunpowder and felt like snow. It felt like a hurt coming from the last people he expected, and it felt like a trembling, small protectorate in his arms. It felt like a burning hot pleasure that seared right down to the soul, and like weakness. Longing. S-Flamingo longed for family as much as he feared it. And now that he could make the choice, his choice and his alone, he could be betrayed. He could be happy, happier than a weapon has ever been, will ever be again. King cared enough to come here and fight the world government to set him and the others free. He held them gently and got angry when he heard they hadn't been given names. He offered the chance to have a family and S-Flamingo. No. The boy paused, a flicker of anger in his chest. He didn't like that designation anymore. He wanted a name. But what should it be? His memory shivered and suddenly offered something to him, not from any database, but from a place where there was snow and joy and sorrow. The boy couldn't explain where the name came from, or why it felt so very important. But it was a good name. Rocinante flicked his wings and trotted towards the door. He didn't know where King was, and he didn't like that. The battle was still raging outside and he's worried. He quickly discovered that he doesn't like being worried. It's solvable though, he'll feel better when he finds King. Where are you going? S-Snake asked, her wings fluffing up a little as S-Hawk slid off of the medical bed, his operation having finished. She'd insisted on going last, shoving at S-Bear to go ahead of her, her dislike of operations warring with her desire to be free of the programming. I want to get a status update, Rocinante responded, blinking at her. She looked nervous, so he tried smiling at her. The gesture was awkward from unfamiliarity, but sincere. I'll return when I locate King and acquire updated information on the battle. What? No. Stay here and protect me, damn it. York whined, giving him a panicked look. The others will guard you, Rocinante said, his eyebrows tabling when he cast her a look. I need to find out if something is wrong. Excuse me. He trotted out through the door, narrowly avoiding tripping over the threshold. He isn't sure why his balance flickered in and out sometimes, it's quite troublesome. Sometimes he feels like he can hear someone laughing about it. It'll be all right, dear. Your mother's dead, son. She's in heaven now. But I think she's better off that way. King stared numbly at the father and son as they both broke down in anguished tears within the darkness of the SLV's cells. They were both so bruised and bloodied, their clothes ripped and filthy and the chains cutting into their wrists. The slavery of the world nobles was the one cruelty that he had managed to avoid by dint of them needing him as a science experiment. He'd never thought he'd be grateful for that. Kuma's memories carried him from one moment of horror to another. He didn't know a moment of peace despite being a child. The world noble yanked him every which way, forced him to carry heavy burdens, and whipped him for everything from not moving fast enough to crying from pain. I should be numb to this. And yet he felt sick watching. Knowing that Kuma survived all of it and escaped slavery somehow wasn't a comfort, because he was a warlord. Why, in the name of Nika, had he decided to become a warlord? You deserve better than having to be their dog again. Albert raged within, leaning on the bars with his hands clutching the cold iron. It was useless to try and intervene in these scenes, he hasn't gone back in time. And yet, Clap wrapped his son in a one-armed hug, holding him tenderly so as not to put pressure on his bruises or cuts. Listen, Kuma. You are strong. You can survive this. Why? I'd rather be dead too, the child whispered, again piercing through King's cold heart to reach the shards of Albert that existed beneath the hard, icy armor. The warrior of liberation will come. Clap responded with warm, joyful faith. The words slammed into King harder than a tsunami. The Lunarian staggered backwards, his eyes widening while in his chest his heart constricted to the point of seeming destruction. It couldn't be. That title was, when Clap said the sun god's name, a shuddering breath left King's lungs as he almost knelt from the sudden tempest of emotions within. Nika. Nika. There were still others who said his name? There were others who believed, even after everything that had happened? How had he not known? He'd thought he was alone. The ache of kinship bubbled up inside him unbidden. That was the crime of the Buccaneers? King had always known that the claimed crime was just a cover-up, but for it to have been this. They were the same, him and Kuma. One a science experiment, the other a SLV. Both clinging to that name and praying for Joyboy to come. It made the world tilt beneath King's feet, the sights before him now strangely precious. He couldn't have explained his sudden turmoil in words if he'd tried. And his rhythm brings laughter to his people, Clap said, standing up and letting Kuma go so he could start to dance. King crept closer, watching the buccaneer slowly dance about the room with movements he remembered in dreams but felt like he was seeing anew. The man hummed the rhythm despite the pain he felt, and a smile briefly came to his battered son's face. Kuma laughed warmly, cheerful for the first time in ages, and King almost felt that warmth pass into him when the scene was suddenly interrupted by an explosive gunshot. Clap's face vanished and his body toppled over. Blood sprayed the cell wall and floor along with bits of flesh. King whipped his head around to see a seething celestial dragon standing in the suddenly open doorway, massive shotgun in hand. Pipe down. He screeched as Kuma stared at his father, not yet processing what happened. Hatred spiked in King, hotter than his flames had ever been. His hands clenched and he imagined Mary Giacy wreathed in flames, the island burning to the ground beneath his feet. Kaido had promised him, and after this, when the children were older, that old desire, dulled by the years of quiet spent in Wano, roared to life once again. Enjoy your sleep while it lasts, King hissed in cold fury, glaring at the noble as the memory began dissolving around him. You're going to die. God Valley. Kaido had told him some stories when they were alone, either in pleasure or sulking while drunk. Kuma's memories took him back to that land of rolling hills and tall rock spires, a beautiful place that was being invaded by the celestial dragons for their annual hunt. As soon as he heard those words, King went somewhere else. This is the greatest hunt that has ever been held. Who here is talented enough to slay the most false gods before the sun sets? 15,000 points for a child. 30,000 for an adult. And unique to this special hunt, that which will earn the most prestige and admiration is the live capture prize. Anyone who can pull off a live capture without the assistance of our Navy soldiers will win 60,000 points. King tore away from the voices and ran to find Kuma again. He couldn't be far away, and there was no point in trying to split anyone here in half, even if he had his sword, you couldn't kill a memory. Bile built in his throat, threatening to bring up every meal he'd had since yesterday. Adrenaline shot through his veins as he felt like a young teen again, hearing those voices in the distance as he scrambled desperately through the cannon fire and bombardment in desperate hopes of finding his parents. He remembered holding Aileen by the hand until stone bullets separated them. He'd tried to get back to her side, only for cannon fire and a goddamn vice admiral to separate them. There had been a world noble there, his somewhat blurred memory couldn't recall if it was a man or woman. He'd almost been grateful to discover Aileen in Punk Hazard when they were put through the same test. There were worse things, he'd thought. DSPLN forces the nausea down and his throat clear. King returned to the spot where he'd first entered the memories to find the other slaves beating on Kuma again, but this time they were stopped by a different pair, a tall boy with a large head and a young girl gnawing on a discarded leg of meat. When their voices cut through the beating and silenced the beating, King felt like he could breathe again. "So, you're the grand prize. The Buccaneer boy. Ah, no wonder you're so big," the boy declared fearlessly. The girl, meanwhile, walked over and made an effort to pull Kuma to his feet. Kuma's eyes widened a little as he stared at her like she was a mythical creature. Despite himself, King felt his lips twitch upwards. Even at a time like this? The girl glared at the other slaves like she was daring them to stop her, an expression so ferocious that they all backed up a few steps. Albert liked her. The boy, Ivankov, where had King heard that name before? Immediately pulled out a megaphone and began telling the others exactly what was happening here. The Lunarian noticed that it wasn't just a few slaves, but many others crowded around the area until it was a small sea of people, having followed the first two to this spot. Ivankov knew what kind of game this was and bluntly informed the others that no one would be spared. That the native rabbit people would be wiped out, and that the murder game's secondary purpose, aside from entertaining the sick monsters responsible, was to get rid of the natives and steal the land along with its resources. When the slaves that had beaten Kuma cried that they would be spared if they survived the 3 weeks, Ivankov called them idiots and told them that no one had ever survived the hunt before. The false promise was just to make the chase more interesting. "How did you survive this, Kuma?" King wondered. This hadn't come up in any of Kaido's stories. He'd mentioned that the celestial dragons had been there enjoying some sort of festival, but he hadn't been interested in the particulars, only the treasure the Rocks pirates had gone to retrieve. If there was ever a moment to escape in the confusion of a war, this was it. He watched as the slaves began moving under the twosome's direction. A shark fisherman bit through the chains, and once everyone was well capable of running and using their hands, the girl, Ginny, spoke up. "The prizes are how we escape the game," she declared confidently. "They've got one of the most powerful devil fruits ever on this island, the mythical azure dragon." King's eyes widened. That was Kaido's devil fruit. The other one is the pawpaw fruit, which can send items and other people to distant islands. That was Kuma's devil fruit. To think that they had this connection too, however distant it was. The nobles wouldn't have even considered that their slaves were plotting right beneath their noses. Incredible. "I'm a pro at thieving, tapping, and transmissions. 2 weeks ago, I sent a message out into the world telling everyone who hears it what the treasures here are," Ginny declared. "So the dragons are gonna be real preoccupied in a minute." King stared at her in creeping awe. She summoned them here. She had brought the Rocks pirates to God Valley. This little girl had used the more feared pirate in history as a pawn in her escape plan, used the people who became emperors of the ocean, and they didn't even know that their plan had not been their own, but hers. Oh, to be a fly on the wall if Rocks Zebek had ever realized that. It was so simple, it was the same thing that Dileia had done to give him a chance to save the children. Admiration and a sense of fondness bubbled up inside him as he regarded Ginny. "It's a shame that no one knows what you've done," he thought. "Your audacity is unmatched by anyone but Roger himself." "I'll do it," Kuma said, volunteering to be the decoy. King glanced back at him and was amazed to see him smiling and calm. He looked happy to accept the near-death sentence, not out of despair, but, Besides, I don't want to see anyone die." The slaves split up and King followed after Kuma as the chaos began to unfold. It wasn't just the Rocks pirates that appeared, but Roger and his own crew as well. Kuma stayed well away from them unless they were a convenient distraction, at which point he'd fearlessly veer close to the fights to ensure that those pursuing him got swept up in the life or death struggle they'd inflicted on him. The celestial dragons, cowards all, immediately fled to their boats with everything they'd been carrying, all that vaunted superiority vanishing like morning dew the instant a real threat appeared. The holy knight stayed behind, and Kuma briefly saw a man with red hair wielding a sword. Something about him was vaguely familiar too, but he put him out of his mind and focused on Kuma. He and Ivankov made it to the place where the prizes were. It felt surreal to see the azure dragon fruit. King was so used to thinking of it as Kaido's, yet Kuma had come within a hair's breadth of eating it. Ivankov handed him the pawpaw fruit, however, and after Lin snatched the azure fruit from Ivankov. The man who entered his awareness, slapping Kuma to the ground, was huge. King's eyes widened slightly when the black-suited man seemed to just appear out of nowhere, looming over Kuma and regarding him as though he were an ant. He wasn't a normal celestial dragon, he wore no protective suit or air bubble. But he carried himself with the same hateful superiority. And as soon as he spoke, "Buccaneer boy, your only options are death or slavery. History itself has chosen them for you." The voice is like a nail in King's skull. Poison in his mouth. His hands trembled a little as it reverberated in his ears. He knew that voice. He had no face to match it to before now, but he knew it in his bones, because you are running low on subjects. I want more data than this, Doctor. I suggest you put more hours into your work. Because that one is holding up better than the rest. Perhaps he is a mutant? Find out for me. Allocate the most severe tests to him. It will get more longevity out of the others. It couldn't be. If that one is causing trouble, then cut out its tongue, fool. You're wasting time. The one face he'd never seen. A voice he'd heard around Punk Hazard occasionally, lingering just out of sight and giving directions to the doctors. Warning Suridge that it looked like she was dragging her feet. Producing more tests. And when he wasn't talking, King could feel him watching. A devil crawled out of hell, waiting for him to breathe his last and forcibly drag him into eternal torment beyond even the end of his life. Kuma stood up, talked back to him, and proceeded to escape with several hundred slaves. King wasn't yet in the frame of mind to appreciate it. He stared at St. J. Garcia Saturn's face until the changing memories yanked him away. He was distracted for a long time after that. It made the memories seem to go by faster. Kuma lived in the Sorbet Kingdom after that, along with Ginny. They stayed in a church together and he made her all the food she could ever want. King watched them through a haze as they grew older, love blooming between them, one that Kuma was afraid to pursue, for what had happened to his mother. Ginny seemed to know this, though never called him out on it, even after he quietly rejected her proposals. Kuma found a way to push pain out of people, to remove everything that caused their suffering and take it into himself so it wouldn't go back to them. He was such a tender man, such a kind one. King watched him and could hardly believe he existed in the same world as him. The hands of liberation. If King hadn't believed in his heart that Kaido was Joyboy, he would have thought Kuma might be him. As he grew older, Kuma became a priest. Many came to him for help, much to Ginny's ire. She was the only one who knew what the toll of absorbing people's pain took on him. He hid it from everyone else. Is his clone capable of the same thing? King wondered distantly, and it startled him how hard concern stabbed into his gut at the thought. Then trouble came to Sorbet. And it came from the king. How dully predictable. Back in prison again. King mused, finding himself standing outside the jail cell where Kuma and those who'd come to protest for his freedom had been placed. I wonder how those monsters became so powerful that they can do this on a whim. With how much the government changes written history, it's as if they were always there, but I know that's not true. The answer must be somewhere in the void century. He knows Kuma couldn't answer back. He couldn't seem to stop himself, however. It stung a little, the lack of response. He couldn't explain why. Why are your memories here, Kuma? King wondered. What made you go to the government to become a warlord? You must know that they're permitting this. King glanced back towards the stairwell. He openly made the southern section slaves, even though the 200-year ban is on the books. The celestial dragons must be helping him directly. I wonder. Is it just because you're here, Kuma? He'd had the nerve to berate Saturn and then escaped any punishment. These people had long memories. Then the cell shivered from explosions overhead. King blinked and looked upwards. The memory shivered as hours went by before a familiar large head burst in through a newly made hole in the wall. It was Ivankov, and following right after him was Dragon. King's wings fluttered. He'd never seen Dragon in person. The man was the most invisible operator in the world, beating out both the CP units and Joker. He could see the little waves of impact that he made, kingdoms here and there breaking away from the world government, or their royalty being ousted by a revolution and replaced by a distant heir that was mysteriously more akin to Nefertari Cobra than their relatives. King had only given him passing thought before now. He'd never truly tipped the world order before. The man wasn't willing to take big risks. But seeing him through Kuma's eyes brought such intense awe and wonder. No one had changed the world order decisively. But Dragon was the first man not a pirate to try. Listen up, Kuma. If you're still the same man as that boy back then, come with us, and change the world. There's a tugging feeling on his arm. A small hand holding him insistently. King briefly felt confused by it, but the memories moved again and he found himself following after Kuma, diving into the memories in search of the reason the man connected to him by tragedy had gone to the government. He couldn't let it go. He's not responding to anything. What is this thing, Doctor? What? You let him stumble into the memory bubble? You're kidding me. If the pain didn't eject him from the memories, he'll be indisposed until he absorbs them all. Ah, this is a disaster. I'm so scared. Protect me, S-Hawk. In a trance? Why? What am I dealing with? Hey. Quit squalling and answer me, Doctor. S-Croc, this is ReynaAtTheEnd. Stand guard by him for now, I'm coming to you to provide assistance. Huh? SF, Copy that, ReynaAtTheEnd. Ginny was captured by the celestial dragons. King's stomach sank. It wasn't the reverberation of horror and despair that he felt from Kuma that caused the feeling, but his own wounded heart. He remembered the last time that he saw Aileen alive. They'd been left alone for the night, and she'd put on a brave face and prayed with him, telling him if they just survived the testing they'd finally be let go. He didn't get to see her body. He only knew for certain she was dead when he became aware that he was the only living test subject left. Kuma rampaged through various missions, venting his grief-stricken rage upon tyrants and their minions. Following him, King wondered if this was the moment when it happened, that he'd agreed to be a warlord in exchange for Ginny being released from her celestial dragon captor. It seemed like faint hope to him, but why else? Why, with this on top of everything else? He's wrong. Horribly wrong. Hiya, Komachi. It's me, back in the lower world. I really wish I could see you all, but this is me saying goodbye. What are you saying, Ginny? I thought I'd never see you again. Where are you? I'll be there as soon as I can. I'm sorry, Komachi. I'm dying. It won't be long now. King flinched in surprise when Kuma barreled straight through him to get to the door. He hadn't noticed he'd positioned himself in the way, distracted by the snail call. The memories pulled him with him. The last thing he caught from the call was a fragmented, "Tell Komachi I'll always." He didn't need to hear the rest. He didn't think it needed to be said. Back in the Sorbet Kingdom. King wordlessly follows after Kuma as he tore down the streets and rushed up to the door of the church that they had called home all those years ago. Pushing the doors open, he ran inside and stopped in front of a bed. A horrible howl of grief rings through the air as King slowed his pace, walking just past Kuma to see what had happened. It was an unpleasant sight. Ginny's body was covered in what looked like sapphire scales. For a sickening second, King thought that they were tiny gemstones forcibly sewn into her skin as some sort of beauty experiment. Ginny, King whispered, kneeling down to get a better look. To remember her face. She looked so tiny and frail, a typical tragic victim. There was no sign of the spunk and the bravery that had characterized her since she was a tiny girl, a SLV who refused to break and tricked rocks into doing her bidding. No sewing or stab marks. Then it was some kind of exotic plague. Or maybe exposure to strange chemicals. Albert clenched his fists until he felt his nails cutting into his palm, listening in grim silence to the explanation. One that's interrupted by crying. King's head snapped to the side and he saw the child for the first time. A little girl. She's adorable, having her mother's every favorable feature and bright, bright eyes. King stared, watched Kuma tenderly take her into his arms. And immediately he knew. He only had to think of S-Flamingo's skin covered in hard, blue stone. S-Snake screaming for him to help her as a celestial dragon trapped her in a sea stone net. S-Hawk's eyes devoid of life as he mindlessly obeyed orders buzzing in his skull, S-Bear forced to be the expensive toy of noble brats and their smirking parents. S-Bat, S-Crocodile and S-Shark dead and discarded on the battlefield, having been sent from one war to the next until they were finally overwhelmed. King understood, on a level so keen that it was poison burning him alive. The memories blur past him, the child Bonnie growing up and utterly adoring her doting, attentive father, developing the same disease that her mother had developed. Sapphire scale. She would die before even turning 11. Which brought Kuma to Vegapunk. There you are. Help me pull him out, it might disrupt the download. I'll try. Huh? Is he crying? What? Why? King stood next to Kuma, the man he knew so well now, staring a hole in Vegapunk's skull as the doctor prattled about how wonderful the Seraphim project would be. How they would be able to protect the whole world. He didn't say one word about the materials he used to create them, and he was smiling the entire time. King wanted to rip the shameless BSTRD's face off. Then the phone rings. King's whole body went rigid when the voice comes through, his hands trembling again. This may not matter to you, Vegapunk. But regardless of Bartholomew Kuma's suitability to be the model of the cloned soldiers. He is a pirate with a 296 million berry bounty on his head. It would shame the Navy to use cloned soldiers of such a man. You have no shame. King spat at the snail, his flames snapping and crackling. You work with pirates all the time. You buy weapons from Joker and let Crocodile plunder one of the original 12 kingdoms as long as he occasionally does things for you. And here I thought you would be so pleased that you could treat such a dangerous pirate as a tool. So I have some conditions for you, Kuma. The first is that you will join the 7 warlords of the sea. Saturn continued, unmoving. King's wings flapped in agitation, glancing back at Kuma, who looked more surprised than anything. Did he not recognize this man's voice? How could he not? Are his memories of that day faded? You mean, have them augment my body? Kuma asked with a calm that King didn't share. How was he so at peace? That's right. Your unique qualities will make you a menace to other pirates. If the cybernetics are so bloody useful, then inflict them on the volunteers of the Navy. King muttered. At least those spineless fools will be happy to mutilate themselves for your satisfaction. Therefore, my third condition is that you must ultimately abandon your mind and free will. King couldn't process that statement for a few seconds. For a second he thought, wildly, that it had to be some sort of morbid joke at the expense of someone Saturn knew was a follower of Nika. But then he thinks about the programming that he demanded York remove from the Lunarian children and the reality sinks in all at once. Of course there had to be a prototype. There had to be, even Vegapunk couldn't get everything right the first time. The Pacifista came before the Seraphim, and the only one built around a living person had been the subject of the mental programming. Don't, Albert uttered through a dry throat, turning towards Kuma. The man was shaking and tears were dripping from beneath his hand. But he wasn't misled, like Vegapunk. Those weren't tears of grief. Don't. Why was he shouting? This had already happened. And yet he won't keep his promise to you. Why would he, when he thinks you're so beneath him? As soon as he gets what he wants, he'll have Bonnie disposed of, just because he can. His warnings are only met by Kuma's smile. And something inside Albert breaks. Shaka was beginning to fear that the dead man's switch was weighing him down beyond the possibility of escape. While he and Vegapunk had mercifully managed to get this far without Who's Who catching up to them, the arrival of Marines had been both a blessing and a curse. Some of their men had cut their dogged pursuer off, giving the two men some breathing room as they managed to finally put some distance between them. But now both the beast pirates and the Marines were aware that they had an escape route through the sewers, and mooks from both sides were pursuing them. Thankfully Shaka had grabbed as many flashbangs as he could carry from the various testing labs on his way to the meetup point. He had just enough energy left to throw them at the forces trying to capture them, stunning them and meddling with any observation hockey as the twosome fled even faster. But Shaka and Vegapunk were scientists, not athletes, and certainly not warriors. Their stamina had much lower limits than even most of their low-ranked opponents, and while Shaka had youth on his side to keep him going, Stella had hit his limit and he himself didn't have much left to spare. Logic dictated dropping as much dead weight as possible in order to better his chances of escape. But Shaka refused to give up the recording. It had all the information about the Void Century on it, and he couldn't bear to lose it in a likely failed flight. There were things more important than his own life, especially with the things he's done. However unwittingly. Without asking nearly enough questions. How kind of Dr. Suridge to describe their reckless ignorance in almost sympathetic terms. It was more than Shaka felt he deserved. Shouting behind them was getting louder, along with exchanged gunfire and some screaming. The doctor silently counted his blessings that the beast pirates and Marines were just as keen on taking each other out as getting to them. Otherwise they almost certainly would have been overrun by now. He wasn't sure what was worse, being forced to serve Kaido the Beast or being kept much more tightly in the Five Elders' claws. Perhaps, if he had to make the choice, Shaka would surrender to the nearest beast pirate and pray they didn't damage the recorder as he and Vegapunk were hauled before the Emperor. He would not be a part of another genocide. Shaka. Vegapunk mumbled, his voice hoarse. Shaka had him slung over one shoulder as he continued to run. Visibly was extremely low, with some of the lights broken and electricity to the others cut off by damage above. If you have to leave me behind. I think Kaido has collected enough help by now, Shaka responded, his heart twisting. Lilith, Edison, Atlas, York, Pythagoras. His only consolation was that their skills were too valuable for Kaido to kill them. Unless he decided that 4 Vegapunks was enough, upon feeling that he needed to make a point. All the more reason to not leave Vegapunk behind. I'm only slowing you down, the old man pointed out quietly. Only one of us has to get away. You're carrying the truth, and out of all of us, it should be you. Don't say things like that. Shaka panted, swerving around a corner. We're almost at the meeting point. His lungs were burning. There's a concerning numbness in his legs, too, but he can't give up here, so he doesn't. The shouting was getting closer to them. A blue blur flashed past him. There's a rumbling in the water and a flash of gold as well. Shaka stumbled to a halt and turned sideways, bewildered, just in time to see a fishman leap out of the water to join his 2 companions in wiping out the pursuers. Staggering, the doctor watched in incredible relief as a boy in blue, a blonde-haired girl and their fishman companion tear into the minions, knocking both pirates and Marines into the sewer water with the kind of practice that only long-term partners could pull off on the battlefield. One hand on his pounding heart, Shaka set Vegapunk on his feet. The old man leaned heavily on the wall and chuckled, unable to help himself. Being rescued at the 11th hour, it was like something out of the Sora comics. Once the last pirate was kicked unconscious, the boy in blue huffed and rested his pipe on his shoulder. Turning around, he waved lightly at them. "Dr. Vegapunk?" "And Vegapunk," Sabo said, a slightly mischievous smirk on his face in the latter half of the statement. It quickly vanishes, however. "Don't be alarmed, we're Dragon's extraction team." "You're a sight for sore eyes," Shaka murmured, trying to regain his breath. "How bad is it up above?" "The Marines have sent half a buster call," Sabo deadpanned. "I think it was meant to be supplemented with enthusiasm, but to say that they've vastly done the numbers wrong would be kind of needless at this point. Marineford is in the grips of a titanic earthquake courtesy of Whitebeard, so Akainu and Kizaru won't be getting any backup anytime soon. The downside of that is it means Kaido won't be preoccupied with the two admirals for long," the girl, Koala, continued. "So we have to move fast." Do you have any idea where the little Seraphim are right now?" Vegapunk asked meekly. Sabo briefly scowled at him before shaking his head. "Close as anyone's managed to get confirmed that King's with them already. The good news is that anyone who wants to hurt them is going through him first, but that's it. We can't delay," Hack said, his voice rumbling with urgency. "We'll swim you out to the ship, Doctor, so I hope that you're good at holding your breath." Shaka nodded in understanding. "I hope my luggage isn't too onerous to carry along, its contents are too important to leave behind. The bag is waterproof, so that isn't a concern." Hack glanced at the bag, then shrugged and nodded. There were any number of things developed here that could fall under that description, after all. "Understood. Quickly, now." Rocinante is worried when King finally staggered free of the memories and collapsed on the spot, breath heaving. "King?" he called in concern, pressing his hands against the older man's shoulder. Alarm shot through him at how badly King's shaking. He tried to search for injuries before remembering that the impact he's reeling from is mental, not physical. "King, what happened?" S-Croc glanced over his shoulder, the dried-out corpse of the last of the CP infiltrators at his feet. "Is he back?" the other boy asked urgently. "We should return to the others." Rocinante sank to his knees and put his hand on top of King's, concern bubbling in his chest. King gulped for breath, his wings flattening against his back defensively. A few tears glinted against his cheeks. They'd already run dry, but the sight of them is so illuminating of the man's soul that it gave the little Lunarian pause. "Don't say anything, just let him lean on you." The instinct felt well-trodden despite not fully being his, so Rocinante followed it. He squeezed King's hand, providing some support, watching him shiver as his DSPLN forcibly asserted itself and wrestled the trauma into SBMSN. Quickly, too quickly, something inside him whispered. The tremors were gone and King's eyes opened. What are you doing here?" the older man asked. Rocinante watched the storm of emotion in his eyes retreat in a blink, sheltered behind a wall of stoicism. "You should be with the others. I wanted to get an update on the situation. And you hadn't come back yet," Rocinante scolded him in response. He fluffed up his feathers for emphasis. "You said that you'd be right back." King gave him a mildly dumbfounded look. So I came looking for you and S-Crocodile, and got new information," Rocinante continued, unfazed. "I've chosen my name, by the way. I want to be called Rocinante." "What, already?" S-Crocodile barked, startled. "How did you decide?" "It felt important." Rocinante responded. "King, are you okay?" He felt like the man's surprise intensify for a second, as if he wasn't used to people inquiring about his well-being. Then he gently placed his hand on Rocinante's head. "Yes. Thank you." With that, he stood up. Not speaking a word about what had caused him so much anguish. Rocinante very much wanted to pursue that in protest when S-Snake contacted him through his earpiece. "Hey, is he feeling better already? Something weird is going on out there." Rocinante made a confused face. "Weird? That's not a lot to go off of, you know." "Well, what else am I supposed to call it? There's this giant glowing red pentagram that's appeared way off at the edge of the city. It looks like something's coming out of it." Seeing the children, knowing they still weren't safe, made King pull himself together in the space of a few breaths. Kuma's memories drifted to the back of his mind as he rapidly returned through the halls and re-entered the hospital room where S-Shark was lifting a protesting S-Snake onto the medical bed. "You're back," York gasped. The satellite was utterly pale and her knees were knocking together. "He's here. He's coming for me. You have to do something." King walked swiftly to the window and looked outside. The daylight still visible beyond Kaido's storm seemed to have dimmed before his eyes. An unnatural shadow having fallen onto the island. He saw what S-Snake had seen instantly. glowing black runes with blood-red light flaring as a massive figure emerged from within the pentagram. The little gateway to hell opened wide to admit one of its masters. Even with the distance between them, King could see every feature clear as day. Several spindly spiders' legs attached to a human torso, an elderly man holding a tall gnarled staff. A black, sickly halo snap-crackled around his head like an inverted halo. A black copy of the heavenly light that emitted from Nika. The air was heavier. An unearthly presence weighed down on Egghead Island. It jabbed into King's observation like a million tiny needles. His hands balled into fists on the windowsill, blood pulsing in his ears. Even with the not inconsiderable distance between them, he could see the man's face, beard, demon horns, and all. The deep hateful fury in black, soulless eyes. The rage of a man who had never once been so defied before. St. J. Garcia Saturn. He'd come to Egghead. King's wings fluffed up in agitation. Don't wanna. Please, can't we just leave like this? You can just put me to sleep and it can be done later. S-Snake wheeled behind him, her voice only partially audible over the noise in his ears. I'm sorry, but no. S-Shark said shortly. His voice is firm, despite the sympathetic edge to it. There's a buster call here. They might have access to clearance that trumps York's. If they have half the chance they'll force you awake and turn you against us. But it's scary. I know it is. I promise, it doesn't hurt, and it'll go by quickly. I'll be right here, I won't let York do anything bad to you. As soon as the circle disappeared, Saturn started moving, heading into the city. King saw people around the man suddenly crumple to the ground when he looked in their direction. His earpiece started buzzing once more. Silently King raised one hand and activated it. King, Kaido's perturbed voice echoed through the connection. The hint of wary puzzlement in his voice made the hair on the back of his neck stand up. Do you see the source of that strange presence that just entered my awareness? Yes. His voice was tight as barbed wire. But it came out as calm and controlled as usual. King followed the man's path with a wary eye. One of the 5 Elder Stars is here. One of them? Kaido barked, startled. Those old wretches never leave the cloistered safety of their ivory tower. They've always acted through their marine flesh puppets before. Are you sure? Positive. Anger began to crackle through King's veins. A hot, stabbing flame is rising, liking at the edges of his self-control, the blood dripping from those age-old wounds splashing kerosene on what had been mere embers since the day he was freed from Punk Hazard. You've never heard of them fighting before? No, Kaido responded. I might have seen something in God Valley, but if it was one of them, they didn't take the fight to any of us directly. Cowards to the end. He's here to take the Seraphim back, King thought aloud. With confirmation from Kuma's memories that he'd ordered the creation of the Pacifista, the project's proof of concept, it wasn't a stretch to guess. I can't see if he's attacked the ships, but he's likely prioritizing the children. I'll engage. Kaido grunted at that, the deceptive expression of mild concern causing King's tense chest to relax a little. As soon as I divest myself of these fools, I'll join you. Are all of them prepared to be moved? S-Snake's procedure is just starting, she's the last one. Sasaki will guard them. Go. King nodded sharply to himself and shut off the connection. A small hand touched his fingers. He looked down to see Rocinante frowning at him. Who is that? The boy asked warily. I think he just tried to give me an order. King snapped a look over his shoulder. Fortunately, it seemed York had knocked S-Snake out just in time. Danger, King responded succinctly, drawing Kusanagi again. Stay here, guard your sister until Sasaki arrives, then go straight to the flagship. I'll join you once the battle is over. S-Crocodile sputtered and glared at him. You're sending us away again? King turned around and pinned him with a look full of emotion. Don't you understand? He responded hotly. If you don't escape this island, then nothing that we've done matters. The only path to victory is you being alive, safe, and free. The man who's just appeared is the one who ordered you be hollowed out into mindless SLV soldiers in the first place. He's the butcher who slaughtered my family, my people, my reasons to live. The stubborn child unexpectedly reeled back somewhat at his sudden outburst. Rosai's eyes widened, and the rest of their conscious siblings wheeled around to stare intensely at him. Of course you're powerful, King responded with more emotion than he'd allow under any other circumstances. But your survival is more important than anything. I came to rescue you or die trying, and I will protect you from that beast until my last breath. Now do as I say and stay safe. S-Crocodile's mouth opened and closed in shock, confused emotions rampaging through the child's expression. Exhaling and putting one hand on Rosai's head, King uttered, "Keep your siblings corralled for me, Rocinante," before smashing the window open and launching himself out of the building. York, babbling in fear, is carried away by the wind. The last procedure hasn't finished yet. Such unfavorable timing. He should have expected it, when everything before this moment had gone so perfectly. The air felt steadily, subtlety heavier as he cut across the distance and flew towards Saturn. Swooping down towards the ruined streets the man was cutting across, King saw corpses scattered across the area where he'd arrived. Beast pirates, marines, and scientists who had fled to an escape bunker and had been mid-evacuation when the Elder Star arrived. As he drew close, Kusanagi began humming, almost vibrating in his hand. Was it his rage, bleeding out along the length of his blade? Embodying his vengeance? Saturn was bigger than him. There weren't a lot of people that could claim that. King circled around in front of the man and dropped to the ground, landing directly before him. His flames crackled above his shoulders as he raised his head and glared at the monster in front of him. The man took half a second to come out of his rage, realizing that the opponent who appeared in front of him hadn't been abruptly dropped by the pressure of his mere presence. When he registered who he was looking at, Saturn's eyes narrowed into slits. You. His voice was like hearing skulls being crushed beneath a turning wheel. It hadn't changed one iota since those days in Punk Hazard. King's fingers tightened around Kusanagi's hilt. Do you recognize me, Saturn? He asked, cold and remote. Do you know this face? That pressure intensified. It was trying to freeze him in place, pin him like a fly underneath a microscope. King pushed back against it furiously and moved one foot back to a battle stance. Was it a devil fruit power, or hockey? He wasn't sure how he fought back against it, but he would not be repressed by this beast. The final false god, Saturn responded without a hint of emotion. You should be dead. This world has no place for you. History has chosen your fate, no one can deny their role in it. Yet here I am, King snorted, lightning sparking up his spine. Alive and well. Much like Portgas, oddly enough. Whole island slaughtered, yet the wits and strength of a simple human mother carried Roger's son beyond their grasp. Saturn slowly lifted his staff, then struck it into the ground. The impact rattled his teeth. That will be rectified. King scoffed to maintain his controlled demeanor. Says the supposed god who was thwarted by a mere human woman, he said. Thrice. Rouge and Ginny were in good company above. How does that feel, omniscient one? Hellfire burned in Saturn's pitch-black eyes. King didn't know what to expect from his powers, so he readied to move out of the way just in case. That soft-hearted wretch ought to have removed your tongue too, Saturn said, hate lacing a smooth DLVRY. You must be the mutant. The one who refused to die along with the rest of the false gods. His legs crunched the pavement beneath as he turned fully to face King. Evidently my scientific curiosity about your ability to survive when the rest of your pathetic people died blinded me to the potential nuisance you presented. The blood in his ears was pulsing louder and louder, pounding like the drums of liberation themselves. His body could hardly contain the hate he felt. Where are the Seraphim? Saturn demanded flatly. I've called for them and yet they haven't come. Safe, King responded tightly. Far away from you. One of Saturn's legs stabbed into the concrete a few feet away from the Lunarian, the ground shaking violently around them. I will not be robbed by an insect. King paused for a second. Then chuckled, and permitted himself a smile in a manner that showed his teeth. I suggest that you get used to it. Saturn's eyes flared and something slammed into King's chest. His flames were up. The natural invincibility held, and the invisible blunt force crashing against his chest sent him skidding back several dozen feet. He stabbed the concrete with his sword to arrest his movements. Breath shuddering slightly in his lungs from the brief shock, King snapped his head up to see Saturn moving quickly towards him. He spread his wings and launched himself upwards, half transforming to stay quickly ahead of the man's gaze. What was that? It wasn't Conqueror's hockey. King knew what that power felt like. He'd experienced Whitebeard and Shanks's both, Kaido's when his friend needed to get control of their raucous underlings, Lean's flares of temper. This felt nothing like that. It was a solid blow, but he couldn't see or sense exactly what had hit him. From Saturn's eyes. When Saturn wheeled in his direction, King put on a little more speed and avoided looking straight at him. Strange powers. Is it a devil fruit, or something else? King thought furiously. It was too much to hope that he would just be a feeble old man, but what am I looking at? Saturn briefly faced the direction of the hospital where the Seraphim were. King pivoted and unleashed a barrage of fire blasts at the monster, intent on keeping him here and paying attention to him. Several of the blasts hit the man, but it's hard to tell if they did any damage. Was that because of hockey or something else? Again that invisible force struck King, this time in the leg. It caused him to drop several feet before he fully transformed to dive bomb Saturn. His target didn't even try to get out of the way. His talons and beak slashed through his shoulder and part of his chest. He felt the flesh rend and the salty tang of blood hit his tongue. King almost stumbled as he wrenched his way free and landed awkwardly on the ground, whirling to face his opponent. Saturn didn't even twitch. He slowly turned around, the gaping wound not seeming to bother him. King's eyes widened. The wound was getting smaller right before his eyes, like water swallowing up all the sand in a small pit. What? Impossible. Only his own flesh and blood was that mutable, reacted that fast to danger, and even he couldn't heal that quickly. King had never seen anything like that in all his years of piracy. He gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. Fool! Did you think I would come here if I had any doubt in my ability to retrieve my property? Saturn growled. A false god cannot hope to kill me. One of his legs flashed with blinding speed, it's all but a massive lance aimed directly to impale him through the shoulder to the hip. King dodged past it, then had to keep moving as Saturn chased after him, stabbing into the ground like a child attempting to pierce a butterfly with a stake. King flipped his sword over in his hand and prepared to use his sword techniques. Something had to get past this healing factor. It had to. The blade slashes carved through the limbs attempting to impale him, cutting through the blades that act as his feet. King avoided Saturn's gaze and got airborne again, perhaps avoiding that invisible attack again. His flame sputtered under the pressure in the air, which hadn't let up. Even slightly. Was this immortality? He refused to accept that. That look in your eyes. Years of impotent, pathetic anger. Saturn sneered, his spider legs thumping against the ground. You think of yourself as an avenger, don't you? How meaningless. You cannot hold a god to any law. I have done nothing that I can be held accountable for. You! King seethed, beyond speech. The scattered screaming in Punk Hazard, the butchering of his neighborhood and the people he knew, Aileen's blood-stained hand, Ginny's stony corpse. The Lunarians died because they deserved it. Saturn said with a voice like knives. Not a drop of those divine bloodlines ran through their veins, yet you hoarded so many beautiful gifts in flesh and blood. Stood at the apex of the world and dared to look down on us. Believing in that pathetic ghost of an ideal, the sun god, and shunning the world order. That impact hit King in the shoulder. This time, the blow partially bypassed his invincibility and agonizing pain stabbed into all his nerves. The Lunarian staggered, gritting his teeth. He didn't slow his stride, though. He could take more punishment than this. You were born to be a sacrifice, Saturn sneered. Your purpose is to die and pass your gifts into the hands of the rulers of the world. King unleashed a massive ring of fire in response, flash frying the flesh on Saturn's legs. Taking back to the air, he fired back, Are you afraid, you monster? Those hateful eyes widened. What? You never emerged from tower except when Rox and Roger fought in the vicinity of your precious spoiled brats years ago. Yet here you are. King said. He grabbed the flames and pushed them further, hotter, more, incinerating the oxygen in the air as the heat climbed from red to blue. Now your secret massacres have been exposed, your army is split in half and falling to ruin, and Vegapunk is being pried from your grasp along with all his works. Edward Newgate has shattered Marineford's foundation, hasn't he? The ring of black power around Saturn shuddered, confirming his suspicions. Usually King wasn't much for a monologue, especially in a fight. He disliked that kind of posturing. But Dileia had just proven how much of a lever words can be against an enemy, and after being unable to spit in the face of the butchers for so long, he couldn't resist. His heart beat louder and he smirked with reckless hatred. You're afraid. The world is slipping through your fingers and you can feel it, can't you? You keep calling me a false god. Yet I wonder. Perhaps at your own supposed divinity you're doubting right now. Saturn's irises shrunk into mere pinpricks. King moved, arcing up into the sky to avoid that invisible attack as his invincibility reasserted itself. When I have you, King, I'm going to take you apart piece by piece. Saturn bellowed, his gaze rapidly tracking the Lunarian as he attempted to knock him from the sky. I'll reconstruct you into a machine like Kuma. The angel SLV of Majoris, obedient to every command with just enough of a sense of self to suffer. The Elder Star shuddered and transformed into his full spider form as he healed, bunching up his legs as he prepared to leap into the sky. The flames around the battlefield roared as the shadowy figure hurtled into the air. As soon as he'd been freed from the command codes, S-Hawk had come to two conclusions. The first was that he would kill every person wearing a Marine uniform if given the chance. The second was that he refused to go by the degrading designation they'd given him for 1 minute longer. He'd been distracted trying to choose a name when King returned with S-Crocodile and Rocinante, so he hadn't been able to voice his qualms with the older man's plans before he left them with their sister and flew towards the unknown enemy. But he had qualms with it, oh, did he? The memory flickered like hundreds of pictures being shown to him in succession. Betrayed, ambushed, handicapped by tainted drinks and emotional anguish. That person appearing out of nowhere. Slender hands pushing him aside followed by the sound of rending flesh. The body draping itself over him, the last of conscious strength used to protect him from the follow-up. It wasn't him. He hadn't anyone he thought so precious to him, he hadn't been permitted his own thoughts or feelings until this moment. Why did the love of this person torment him? Why is he aching for something he never had? It wasn't fair. Something was coming, something powerful. Somewhere in the databank S-Hawk could access, the identity of the summoned circle was given to him. One of the Elder Stars had come to the island. He quickly concluded that it must be Saturn, the one who commissioned their existence. Come to prevent their theft by enemies. Theft was for objects. He was an object. Except he wasn't. King said he wasn't a thing. He was like them. The only one like them in the world. And he wanted them to be free. S-Hawk had been alarmed by how intense his emotions had been once the code suppressing them had been released, and he fought hard to keep them tightly at hand. But that control slipped when he circled back to that thought. Could Saturn be defeated? There wasn't any raw data on what he was capable of in battle, certainly none that had been fed to him and his siblings. That word felt strange. It made him feel vulnerable and it agitated him. He had something he couldn't afford to lose. What data? He had said that the elders were invincible, with little elaboration. That clashed against a flicker of genetic memory. All that breathes can die. Regardless of the supposedly impossible task, King left through the window and it abruptly struck S-Hawk that, in a way, it was happening again. Someone was sacrificing themselves for him. Choosing potential death to save him, let him be free. That was intolerable. He pivoted and looked at his brothers, and his sister. Quickly assessed their different unique skills. ReynaAtTheEnd had an echo of the string fruit, S-Snake the love fruit, Crocodile the sand fruit, S-Bear the pawpaw fruit, and S-Bat the shadow fruit. The shadow fruit. He strode quickly to the window and stuck his head out. A storm rolled over Egghead Island, lightning and thunder rolling overhead, covering up the sky. He checked his internal clock. There were still a few hours of daylight left. He looked for the battlefield King had joined. Even at this distance he could clearly see the swordsman get struck to the ground by the massive spider demon form that Saturn had taken. His fingers tightened on the windowsill. King was striking the man, with consistency, but it didn't seem to have any long-term effect. Saturn just kept shrugging it off. Invincible. Unless. If it was a devil fruit, the sea would paralyze him as sure as any other wielder. If it wasn't a devil fruit. The flames along the road roared high, its light causing shadows to be cast all around it. ReynaAtTheEnd appeared in his side vision, radiating worry. I don't like this. The blonde mumbled, fumbling with his glasses. Neither do I. He muttered before turning around and pointing at S-Bat. Hey. What do you need in order to sever a person's shadow from them? The boy jolted slightly, blinked, then understood immediately. If they have strong enough hockey up, I won't be able to do it, he said. If they are vulnerable for a moment, I'll need intense light to make the full shadow appear. He paused. Also I'll need some good scissors. S-Hawk, what are you talking about? York started squawking. Alucard corrected her pointedly. My name is Alucard. In his search for a name that felt right, he'd ended up looking at the profile of the man he was designed after. What little was known about him. He'd turned the name Dracul Mihawk over in his mind again, and right in that moment an answer had come to him. I'm going to need a halfway decent sword, Alucard said. ReynaAtTheEnd's eyes lit up with understanding, and S-Crocodile went from looking troubled to both intrigued and quite pleased. S-Bear and S-Shark exchanged a look and thought furiously for a few seconds. There's some industrial scissors used by building machines. If we're lucky, not all of them have been destroyed in the crossfire yet. S-Bear offered thoughtfully. I can pop you right there and back, S-Bat. Vegapunk was experimenting with swords where the blade was a laser. S-Shark recalled. It was unstable, so I don't think it was kept in the barracks that have already been pillaged. He frowned. It might be a problem to find, though. A sword with a blade of light. Alucard's brow tightened, wondering how much that would change the weight and the feel of the blade, how it carried out his techniques. He was curious about it, but he needed something reliable right now. You were trying to copy Yoru, he told York, whose blubbering about not wanting to die mercifully silenced as soon as he turned to her. Where is it? Is the blade complete? It's just a prototype, York offered meekly. The blade is strong, but it was only a partial success. It's not as good as the real sword. Of course. It would have to do, though. A true swordsman could cut nothing and everything as they willed it. The quality of the sword itself could be somewhat compensated for. Where is it? I in one of the rooms we keep experimental projects. It's in a basement downtown. Be more specific than that, Alucard ordered in annoyance. And don't stop working on freeing S-Snake. How much longer will that take? Just give me 15 more minutes. York wailed, comical tears dripping down the fearful satellite's face. I'm doing my best here, can't you see? The precise location, Doctor. York cowered backwards and quickly gave it to him. S-Bear stepped forward and S-Bat hurried to Alucard's side, eyes bright with determination. I don't like Kaido much. The other boy confided in him. When I saw him, I felt this incredible anxiety. But I do like King, and I want to make sure he can win. So let's go. We'll need more of a plan, Rocinante noted, and we'll need to give Sasaki the slip if he gets here before S-Snake is ready. We can do that, S-Shark responded confidently. Get back here quickly, S-Crocodile said, striding over to the window and staring out of it. You can feel that pressure in the air, can't you? Of course he could. It was like heavy, poisonous rain, like the hands of hell reaching from the ground to hold Alucard in place. He pushed back against it and nodded. Of course. Once we enter the field, we have to keep his attention firmly away from S-Bat. He can't notice him before the shadow is severed or else this won't work. I'll make sure of it, S-Bear promised, putting a hand on S-Bat's shoulder. His voice was gentle and caring. First let's get those blades. Alucard nodded sharply. Fierce pleasure and iron determination swirled inside him, giving him strength through its intensity. Stand back and watch. I'm going to destroy the Navy, who would kill those I love and keep me as a SLV. I will fight and destroy until their power is broken. He met his brother's eyes as he raised his paw-print hands and nodded, trusting him absolutely. Then with a pop he was flying. Charlotte Linlin was absolutely furious. Livid, screeching. Table-flipping mad. Her children had scattered from her side as soon as Delia Suridge hung up her mic, which was good because she'd taken to demolishing the room around her to vent her blind outrage. The world was breaking and she was playing catch-up. Caught off guard as completely as the stinking Navy. Despite all her spies and Morgan's frequent reports of worldwide information to her, she hadn't the slightest idea of what was about to happen until it was all spilling out into the public mid-breakdown. She'd been as stunned as some slack-jawed civilian. She was the only emperor not doing something, and that was unacceptable. Kaido, you miserable, selfish brat. How dare you go and rob Egghead Island all for yourself? Linlin ranted at her absent little brother. You already have a Lunarian. I want a few of the children. You DMN well know that they're one of the only races Totland is missing. She grabbed a chair and smashed it against the wall. If I'd had half a clue that the possibility existed, I would have attacked Egghead myself. This was not a turn of events that she was pleased with. The little Lunarian clones aside, clones of Mihawk, the great swordsman, Boa the beautiful empress, power recaptured in a form she could easily make loyal to her with a bit of motherly love. Kaido was going to be getting access to Vegapunk. Vegapunk. She knew her little brother was too selfish to share any of the technology and weapons that he pilfered from that island, and that he would use it as a means to make progress on the road to gaining Roger's old crown. She was in danger of being left behind. The sheer rage she felt at the thought was dizzying. It was almost as bad as one of her hunger pangs, really, though Linlin had kept control of her faculties and was containing her. Rampage to a single room as opposed to the entirety of the island. Linlin screamed and smashed things and brought down half of the room's ceiling before she was calm enough to think relatively straight and think about what to do. She refused to be stagnant while Kaido and Edward were both attacking the world government. She refused. The Navy had never been more vulnerable, and she would not be the only one to not benefit from that. They might start thinking that she was the weak link because she'd been unaware of the goings-on, that she was a coward who didn't boldly rush out to take what she wanted. Oh, the thought made her so lightheaded with fury. Skiing in a deep breath, Linlin paced furiously in the room, her mind spinning. If she sent her sons and daughters to Egghead, no, by the time they got there all the action would be over. They'd be able to join the fight if the Navy had its whole forces defending the island, but no, they were trapped at Marineford, and Kaido wouldn't need several days to deal with what men they did dare send away when faced with Edward's wrath. She couldn't very well offer the children marriages, not when they were only 5 years old if Delia's statements were correct. King had always stubbornly refused to visit Totland, too. Always a love-sick pup, refusing to leave Kaido's side. If she can't go to Egghead, what can she do? Linlin abruptly stopped pacing when the answer hit her square between the eyes. It was so obvious that only her burning indignation had prevented her from realizing it immediately. Of course. The Navy were trapped in 2 places, all their men of any worth caught in a life-or-death battle. That meant that their territory was hopelessly undermanned for defense. Even the lands close to her territory. Her rage melted back to a lower burn, and Linlin's mood brightened for the first time since the broadcast. Immediately she swept out of the room, her haki reaching out for her clever, brilliant, most competent son. She's very pleased to discover that's not far away, having merely gotten outside of the range of her anger fit and waited there for her to calm down and give him instructions. Dutiful as ever, her dear Katakuri. Lin Lin made a beeline straight for him, out into the warm sunlight-bathing Totland. Katakuri looked up at her and bowed slightly. "Mama, are you all right?" he asked her. "Oh, I'll be just fine. I'm just a teeny bit exceedingly indignant at the moment, but I know a cure for that," Lin Lin responded. He glanced at her slightly cautiously, uncertain what she's leaning towards. "Katakuri, we cannot be sitting here doing nothing when Kaido and Edward are flexing their might like a pair of teenage boys. So I've decided. It's time to expand our borders, and greatly so." Katakuri blinked. "You would have me invade them while they're gone?" he inquired hesitantly. "Oh no, don't be foolish." Lin Lin waved a hand. "You're going to be invading land ripe for the taking, that's been left completely abandoned to the elements by their supposed protectors. The Navy's forces of any worth are gone, struggling to survive their failed power play. You know what that means?" Realization quickly crosses her son's face, and he nodded. "All their territories in the New World are vulnerable," he said. "They truly sent everyone in. They needed to, if they wanted to defeat Edward, even if he's a sickly old fool." Lin Lin scoffed. "Meaning that all the people who thought they had protection they could rely on are all adrift, at the mercy of every bandit and raider who read the newspaper and realized it's open season. They've practically been sentenced to death." She clapped her hands together. "Go and save them, Katakuri. Take all your siblings and go out, claim those islands and tell them that their fair-weathered protectors have betrayed them. Tell them that my heart is so big that I will take them in and guard them without fail from this point onward, taking care of the fools who have qualms with this, of course. The more islands you claim, the bigger the reward I shall give you when you return. That goes for all of you individually. Go now. Expand my kingdom. Don't let the world take us for fools who fail to exploit the weakness of our enemies." Katakuri put a hand on his chest and bowed again, deeper this time. "As you wish. I'll get my siblings mustered immediately," he promised. Lin Lin cackled, pleased. Oh, what a child she had raised. She's so proud of what she had created. Good boy. Make haste. She clapped her hands together, and immediately Katakuri turned and strode off to pass along her orders. New land was pleasing, exciting. It only left Lin Lin to dwell on the lack of Lunarians, which still made her sulk in frustration. "Stubborn king," the woman muttered to herself. "How can I get past your defenses?" She walked back and forth a few times, thinking furiously. Before a light bulb went off in her head. King had children now. Surely a single father would be in search of a partner. But he'd rejected her previous proposals. Saw them as traps, no doubt. She had to make it look sincere and genuine. Weren't two of the Flying Six quite young? Page 1 recently turned 20, if she's recalling correctly. She didn't remember if his sister was older or younger than him. She could make official proposals with one or both of them as the groom, but send a few of her children along with a secret goal. Stockton of a certain fallen angel. A natural-seeming romance would not be read as a trap. If she could bury a hook inside King's broken, bloodied heart, she could bring that bloodline to her utopia at long last, and get some leverage over Kaido. But which of her daughters, or sons, if he was so inclined, would be uniquely suited to potentially succeeding in that endeavor? Balderdash, Lin Lin muttered. I'll have a spy try and feel out King's desires first. I need a child uniquely suited to the task. Lin Lin turned back to the house to get her snail. She needed to talk to the mook she'd shanghaied into feeding her information on his captain.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over, and if you enjoyed the video just leave a like, and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.